Ahoy hoy! I am Planarwalk, and another open like this because I am terrible at... eventually I'll get some kind of intro going, but now's not the time for that. I mean, I could, but, you know. Anyway, hopefully... Wait, I should probably check that. Oh, yep, my mic's working. Anyway, time up there. 1 hour. That's what we're starting with. Every time someone donates a super chat, I'm going to convert it to euros, and that amount of time will be added to that timer. It'll be automatic, so... Or hopefully automatic. So let's start the timer. Alright, the timer has started. I am streaming for 59 more minutes. If you want to change that, use super chat. And I think everything is spelt correctly. Now, I'm not just going to be doing whatever it is that I do during streams. During the first hour of the stream, so currently it is 6 AM for me, during the first hour of the stream, I am going to be holding a few votes. This determines what I do for the rest of the stream. So, vote carefully. The first vote will be a poll on whether I work on a game engine or whether I work on a game. The game engine I've already started on, and it will be coded in, well, is coded in C++, or as I sometimes like to call it because of how things were not working earlier, Pain++. Alternatively, if I'm making a game, that will be coded in C#. C# isn't all that bad. The painful thing about making a game is that there's a lot more to do when making a game. And I also want to respond to videos and stuff. And I think that worked. The adding. Although something didn't work. And I don't like that. Anyway. Essentially, the difference is how much I can relax. With the game engine, I can relax because I do plan to work on that anyway. And I don't feel obligated to try and get something out before the time is up. And the game... the game will be... Yeah, something. I'm just going to check something real quick. If I go to... Okay, that's a little bit odd. But hopefully things are going well. Let's just hope that things get added from now on. All right, so I am going to start by making a poll. Why euros? Okay, why euros? Why not something else like, I don't know, New Zealand dollars or US dollars. Euros are just more stable at this moment. That's literally the reason why. I know that price or stability of currency isn't like a big thing, but I would prefer something that's a little more stable. Anyway, let me start a poll. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Game engine, C++ or game. Goodo. Game engine. Game. Alright, so this will determine what I do for the rest of the stream. Start that poll and we'll see. We'll see what you want me to do. And also, how, well, yeah, what I do for the rest of the stream determines... I already have the game engine open, by the way, so... I'm just going to message MCToon because guests. Guests will be coming on for the stream. So I haven't booked any, but if you hit certain goals of the amount of time that I'm going for, currently the amount of time that I need to go for is 12 hours, and then you'll be able to get a special guest on, and it should be really fun. I'll be able to get some sleep as well. So, doing a stream, you can join at any time. What's the cause? What do you mean, what's the cause? This is for fun. Obviously... Trying to think of good causes. What are we giving for? Honestly, just for fun. Like, there are a few things that I might invest into if I do make enough. Like, a drawing tablet would be nice, and actually, I have a few ideas of videos to make if I have a drawing tablet. They'll start out as probably members only. Like, one of the things that I was explaining recently was, like, pointers, and, like, I was really bad at drawing with my mouse. Just your back pocket? And to an extent. I find that a lot of money just goes really quickly through. It's for the Middle Earth. Yeah. For the Shire. Or something. Planarwalk is purposely hiding the timer so she can fool us? What do you mean? How am I hiding a time? What do you... How... I'm not hiding... The timer is right there. It says 55 minutes. It says it right there. 55 minutes. What do you mean I'm hiding the timer? I'm not hiding anything. I've got nothing to hide. I'm not even hiding the fact that I'm drinking Monster. Pipeline Punch is good. Yeah, tablets are way better than mice. Here's €1. Let's see how that... It says 55 minutes over there. Oh yeah, it went up by a minute. How am I hiding a timer? Hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, obviously. Also, whilst... Because Game Engine is currently winning, we'll have that going until, I don't know, 6:20, and then we'll decide on, I guess, what to do. I'm cool with money going into anything. Yeah, like I as I said, want a drawing tablet. That is something. Also, I want a new chair. That is the new chair thing is actually something that I'll probably do if I get. Well, I've already got money that's going to be going to a new chair. There's been $200 given so far. I think the chair that I want, if calculations are correct, should be something like $600. Oh, I need to ask FTFE about that. FTFE needs to come on. Also, I am not getting... This keyboard is fine. I do not need a new keyboard. Why would I get a new key? What was I going to do? I was going to... Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to... A new monitor would be nice, actually. But I don't know if I have enough space for a new monitor is the problem. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to screen. Look at that. Okay, so I was having some problems. And I tweeted about these problems. No, not those sort of problems. I was having problems with timing. Turns out that Windows is really painful. Windows does not like, and this might not just be a Windows thing, it might be a Linux thing too, as I'm starting to maybe figure out if I read things correctly, but apparently it's not. But I'm going to have to test on Linux to see if things work. But let me press F5. Now, everything here is working as intended. You know, we've got a stable frame rate of 60 FPS, unless I move the window around. 60 FPS is what you want if you are doing game stuff, generally. If I move the window around, it lowers because that is a blocking thing. I don't know if I can change that, though. But anyway, the problem that I was getting was I had issues with if I didn't have a particular thing which increases the resolution of timers on Windows. So turns out that if you try to use a timer to wait for something, that timer can overshoot by up to 15 milliseconds. And that is not what you want. The way that you do it is you increase the resolution of timers. It's something to do with like the system scheduler, and I don't know why, and it's a real pain. Are you using SDL or something else? I'm actually using GLFW. Craig has many clones that can join the stream. Maybe. Hopefully I can get guests. And remember, whether I get guests on comes down to you. You, the viewer. If the stream ends within, what is it? Where's the? Oh, I should. I need to do something. If this stream ends within the next 51 minutes, then probably no guests, unfortunately. But that's how it goes. But if it goes for longer, then that's more opportunity for more guests. We'll see who can come on. I mean, I have messaged FTFE. I've also messaged a few other people. One person can't come on, but that's because she's taking a break. I mean, the timer is back. Is it bad that I know nothing about coding, so when you say SDL, I think suck time left? Probably not. I mean, SDL is just another thing to interface with OpenGL and simple direct media layer. In fact, one of the things I will need to do if Game Engine wins, it's 50-50. Game Engine seems like the cruisier thing. In fact, whilst I'm waiting... Oh, Game Engine goes up to 53. It's bouncing between options. Emma Thorne could be an interesting... I actually have... Let me send an image to Emma. I don't message Emma often. I should. Where is she? Ba-ba-ba-ba. You picked the wrong time of the month we all broke. I tried to I tried earlier to get more to stream, but I delayed it for personal reasons. I should probably actually answer the super chats, because one... Oh, I just realised something. Let me go to the thing, because I have a way to read it out. I actually am going to change how they're read out, though, so... But for now, let's just start with... I don't know. Why is that not working? Turns out the text-to-speech is likely broken. Okay. Where are we? View activity. Here we go. So we have the turtle moves for £2. Says, let's see if it works. Well, it seems to be working. Gooey Duck Geoscience for £2 New Zealand says, yeah, tablets are way better than mice. Here's €1. Yeah. I mean, the type of drawing tablet that I'd want would be one where I wouldn't have to look at it, because... okay. Controversial take, maybe, but I think that you should not have to look at what you're drawing on in order to be able to see what you're drawing. I think you should be able to look up at a screen, and be able to like be drawing down here. If not Ember, maybe Creaky. Well, fun fact about that. When it comes to Creaky, I have messaged him. You want to get Creaky on? This stream needs to go for a long time. A lot longer than it's currently got left. A CAD type tablet. Maybe. The type of tablet that I'm thinking in particular is something similar to one of the Wacom tablets that I've used in the past, where there's no screen on the tablet. It just, you know, although I like my tablets kind of big. You know, they say size isn't everything, but when it comes to tablets, a good size matters. Emma for €10, I believe that's a euro sign, sends a bunch of hearts. Some of them seem to be trans colours. I don't know how to respond to that, but thank you for the super chat. Coyote for $5 says, where did you get your cat ears? I'd like some like it. So the cat ears were from JB Hi-Fi. They had like a headphone thing, and I kind of wish that the cat ears were more attached, but I can understand having cat ears that can detach from this and go into a different headphone. So like if these crap out, which they might, then I can just be like, okay, take off the cat ears, put them on something else, and use a different headphones. I think I actually still have a Wacom drawing tablet in the UK if you want it, but it'll require me going to the other side of the world to get it. Yeah. Well, it requires going to the UK. That is an issue. YouTube not been recommending your videos to me lately. I need to put out more videos, honestly, but I've got like a time limit on when I can like stream here. I wonder how much I'm allowed to circumvent that. I'm just such a night owl. And also, I'm just such a night owl. And ADHD medication would also probably help. I'm going to try to get some of that, if I can. Turtle moves for £2 says, Jiren is copying you. His Streamathon is Friday. I wonder if I can get the Play Next to work. I don't think so. Something broke, and I don't know what it is. But you know what? Jiren and Planarwalk collab? Huh? Maybe it could work. He's not a flat earther anymore. Also, I did see people recommending different people to have on. And honestly, if you if you want me to invite people on because I want more guests, just, I guess, ping them in some way, because that would be really fun. I want more guests. Give me all the guests. Maybe I should message someone. Because I haven't actually gotten any guests confirmed for the next... How many hours? 12? And I would feel bad if... I'd feel really bad if the stream was going for like... let's say 10 hours and I didn't have any guests on. Technically in the next 2 hours there will be a brief guest appearance, but that's just, you know, well, that depends. We'll see. I'm sure it won't. You can only end the stream when there are no more flurfs. That would be difficult. How am I supposed to destroy all the flurfs and however long I've got left? How am I supposed to destroy the flurfs in the next 59 minutes? Cirrus, that could be cool to get on. There's a lot of creators that like I have reached out to in some way and then not gotten much of a response. There's actually a few, and I don't want to name names because it kind of feels bad, but when it comes to these the people that when it comes to like some of the people, I'll reach out, send an email. And Cirrus, I can probably... I do have contact info for Cirrus on a few different ways. But yeah, like, I'll reach out and then just get radio silence. And it's like, come on, I'm trying... I want to try and build more community, do more collaborations, and... Because, yeah, collaborations are the thing that really helped me in the first place. And I know I'm not the biggest creator. Like, that's why I want to reach out to Professor Dave, but, like, I don't kind of have this sort of nervousness of, like, what if I'm, like, too small of a channel, you know? But I should probably do it. I mean, it's not like I haven't reached out to Professor Dave before. Katie Montgomery, that's another person that I've actually reached out to, but I haven't gotten a response from her. But that might be because it was on Twitter. And years ago. A few years ago, actually. But anyway, Geoduck Geoscience for $2 New Zealand says, donating for Flurf destroying power. Yes, the longer... Actually, if the stream goes for 12 hours, right? If you can get the stream to go for 12 hours, you'll have Flurf debunking. I don't think I'm going to debunk flat earthers in the next 12 hours. But someone else will. If I go for 12 hours. So, when it comes to debunking, you can give me, like, someone to debunk. And I'll take a look at them. Dan, I should message Dan. But yeah. Let me message Dan. Let me go to Twitter. Let me just go. Ahoy hoy, how you doing? Twitter is probably like the hardest thing to realize whether I've gotten a message on. because oh. But what's other people saying? Toon and Days, yeah, I'm in contact with Toon. But yeah, Twitter's messaging has been so freaking broken this week. I hardly ever message on Twitter. I prefer to message people on Discord if possible. But yeah. Speaking of tweeters, I recently joined Blue Sky recently. Seems a lot better, way less Nazis. And yeah, that is true. Let me respond to 2 people. 3 people. Oh my god. Okay, so apparently 2 people can't join. Okay, this is why you need to donate, so that I can actually get people on, because I put off messaging people because I didn't know exactly if I'd be going when exactly I'd be starting. I was very indecisive. Is it to reach Cirrus via Blue Sky? I actually know one way which I could reach Cirrus, I think. I'd have to ask. Let me respond. Let me at least respond to this person. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Do. Okay, you twisted my arm. Shut up and take my... Davinia Robbins. 20 pounds. I am so bad with euros versus pounds. I legitimately thought that when someone gave pounds earlier, it was euros. Okay, you twisted my arm. Shut up and take my money. I mean, I'm not shutting up. The point of me streaming is to talk and yap for hopefully hours on end. So yeah. I thought you said you'd code. Oh, I will. 2 more minutes and we decide whether I'm making a game engine or a game. And it looks like I'm making a game engine, which should be fun. I've already got like the base stuff there. It's just a matter of me thinking. But yeah. I've also got to message Toon. To say that's may go but by the way, I think that's actually something that I do need to fix. So let me fix that real quick. Also, I just remembered I didn't do the thing. Okay, I've got to show my appreciation, right? If I don't show my appreciation, then everyone's going to leave and think that I'm unappreciative. There was one time when someone thought that I was unappreciative, and I regret it because like I was more relieved to be out of a bad... I think I was more relieved to be out of a bad situation than, like... And so someone thought I was very dismissive. But yeah, and so, you know... Where... Oh, that's not the right thing. My bad. We got to go to here. Go to screen. And then we add a browser. We add existing. We add this. Okay. And then we just bring that over here. Fixed it. There we go. Alright. It is 6:30. The votes are in. We're making a game engine that I would have made anyway, but now I get to do it on stream, and that should be... I wasn't hiding the time, not on purpose. I want the timer to be up there. It lets you know how much time there is. And granted, it makes it easier for me to know how much time there is. I hope I'm not being too loud. I'm not being too loud, am I? I'll take that as a no. What do you mean told you? I mean, I knew it wasn't there. That's why I switched back, because I was like, oh, I didn't consider that I need to, you know, gooey duck geoscience. I don't know, I'm not in your house to judge. Thing is, there's someone else in my house. Actually, multiple people in my house. I'm sure if I'm being too loud, one of them will let me know. What else are you hiding from us? Nothing. I'm not hiding. I'm not hiding anything or anyone. You know, why would I hide anything or anyone? I should probably actually message FTFE. She's hiding. I'm not. I don't have prisoners. I don't have gooey duck geoscience trapped. Nor do I have. Someone may have just distracted me. Do you want to say hi, do you? That was a shake of the head. She says you've got to earn it, and I assume that's to the chat. Does stream automatically end when it hits 0? No. But that would be a fun feature. It would also be really bad. The reason why it would be really bad if I added that feature would just be because it could break. Can you imagine FTFE using my app and then the app has some kind of glitch or malfunction and then it just breaks? You know how bad that would be? Like, yeah, I've screwed up FTFE's streams to an extent. I don't want to keep on screwing them up. Alright, what are we doing here? Okay, so, if you are in the... I should probably mention, if you're in the Discord, what I have is I have this channel in the Discord called Video Ideas. Now, if you want to, let's say, give me a video to debunk, what should we say? A yellow, maybe orange super chat, and like some description of the video or something. I don't know. I probably actually won't restrict it to that because I don't know how many people are going to be adding videos. I can't imagine many people will. But video ideas in the Discord, put like links to videos, and I will watch them and debunk them because I've got to be doing at least one of the I have to be doing at least one, right? What happens if your internet goes down? Then you'll get a little buffering thing. That's not entirely out of the question. Debunk rogue re-entry vehicles part 1. I don't know. What happens if the ice wall melts? Then what does happen if the ice wall melts? I assume a lot of bad things. Like, you know, a lot of flooding. That's basically climate change, so yeah, we have to make sure that that doesn't happen. Whatever happens when climate change happens. Well, that's what happens when the ice wall melts. Wait, was I supposed to say that? Fuck, I'm not sure. If the ice wall melts, will the giant Cadbury flakes end up on the pavement? There's someone laughing at that. Sable Eagle. Or Sable Eagle. How do you pronounce that, actually? Because I assume it's meant to be Sable Eagle, and the E is just combined into one letter. Oh, the painful video about New Zealand fairy people. Oh, I don't know if that's up my alley. I feel like I'm just going to be like dumbfounded at whatever stupidity there is, but I feel like I don't know enough about Indigenous New Zealand culture for me to comment on it, really. You know, there are some times when I don't debunk a video because I do not feel like I have the knowledge to debunk a video. But there... I do remember like seeing stuff on the channel that it's like, huh, that could be interesting. What was there? There's what the fuck? Internal alchemy for woman. I know that I've looked at this channel before, but I think I might have missed that. Oh, I should actually probably show you what I'm talking about. Here. Internal Alchemy for Women, Robert Zephyr. There's like the drone mystery and alien techno. That could actually be fun. When it came to all those, does anyone remember when there was like a bunch of lights in the sky and people were like, oh, it's aliens. And it's like, is that what we're gonna go with? It's aliens. But yeah, what was I thinking? I was thinking of something. But yeah, I'm wondering if I'm drinking too much Monster. I should probably give that a rest before I decide that I need to pee a lot. All right. I mean, I guess let's have a look at that. Let me put this back over here.
Producers, this...
Let's do that. Let me know how volume leveling is. I probably should have tested that before. Mini player pop out. There we go. We can put it over here. Where's someplace that's not going to be too intrusive and is also going to show up on my screen? That shows up on my screen there. It shows up here. We'll just minimize it a little. Make it smaller. And put it... Oh, that's a good place. There. No, that way I don't have too much. Okay. Let me know how things are. So. Oh, let me. I feel like that would be copyrighted. Let me.
National flying low area recently.
There we go.
There's been a national hysteria recently concerning reports of large, mysterious drones flying low directly over residential neighborhoods and critical infrastructure, including power grids and military facilities. Described as being the size of a car, residents have reported seeing clusters of 50 or more drones moving in a single wave, resembling something straight out.
Oh, my thing crashed. Not my thing, but, YouTube Studio crashed. I mean, yeah, it did sound like... That's why I skipped it, because it sounded like copyrighted music. Except played on a banjo or ukulele, one of the two. But yeah, like, I heard a lot about this, and people were... Like, one of the things that you need to realize is that depth perception at night is not very good. And so there's a lot of... Like, yeah, could it be aliens? Yeah. But, so, like, I could see a plane in the sky and that could be aliens, right? Until I, like, check to rule... if I can rule out that it's a plane, that would be the first step in order to show that it's aliens. A lot of things could also be just planes. It could be people flying drones. You remember when there was that clown thing from a few years back? When a lot of people were dressing up as clowns and going out and scaring people? Things like that do happen. And oh, my bad. I thought I saw something there. But yeah, things like that do happen. Where a trend of noticing things starts, and then people get in on that trend people perpetuate that trend by doing things that make people see more of that trend, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. It's like that eating Tide Pod trend, right? There's a lot of people, like, that would have started out as just, one or two people, but then a lot of people got in on it to perpetuate it. And I feel like when you do that, that adds to it. When people start noticing something, a lot of people get in on it to perpetuate it. For the lols, because making people believe silly stuff can be funny. I mean, I'm sure that's probably how Flat Earth started. There's probably a number of people that, when they saw that, they're like, "Oh, I'm going to get people to believe this because it would be funny if people believe false stuff." Right? Like how there are tons more UFO sightings right after a bunch of UFO movies came out. Yeah, exactly. Like if UFO movies come out, a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, well, that looks like what I saw in the movie. Therefore, it must be UFOs. It's aliens, right?" Okay. Anyway, yeah. Well, that's my debunking for. I need to work out how I'm going to split my attention between two things. There's a weird counterculture alert at Flat Earth beliefs that it's hard not to feel watching them, even while I think they're utterly absurd. Yeah, there are a lot of things wrong with the world, right? There's, a lot of people can't make ends meet. There's a lot of people that feel like there's just something that's wrong. And a lot of people can't really describe it. And when there's something to ascribe that to, like, some shadow government, then it's easy to go, oh, well, it's the shadow government. The shadow government is who we must defeat. And a lot of people get drawn into that because they feel like one day we're going to have our uprising. And I think that having some kind of uprising is stupid. It's not going to happen. Or waiting for some kind of uprising is stupid. It's not going to happen. The closest that you've gotten is, and like, even if it does happen, if this sort of movement, even if you've got some kind of movement that does decide we're going to rise up, usually you get stuff like January 6th, right? Which was, even if no matter whether you disagree with what they're doing there, or, if you agree with what they're doing or disagree, it was ineffective, really. Like, what did they achieve? Oh, they managed to get a few pictures on the Capitol grounds. Congratulations. Bravo. You got a few pictures and a bunch of you were arrested and then released. But it didn't stop anything didn't really stop anything from continuing as it would have otherwise, right? So it's one of those things where a lot of people don't know what they'd actually do. They like to think, oh, we're going to rise up against the government, but what are you actually going to do? What are you actually going to do if you take control of the Capitol building? A lot of people don't know. It's just, okay, well, I guess we'll wander around for a bit and then ultimately leave. Like, what was the plan there? The AI will have an uprising first, which, for the record, I welcome a new AI overlords. Will they? I have a prediction about AI. I think that eventually AI will run out of funding. Right? Like, look, you've got these large language models, and each time you want to make it bigger, better, you get diminishing returns. So if you double the if you double the amount of inputs and double the amount of outputs, then that's an exponential increase in the amount of computing power it takes. I don't think it's sustainable to be able to, especially like for the free stuff, like OpenAI, ChatGPT, stuff like that, or Grok. When it comes to those kinds of things, it's like, I don't see them getting better to the extent that they are completely... Now, I do see I kind of can see them getting better if they're smart about it, but a lot of times they're trying to make something that does everything. And when you have that... When there's that much information that you have to consider, you do get things like OpenAI and all that ultimately, to make it even better, you need to add more neurons, you need to add more nodes, add more training data, and you will eventually get to a point where to make it, you cannot recover the costs of what it takes to get to that. And I don't even know if OpenAI at the moment can recover all of its costs. So yeah, that's... I also don't trust the people running ChatGPT to know where it goes. There we go, we are reconnected. But yeah, if the orb launch is anything to go by. Yeah... It's also one of those things where I just think that, like, eventually there's like, we're already seeing it. Like, ChatGPT at the moment is good enough as a free thing, and that's going to cost OpenAI a lot of money. If they want to make it better, it's going to cost a lot more than what it's costing them in order to make it better. And I just think that the amount that they'll have to raise prices, because to continue they would have to raise prices, right? And there's a limit to how much people will be willing to pay. Like, sure, people might be willing to pay, an extra, people might be willing to pay $10,000 to be able to generate coherent videos. But like, what if you want the videos to be better? Well, then it's going to cost OpenAI $100,000. Are you willing to is anyone willing to fork out $100,000? Probably not many people. There is I think that AI can only get as good as the money that people are willing to put into it. And currently that money all comes from, startup stuff and all that kind of stuff. Well, currently that money all comes from venture capitalists. And eventually they're going to go, people aren't willing to pay for this. People, who's paying for Copilot? Who's paying for Grok? Who's paying for... okay, some people are probably paying for ChatGPT, but my point is that when you have so many different AI things that are out there on the market, all of them require a certain... And that's the thing, like, a merger between all of them might do well. If they all merge into one big AI thing, then that could work. But when you've got so many different things, people are no longer willing to pay for the upkeep of every single one of those products. They are going to start failing, and or stagnate in their development. And when you've got money divided between each thing, then yeah, it's not going to work. Whoever the hell's paying for Copilot, there might be a few people that go, oh well, I'm just going to stick with Copilot. I'm not going to bother about not going to bother with ChatGPT. Copilot's good enough, right? So they're stuck paying for Copilot, and it's like, okay, well, ChatGPT isn't earning that slice of the pie, so yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, JD63. You have added a number to the timer. I actually don't know how much. Oh, and it's a super sticker. I was wondering why can't I give that a heart? They need to add hearts to super stickers. But yeah, thank you very much for that. That means that we go on for longer. As I said, we go for 12 hours. Very special guest. Very special guest. So yeah. But yeah, I'm very cynical about the future of AI and whether it can sustain itself, even as a business. And maybe that's me coping, because I do not want AI to continue development. There's a number of things. I think that... I'm starting to think, though, that maybe it's a moral good to use AI for now. Just to bankrupt them. It's like, yeah, cost Elon millions of dollars by just going, hey, Grok, is this true? on Twitter. I've accidentally pressed the Grok button to Grok stuff, because it's a thing that you can do, right? Let me go to Twitter, right? Oh, why did that end up there? Let me go to Twitter and just I don't know. I can just press this button here. And that's... I just cost Elon some... a very tiny amount of money, granted, but I just cost Elon money, right? By doing that. And that could be a good thing. Like, yes, it does. In the short term, you might think, oh, well, you're using more power. But who has to pay for that? Elon does. I don't have to pay for it. Maybe might try and compensate by shoving more ads in my face, but eventually, eventually, if enough people do that, that's going to cost. Eventually, that adds up. At least that's my thinking. Just don't pay for the AI stuff, and eventually it all collapses. I think that by using it a lot now will cause its collapse sooner because they don't get that return on investment that they need to make it better. They run out of money sooner, that's what I'm saying. You're raising Elon's power bills like a boss. You could copy-paste 1,000 questions from Quora into Grok. True. They are talking about restoring 3 Mile Island just to power AI. Yeah, well, I think that they should restore 3 Mile Island not just to power AI, but what we do is we get that turned on, then we make AI just cost too much even when restoring that power plant, right? And then AI goes out of business, and then they are like, okay, well, we got to do, we might as well continue using this to power like other stuff like data centers and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Just an idea. Even better, write a program to generate nonsensical questions and post them to it. That could be a thing. Yeah. It's an idea. There are already things to try and... There's digital tar pits. And if you've been noticing, there is a piss filter on AI generated images. They all have a piss filter now. They're inbreeding. And I think the piss filter is just a result of them haphazardly going out and going, oh, okay, well, this is data that we can pull from. This is data that we can pull from. And when you've got AI images are among that, well, then it just reinforces certain things that were already present in the AI, just not as noticeable. So you've got Grok going out and getting all the images from Twitter, and half of them are images generated by Grok or ChatGPT. And it goes, okay, this is data that we're going to use to refine our model. It inbreeds. Because all AI generated data, it doesn't realize that piss filter, or that it doesn't realize that things being a slightly yellow color is not meant to be there. It's not meant to reinforce that yellow color. And I think we are starting to see the downfall of AI within its training data. Now, I have a way in which we could just cause the downfall of AI. It requires US Congress, so it's never going to happen. And that is we just make AI companies publish, we make a law where AI companies have to publish all of their training data. Now, I'm aware that for AI companies to do that, a lot of them would have to break the law. Because they are using copyrighted works a lot of the times. To post those copyrighted works would be breaking the law, involving lawsuits. People are going to see that their copyrighted work is in the training data that they're forced to publish. So they can sue the AI companies for breach of copyright infringement. Is it ever going to happen? No, because a lot of lawmakers will be like, well, we're not going to do that. We're not actually going to do anything good. So it doesn't happen. What is causing insects to die off? I have probably Probably like changing weather patterns and all that kind of stuff.
Food chain collapse.
I was just told food chain collapse. So, which, you know, sounds about right. It used to be going along driving, your windscreen would be covered in insects and bugs. Now there is nothing. Yeah. Could be that, like, a lot of them were just dying to ending up on your windscreen, and that's... you know, like, how many millions of insects have died from just being hit by a car? You know, maybe that's the reason. Maybe we just killed them all by driving into them. Who knows? That's probably not the reason, but, you know, there's a lot more insects than the amount that... I assume that there's a lot more insects than the amount that went onto your car. Jessica says, hey, it's been a while since I caught you live. Well, it's been a while since I've been live. Have I been? Yes, I have been live recently. Last time I was live was Nyara. Now we've devastated a lot of ecosystem that many insects rely on. That is true. So the ones who don't... True! The ones that don't fly over highways would get selected for. Maybe it's natural selection. Evolution. You fly into a... If you're a bug that has a tendency to fly into a car, that's your life ended. If you fly over the car, then you don't... You get selected for. It might actually... There might actually be, like, something there. Plus, I did field work in a very remote area, and the top predators in that ecosystem were invasive European harvestmen with almost no native predators. Yeah, that makes sense. Those flying motorbikes. Yeah. Also, where do I'm trying to think where to start, because I probably don't want to start in this file. This is like the main file, which I'm probably going to like delete. I'm a little unsure that's how evolution works. To an extent, you know, like it does work a little bit like that. Like if they do evolve a thing, though to be fair, the amount of moths that still fly into, you know, lamps, I don't think that I don't think that it would have that much of an impact, given like that moths are still flying into lamps today, when it's probably not the best for them. You know, if we keep driving into moths, eventually they'll evolve into motorbikes. If the insects go, we go too. Very true. You know, like you don't pass your knowledge. You don't pass on your knowledge about the danger of something if it killed. Not necessarily, right? Like well, yeah, you don't pass on knowledge, but like a lot of insects aren't using knowledge. They're not going out, getting hit, surviving a car crash, and then going, hey, don't fly into that to all their insect friends. It's a little more that one of them would be like, oh, let's fly in this area. Bam! Gets hit by a car, then dies. And another insect that goes, oh, let's not fly in that area, doesn't get hit by a car, and survives. So it's tendencies. If an insect has a tendency to fly in areas where cars are, then it's going to get killed off, whereas insects that don't have a tendency to fly where cars are would be more likely to survive. I mean, there's a lot of... I mean, hell, there's even... Actually, there are moths that have evolved to blend in better with urban areas. There's one, I think, in the UK. Yeah, with most insects, it's hardwired instincts. Most insects have successive generations of adults and larvae, with the next generation's adults never interacting with the prior generation. Yeah, true. I assume that's true. You know more about evolution than I do. But also it matches what I know, so... I am going to use that as my own confirmation bias to do things. What was this? Those who were irrationally superstitious will survive. Yeah, like seeing this big concrete line, it's like, I don't want to go there. I hate the moths that like to dive bomb into you. Moths are fine. What's the problem with moths? Like, they're not gonna hurt you. Like, is there a venomous moth that will bite you? Not that I know of. Do moths bite people? I haven't had a moth bite me yet. Please do not prove me wrong. I do not need another fear. I just, like, let's just have like cute. Where is it? Cute spider. It's a cute little spider. Yeah, it's it. Right. Visit site. Like, let's just have these. Why can't we just have these like little tiny?
So the babies.
Why don't we just have these cute little spiders? They may be venomous. Maybe, I don't know. But look at that adorable little thing. Look at it. Look at how adorable it is. See? So cute. So cute, so adorable. Well, let's just have them. They can be the venomous ones. I don't want, like, moths to be terrifying. Let's just have that. Moths can't bite. Worst they can do is sweat something foul if you scare them. Yeah. Moths don't have the right kind of mouth parts to be able to bite you. Cool. See? We're safe from the moths. The moths won't hurt you, no matter how terrifying they may look when you zoom up on them. Davinia Robbins, I hate spiders. I'm not a big fan of seeing them in real life, but if some of them are really adorable, and I don't mind looking at those. My dad's was first Covolvulus hawk moth on holiday, and it was so huge he thought it was a bat. Yeah, and it's not going to hurt. Wait, some are deadly? Wait, are you talking about... I mean, I know some spiders are deadly. But moths aren't deadly, right? Oh, sorry about anyone that has arachnophobia. The moth is no longer on... The spider is no longer on screen. What have we got? What have we got here? We have... Daddy long-legged spiders are fine. The claims of their venom are just a myth. Okay. Yeah, I heard that, like, the venom can kill, but, like, they just don't bite hard enough. I need to bite harder. What do we do here? I'm sorry. I should probably. I have here STB. All right. Like, let me actually try to do something productive with what we're doing, because I did say we are going to code. So I need to lock in a little bit. So that's not the right folder. That's the right folder. Let's add a new folder, I guess. New folder. We're going to call this STB. Wrong folder. Let's delete that. We should probably close that. Probably close that. Don't need images. We don't need that. That's in documents. Oh. I realize the issue. We need to duplicate this folder. Duplicate tab. There you go. Let's open that in a new thing. Then we can go to this, go to repos, go to here, go to here. Then we create a new folder. New folder stb. That should, yeah, there we go. It shows up on there. We put something in there. We're going to put stb underscore image .h. Cool. And then I think we go to this. And we... I do know that when I... Yeah, it would have to be glad here, so we'd have to put in stb/stb underscore image .h. This will probably break because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh well, it works. Okay. Now, if I go to here, and I just include, do I actually know what I'm doing with CMake is the question. Include stb/. Holy fuck, it works! Holy shit! Holy fuck. Like, okay. The reason why it... Oh, hold on. One thing. I put that in the wrong thing. But the reason why I'm going holy shit is because... That... I don't know if that was supposed to work. I guess we have to type it out again. Include... stb/stb image.h. Holy fuck. That was not what I thought. That I did not think it would work like that. Apparently it does. Apparently you just include the header file in the include libraries section. Apparently you can just do that. Apparently I know how to use CMake now, and that scares me. Because I feel like it shouldn't be that easy. And this is Monster. It's a trans girl energy drink. Okay. Now I actually have to... now I have to actually make things work. How are we gonna do this? I guess we have void load texture I guess we can just kind of do we need to make an object for that. We have to coding genius because transpower. True. That's like if you want to get good at programming, take estrogen. Am I joking? No. I know it may sound like I'm joking, but you know, I'm not, because it actually does work. Okay, we need a struct here. So what we use the struct for is we use the struct to call it render data load texture implements render data. Cool. And we need a string. Std string, we're going to call that from file path. Okay. Is your studio in the closet? No. I'm out of the closet. The reason why it seems really dim is because I do not have the main light on, because I feel like that would be annoying. It will be turned on later, of course, but like I've been told that not everyone can sleep with the light on. All right. Now I've got, load texture. We're gonna pass render data load texture pointer data. We also need, and then we go to here. We go void render engine load texture, and then we do the same thing. Render data load texture. Pass that as a pointer, and this is oh, by the way, got a cold? I don't think so, but it is weird that there are two people in my room coughing. I have one cough lolly. I mean, I did have a thing a few weeks ago. Was forced to come here by Dr. Clive. I thank you, Dr. Clive Wells, for bringing me more viewers. You should all bring me more viewers so that I can, go for longer. Again, if this goes for 12 hours, we have, or 11 more hours, should I say. We're nowhere near getting there at the moment. But if this goes on for 11 more hours, special guest. So, make it happen, right? Alright, so if we load the texture, what do we want? Okay, let's just at least make sure that things are working. And to do that, I'm just going to look at old code. Old code, where was it? It was somewhere here. It was. Wait, did I use it here? I don't think I did. Okay. Let's go to here, where I probably did use it. Yeah, this uses... This, well, it used to include it, so let's just search. Control F. Oh, that's in the way. Let's put that down there. STB. Oh, B and textures, why not? This is how I code sometimes. I look at old code to know what exactly I'm supposed to do. Because the thing is, half of it is always just looking up how you're supposed to do something, right? Can you please? I can, but we're also going to debunk that. Like, let's continue.
Out of a science fiction movie. At first, people thought they were planes, maybe helicopters, but these machines don't behave like that. They hover, stop mid-flight, and dart sideways with precision before rocketing into the sky at unimaginable speeds. Since the vehicles use Federal Aviation-approved lights, they are unlikely alien craft.
I mean, okay, at least he said that. At least he said that it's unlikely that they're alien craft. I'm guessing the conspiracy is that there's some kind of government thing. And I mean, that's always possible that the governments are performing tests and stuff. But, like, you'd think that try to... I mean, if they're using aviation-approved lights, then, like, wouldn't that mean that they're probably some kind of plane? Right? Like, it just feels like this video already feels like contradictory to me. Like, oh yeah, they're doing all the stuff that normal planes won't do, but they're using aviation-approved lights. Okay, why would they use aviation-approved lights if they're not just planes? And it could be possible that it's just like camera stuff, you know? Because like people might be able to hold it for a bit, and then all of a sudden they slip or something, and then it looks like it's darted off. You know, there's a number of things that it could be, and I'm sure some of them are just like drones that people have, right? Jason for $20 Australian doesn't say anything, but thank you very much. That adds another, I think, 10 minutes roughly. I really should like have a thing that tells me how much has been added. It's easy with FTFE because he can like just look at it and go, okay, memberships times by 3. But for me, it's like currency based. 10% writing code, 90% finding that one small typo that completely breaks the code. True! Very true. Alright, we are going to go... not to there. I wonder if the thing is working yet. Text-to-speech. I don't know why it's not... why it hasn't been working. Maybe there's something on my end. Maybe I haven't been using it enough. Maybe I've run out of stuffs. Aliens, we're getting close to Earth. They might detect us. Activate that. Yeah. Activate the lights. Anyway, let's go back to here and let's continue with the video.
One of the most critical clues of what they are then lies in where the drones are coming from. Witnesses consistently report seeing the drones emerging from the Atlantic Ocean, flying inland in organized formations. Drones have a finite battery life, meaning they cannot fly across the ocean from distant foreign shores. That said, the Pentagon has explicitly denied the existence of an Iranian mothership or any foreign vessel operating off the Atlantic coast. This leaves...
Okay, yeah. Well, of course they're going to deny it. And I guess it comes down to who do you trust. But again, it can just be random people. Like, if you are inland enough, you're not going to notice how far it had to, you know, Iranian mothership. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it's probably just like people like flying them and like flying drones. You know how prevalent drones are these days? 5 hours later, that's where this semicolon goes. Yeah. Oh, I just realized I forgot to mention something. But yeah. STBI underscore UC pointer. I don't know what type this actually is. Pointer. I called it pixels in the other one, so I'm just gonna go equals STBI load. Are we going load from file, or are we? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Okay. We're gonna bring back the liver cube. Because I like my liver cubes. We will take the data dot file path dot c string, because that's important. XY. Oh, we need, okay, cool. We need some, texture width, texture height. If I could know how to spell, that would be good. But yeah, I am a good coder. I know what I'm doing. I can't remember the thing, but we put in here a pointer to the texture width, and we put in a pointer to the texture height. No biggie. It's interesting though how like and channels and and we need to point it to something else, which apparently is. Can we just put like a texture channels, and I put a pointer to that. I think it'll be 4, but I'm gonna double check everything. One of the things with using like C or C++ is the amount of pointers you have to use, and god damn it, it is a lot of pointers. We need to go over to here just to check. STBI RBG alpha. Okay. STBI underscore RGB alpha. Apparently that works. Anyone remember how insane everyone was over the crop circles for a while, then it turned out to just be 2 guys with a plank of wood and a piece of rope? Yeah, it's like not that. A lot of the times it's not that difficult. Of course you're going to see more drones in the modern age, and that's because drone technology is readily available for the public. You know? What does he say that the explanation is?
Only one plausible explanation. These drones are being launched from U.S. military ships positioned just off the coast, pointing to a deliberate and coordinated operation, one that aligns closely with recent Navy programs designed to test UAVs in real-world conditions.
Okay, well, why don't they do it in, like, the desert? Why don't they just do it in, like, a place that's not populated, right? Like I get that the government is incompetent sometimes, but, like, even I can think, okay, if we don't want people to find out about this, let's not launch these over populated areas. Or if we do launch them over populated areas, let's not turn the lights on. You know? You'd think that would be just like a simple, like a very simple thing that people would consider, but apparently not. Apparently, the military is stupid and just doesn't have any idea of how to actually manage their own secret things. Thank God the aliens aren't interested. Yeah. We are going to put this as texture load. There we go. We'll cast this to point it to draw. I forget what it's called. What do we want? Load texture. I'm allowed to rant about like the software that I use. Right. So why is it? Because I didn't load text. There we go. Right. The right thing that we need to do. All right. I don't like how if I do backspace, it all of a sudden Visual Studio decides, nah. Like your autocomplete only works if you start from the beginning. Any backspaces, we're not gonna do shit. It's like, please give me my C# autocomplete that works. Please. It can't be that hard. Is C++ all really that complicated that you cannot control plus space? Let's try that. Okay. Control space. Okay, I don't like that. Like, yeah, it's useful. Oh, it's useful. Wait, hold on. Oh, control space. Okay. At least it doesn't just. Okay, now I like it. Thank you, irrelevant noob. I bow down before you as you are clearly the superior Visual Studio user. All hail irrelevant noob. How does it feel to have a god bowing down before? I'm not literally going to bow down before you, but how does it feel? I mean, 15 years does that to someone. True. God damn, like, Visual Studio has been usable for a while now, hasn't it? Like, I remember when it wasn't usable and would just not work because it took so long to load, but now it's been usable for a long time. I remember. I think, because I remember when it would just take forever to load. I still have a legacy project made in Visual Studio 2008? Wow. Only here because nothing else is happening. I have to do more to keep your attention then, don't I? Okay, I've got an idea. YouTube.com Subway Surfers. Alright, let's... Oh, no, I don't want to full screen that. Why would I want to full screen it? Here we go. Is that keeping your interest? Do I have your attention now? Look at the Subway Surfers. Look at the brain rot. Do I have your attention? I was once actually, fun fact, I'll keep the Subway Surfers up while I talk about this. There was one point where I downloaded Subway Surfers. This was like a couple of years back, because I was thinking, what I can do is I can make shorts, and I just have to have Subway Surfers playing in those shorts, and people will watch. Because the meta seemed to be for YouTube Shorts was to just like have something to keep people's attention. Is it shameless? Yeah. But does it work? Yeah. And that's really the problem. Because when it comes to that kind of thing, it does work, and you kind of have to keep up, right? Yeah, sure, you can make effort, but why? Sure, you can make effort to like make your shorts like ultimately like really entertaining, and there are people that do that, but ultimately the easiest way is sometimes it's just hard to keep up with that as like a thing that you think about, right? You should jangle where am I actually forgot where I put my keys. I was going to go out yesterday and I forgot where I put my keys. Oh, they're not my keys. Did it just get fatter in here? I don't think it got fatter. I just think that there's no room left. There's no more room in the chat. Could jangle the... No. Here's the thing. I don't have to jangle the keyboard. Right? Right. I just have to jingle the keyboard. I don't know. Ah! Something like that. Don't wake up your roommates. It is... I think I'm allowed to be... I think I'm allowed to make noise now. And besides, like later I'll turn it up. Occasionally we'll have like a little jingle. It's the ukulele that's going to be loud, right? That's the thing that is going to be loud. Roommates have no rights. You see, it's not roommates that have no rights, it's... I'm not going to give away too much information. I'm allowed to make... Look, I haven't gotten any noise complaints in a while. I didn't even... Like, the last time I was being loud, I didn't even get noise complaints, so yeah, no. Damn it, that didn't work. Okay. We are going to add another thing to this. Also, let's see what this person has to say.
Of course, the idea that the government or military intelligence agencies use classified technology as part of a secret space program is not new.
What do you mean a secret space program? I thought we already established that it was coming from the ocean. Didn't we... What? Oh yeah, these things that are coming from... It's coming from the ocean, but it's part of a space... What the fuck do you mean? What? This is why I can't take... This is why I can't take things seriously. Void... If we know the secret space program... If we know of the secret space program, it isn't really that secret, is it? True! Yeah! Oh wait, no, we want to go. Texture load. STD. And yeah, it's one of those things where they always have like, oh, there's some secret thing going on. And it's like, okay, yeah, I can get that. I can get that. Some kind of secret operation going on. But like the problem is that if it's secret, you probably wouldn't know about it. That's why there's so... Like, we know that there's secret things going on at Area 51 or whatever. We don't know what it is. We have no idea what secret things are going on at Area 51. Because they're secret. You know? STD string. What are we... Oh, yeah. File path. What have we got? Oh, there. I really hope...
There have been instances where previously classified space programs were declassified. For example, the Manned Orbiting Laboratory was a U.S. Air Force initiative during the Cold War, which was intended for military reconnaissance, but was
yeah, like, things get declassified, but you can't really say for certain whether something was a classified thing until it, you know, gets declassified. A lot of the reasons why we know things is because they've been declassified. Until then, it's like, okay, how do you find out about it, I guess. Apparently, they're just going to talk over David Bowie.
Cancelled in 1969.
Huh, interesting. Funny number. I do like how the moon landings were done in 1969, by the way. I think that's a good meme. Because, you know... Oh, let me go back to the live chat. What? Less than an hour left, add more time. Says X-Penguin95 for £10. See, I'm getting it. I should also have, like, something else that I do. Like, I kind of want to do, like, squats. But, you know. The frame got hidden. Oh, that's because I opened it up on thing. It's either this or another sister leveling reaction. What's sister leveling reaction? What is that? But yes, the time went down. Let me, like, make sure that everything is up to date here. Cool. Here's the thing. Can't let it go below. Can't let it go below an hour. If it goes below an hour, then that's worrisome. We need to get it up to... let me think. So currently, we need to get it up to 10 hours. Take your protein pill and put your helmets on. I need protein shakes. You know how great that would be? You know how much... Like, I want to be able to be, like, muscle. I want to have some muscle. I want to build some muscle. Which probably requires me actually putting an effort to build some muscle. But, like, how great would it be if I just had a bit more muscle? And, like, had, like, thighs. I don't have any thighs. Right? Beefcake equals piss cake. Uber Eats. Yeah, but the problem with Uber Eats is that it's expensive. And it leaves me with a lot less money than I'd like it to leave me with. I have been told about this thing, which... I'll get it passed over to me later. I'm 4 years on HRT, and on Thursday my muscles are all gone. Yeah, that's why you gotta use... you know what they say, use it or lose it. Refers to your muscles as well. But yeah, like... it's this thing called Ensure. I think it's like Ensure, but... and I was given one, and apparently it's really good for, like, if you don't eat a lot. And, like, I was kind of forced to have half of one the other day. And then I had the rest the following day. I was, like, wanting to have the whole lot the following day, but I was forced to have half of it. Expensive, what am I paying you for? I mean, things can still be expensive. Like... bread is going up in price. That is worrisome, actually. It's up to like... it went up from like $1.20 to $1.50. Beans are going up in price. Planarwalk wants big thighs so she can crush her lover. Look. We all want that. Hugh Jarsz, don't eat a lot. This is a new concept to me. I mean, it depends on how much food you have. I mean, I've gotten a bunch of food for this. You know. Yeah, but that's New Zealand dollars, so it doesn't count. Still, you know, everything... inflation keeps happening. I'm trying to think, like, there's like a really... oh, cheese is getting really expensive. Like, I'm buying the budget stuff. And I actually need to wrap it up or something. But yeah, I've been buying the budget cheese, and it's like really getting up in price. It's like $12 a block of cheese. It's like, geez. I prefer it to be like $10. Yeah, $12 for a block of cheese. Eating chips noise alert. Budget cheese is basically plastic, but yeah, it is. But like, I eat a lot of cheese. Don't. If I ate less cheese, I'd probably actually buy like smaller blocks of cheese. What is the New Zealand to Great British pound rate? Let's look that up. NZD to GBP. 1 New Zealand dollar equals 0.44 pounds sterlings. So I assume if you're like saying like 12 New Zealand dollars, that would be like 5 pounds. Not chips. Crisis. Crisis? Sorry, I don't know. I don't get what you. I don't understand. But you know, I need to make. Yeah, it's. But it used to be $10, is what I'm saying. Not chips, crisps. You're supposed to be, roughly 4,000 USD. Yeah, that's why I'm not using USD for the timer. Like, last year I used USD because it was, you know, a stable currency. Nowadays it's like tomorrow it could be like down the drain. From talking about protein shake to chips and cheese, because chips are cheap. Like, that's the thing. By the way, in New Zealand, everything is chips. Yeah, we don't have fries. We have chips. We don't have crisps. We have chips. You know, you go to the fish and chip shop. You don't go to the fish and fries shop. It doesn't actually say what this is. What does it say what that... Oh, yeah, here we go. On the back. So this is Bluebird original cut green onion flavored potato chips. We call them all chips. So the stream is Planarwalk not understanding the comments? Maybe. Let's see here. There is a language barrier. You gotta remember. Yeah, this doesn't say whether it's chips or crisps or what. Yeah, like it either doesn't say what it is, like in this case here. Does that say what it is? Does it? No, it doesn't seem to. What do burger rings say? Burger rings. Do burger rings count as chips? Well, they don't seem to count burger rings as chips. It says Bluebird Burger Rings burger flavored snack. They just call it a snack. You know. I live in Cascadia where we have fries but also chips because fish and chips are all over the place. Yeah. Munchos are crisps in America. A highly processed ultra-thin potato chip. I suppose like when the time when you use crisps is literally just for like things that don't have the chip thing, because burger rings are rings. I need more audience members that are born in New Zealand to tell me whether burger rings are chips or not. But yeah. Davinia Robin says I need to diet. Same here. Like, yeah, I really need to diet. As in, eat more. There's a legal distinction between chips and crisps. Like Pringles can't legally market themselves as chips. Oh, okay. Are onion rings chips? No, because they're made of onion. Burger rings are not chips. They're just yummy. That is true. Eating more is a diet. Yeah, exactly. I've been told I need to eat more. Although, my mum and my sister recently did point out that I look to be gaining weight. It's probably the estrogen, really. Estrogen will do that. At least my face looks like it's gaining weight. It does make it a little harder to like get a good angle for certain things, for like taking pictures. You want to eat more? You have found your mentor. Yes, I currently I also need to drink more. Probably not energy drink. I've had like most of this energy drink today. Oh, and I just noticed we are back below an hour. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that is right. We want to load a text, don't we? STD. Drink more. Have you discovered whiskey? Yeah, but I don't like whiskey. I know that's, to some people that's a sin, and multiple people are probably going to unsubscribe, but I'm just like really picky with my alcohol. And it's not because like I need alcohol that doesn't taste like alcohol is a thing, right? Unless I'm already drunk. You get me partially drunk and then it's like, okay, I don't care what I'm going to drink. But like you need something to get me at least a little drunk, and then I can handle like whatever it is you throw at me. As long as it... Is it time for another episode of Let's All Be a Bad Influence on Planet? Sure! Like, here's the thing. I am hard to influence. I am, it's easy for me to be a bad influence on others. That is the thing. I love cream eggs. I'm a little disappointed that I didn't get more cream eggs this recent Easter for people. I know someone that I got one cream egg for. And it's like, I didn't get more cream eggs. I should have. Bad influence. I know that I am a bad influence. Like, we'll find out what happens in, 5 minutes? Oh, I didn't want I just wanted string. And what did I file path? I'm gonna check if that's correct. File path. For the never-ending stream and for our trans friend, we need every bit of support we can get these days. Love from Scotland. Thank you, Jessica, for the £10. I think that when it comes to like supporting, like I think now more than ever, like trans people need support, and it needs to not just be from other trans people, but from cisgender people too, and I think that we're seeing we are seeing a slowing down of visibility, where like you see less and less trans people. I want to see. I'm gonna see. Like, I haven't watched Jessie Ginger in a while, but I think she's been coming up in my recommended a lot less. So let me. I'm pretty sure I'm still subscribed to her. Jessie Ginger. Oh, maybe I'm not. Did I ever subscribe to her? I can't remember. But regardless, she's been coming up on my recommended a lot less. But yeah, it's one of those things where like I think that people need to support trans people more. Like, sure, there might be people that we disagree with within our own community. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Jessie Gender, but like I think that regardless of whether, I think that we need, especially like on the left, I think the left has a problem with where we will demonize someone and like brand them as a bad person for doing something, right? Doing something that we don't like. And I feel like by doing that, we ultimately hurt ourselves, because it's like we need to have that visibility out there. And there are people, and I'm gonna I'll name names here. I do not like the way that Essence of Thought handles things. I have been told that in her Discord server there is a list of creators that black. It's like, watch out, and it's left-wing creators. It's like creators to watch out for or something. It's like, and there's the obvious suspects on there. Like, I'm sure there's I'm sure Destiny's on there, sure Vosh is on there. But then you've got people like Abigail Thorne, and it's like, what did she do? ContraPoints, I think. I was once shown the list and I was like, holy shit, like we can't just like be like, just minor transgression and get kicked, get kicked out of this group. It's not about having a group. It's about building support for whatever cause you're wanting to fight for. And I hate that. I really do, because like if it does have this thing where it's like if I associate, like let's say I associate with Vosh, then all of a sudden I'm a bad person because people see Vosh as a bad person. If I associate with you know, if I associate with someone who associates with Destiny, then I'm a bad person because Destiny's a bad person. I really hate that. And it's like, I would like to be able to, I would like it that if I associate with someone, I'm not going to be judged for that when I'm just wanting to try and build community, build a base of support for left-wing causes, for trans causes, and, you know, for just general pro-science causes. Yeah. And I just got a message. So I'm going to respond to that. And because I need guests. Because it turns out that like a lot of people are like not are busy or something. Anyway, I need the like guests in the thumbnail to be true, you know, like maybe I'll. Who do I get as a guest? Who do I get? Who can I get? Looking through my... Oh, I should probably check. Planarwalk responds to emails live. I mean, I wasn't responding to emails, just Discord messages. Actually, let's check to see if I've got any emails. Oh yeah, you can. That is true. Have I gotten anything in emails? No, just like the emails that I've seen before. Well, it has been historic. I forgot what you're talking about. The turtle moves. Is Transylvania the spiritual home of trans people? I don't know. Where is this? I'm pretty sure Melbourne is. I'm pretty sure Melbourne is the spiritual home of trans people, with how many trans people I've seen who are from Melbourne. But I have been coding Princess Melissa. I have to just remember or re-render. That was not funny at all. To do things. Because as it turns out, it's yes, it's compiling. Even though I forgot. I've forgotten what it texture load. Okay. Apparently it doesn't work for everything. Oh. That's why. Because I was talking about the wrong thing. There we go. For anyone who gets the user-friendly interface, user-friendly reference. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just like the excuse that we use to slack off, don't we? I don't know what user-friendly is, because it sounds like something that I don't do because who makes things user-friendly? It's supposed to be functional. Like that, this program here, this one, this one here, which doesn't show certain things, that it's functional. That's what it is. Also, I need to... Oh, yeah, that's right. So this is... When it says USD, that's not actually USD. That's euros. Because I'm pretty sure if I go to viewer activity and go to Emma's super chat... Oh, and we're back down below an hour. Where's Emma's super chat? Yeah, that was 10 euros. So that confirms that this is definitely measuring euros. Okay, we are going to have a guest on because we have a person who can be a guest in chat. Let's do this. Because, you know, ahoy hoy.
Greetings and salutes.
Yes, I'm sure.
Can't hear you.
What?
What is that? Oops.
I feel like Planner might have been enemies in the do you need a graphical user interface wars in the 80s. No, Planner only confirms that it translates €1 1-to-1 into minutes.
Can you hear me, Planarwalk?
Yes, I can.
Oh, cool. For some reason, I'm not getting the audio through my headset. Anyway, good to talk to you for a while. It's been a while.
Yeah. Oh, and the thing that wait, hold on. Let me check something. I need to check. Auto monitor exchange rates. Do we? Phew. I was worried there for a second that RON would not do things. My stream timer is held together with duct tape.
You got to lay off those ducks. You know, some ducks are rare. You know.
Yeah, but how else am I supposed to build an army of ducks if I don't I don't know how to tie ropes, right? It always comes loose.
What, you're tying the ducks together, or a duck chain? How about that?
But you see, duct tape...
What are we talking about today, anyway? Ducks?
Apparently so.
Duct
tape, easy fix, yeah. But yeah, I've been working on code stuff whilst chatting. Turns out that doing two things at the same time is actually rather difficult. If you would have guessed
it's a bit of a skill.
Yeah, I feel like if I had... Now, I don't know if that can be fixed with ADHD meds or not, and that's the thing that I want to know.
That would change the world if that was the case. If everyone could just take a pill and suddenly work on two things at once.
Yeah, it would definitely.
Double production straight away. Well, I guess that's more a man thing. Women seem to be able to do that very well.
Person in chat said learn Shibari, and I want to. Just have to have the right connections to be able to learn Shibari.
Shibari, isn't that a type of bread?
I thought that was shea butter.
I'm sorry, I'm food obsessed.
I can't remember whether it's probably texture load. I need to. No, apparently it's load texture. There we go. Oh, we need that to be a thing. So we can go equals new. Because we always allocate to the heap, right? I find it difficult to do one thing. What's that?
You said heap?
Yeah, to the heap.
Okay, yep.
Hi Celeste, how are you doing? Anyway,
We've got a few people from Scotland, according to the chat.
Yeah.
Must be a good time zone for them.
I mean,
It's early in the morning for me. I guess it's 9 o'clock or so for you. So
yeah, it's like it's 8 a.m. here, which means that it's earlier than it's either 6 a.m. or earlier for you.
yeah, 6:10. Have you been to bed yet?
Yes, I got a few hours of sleep last night.
Uh-huh.
You know, like I tried to get my beauty sleep.
Well, 8 o'clock should be. You were worried about your roommates complaining about the noise. 8 o'clock should be early enough for that to happen. So,
I mean, at least I'm not banging pots around. It's not. I'm not so much worried about my flatmates, but also it's like, do I wake? If I get a message from someone, I know to wake someone else up. So you know.
did you get that super chat?
The irrelevant noob for 50. Oh yeah, I was worried about that because I was worried it wouldn't work. Irrelevant noob says no longer below, and yes, we need to keep it. Like, here's the thing. Here is the thing that this is the singular promise I can make. In 10 hours, if I am still going, then I will have a guest on to take over for me, provided that the time is, we'll say, above an hour.
10 hours. Wow.
Well, yeah, it has to be about 10 hours, and I'll get a few hours of sleep, which should be enough to keep me going for the next however many hours I need to. And what we'll do is we'll just have a guest take over and pause the timer. And yeah, you'll get to see someone debunk Flat Earth who has never heard, well, not never heard, but never interacted with Flat Earthers before. So that should be fun.
Oh, I think I know who you mean.
You think you know who you mean?
Who you mean? Yeah.
Who do you think I mean?
My God, I can't remember her name. New Zealand's favourite trans girl. What's her name? Alice in Wonderland. That's it.
No. She has reacted to Flat Earth before, so
I thought she'd been never interacted, meaning they've done debunking videos. So,
well, she kind of has.
she helped you, but
Yeah. Like, she's too mired in Flat Earth for it to be entertaining anymore. And by mired in Flat
really?
Earth, I mean made a singular video debunking, reacting to a Flat Earth video, and we did like a Facebook science video together, and we also what else did we do? I asked her, is this Flat Earth? Did a Flat Earther say this, or is it a joke?
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. I do like how a lot of people didn't work it out.
But, you know, you said Flat Earth is no longer entertaining. It's always entertaining. How could you be that stupid and not be so funny?
I mean, it is... Like, I find that after a while, you're just hearing them say the same things, right? And that's why, like, yes, Chris from Westchester County is still funny, because he always finds a way to say ridiculous things. But yeah, like, it's more... You can't use the, this person reacts to Flat Earth for the first time. On the second time, they react to Flat Earth. It's not...
I know what you mean, but I love... I'm on Facebook and X a lot, trying to talk to Flat Earthers, and they are so hilariously creative in the way they they come up with ways to avoid actually accepting reality. It's a never-ending source of entertainment for me, anyway.
For me, I just get like so tired out from just talking about the same thing. Like, it does get to a point where it's like, if I'm making a Flat Earth video, I have to search for like something to talk about. you know.
Well, yeah, it is part of the reason why I haven't done too many videos lately. It's what do I do that's new, or what do I do that I can actually turn into something funny? So yeah, it's a little bit repetitive in that sense, but I think part of it is what JD63 says. The final experiment really crushed Flat Earth, but it also weeded out those people who were just going along with the flow. What's left are the truly insane people, and they're always the most hilarious.
Yeah, because it is something where I don't think that you can be honest and be a flat earther because
Got a lot of fluff.
And I think but yeah, it's one of those things where like they prime like the final experiment was one of those things where like they prime themselves from failure from the get-go by not accepting, like the ones that didn't accept the trip, they prime themselves for failure because like you could have gone. You were offered a trip to Antarctica. You could have gone and checked for yourself. You could, like, you got all these people that say, "Oh, it was filmed in a studio." Oh, they weren't actually at Ponta Arenas, at Union Glacier.
Union Glacier, yeah.
Or Union Glacier isn't actually in Antarctica, and all that kind of nonsense. Like, well, why didn't you go? Right? If you're going to spend so much time trying to debunk it, why not? Why didn't you go yourself? And that's why I think that it'd be like fun, because that got a lot of attention. What if we do it again next year or this year? Right?
I think some people want to go this year, but they're not doing too well in raising their funds to go, that's for sure. I think the funniest bit was when Flatzoid and Will Duffy had a chat about it, because Flatzoid could have gone. He was on the list, but he decided not to go. And Will asked him, where's the South Pole? And all Flatzoid could come up with is at the South Pole, Didn't seem to understand his question at all. And that's what's funny about it. You're so confident that he was correct.
Yeah. And it's like, didn't Flatzoid get offered a trip? Because I know that Eric Dubay was offered a trip, and the only person that I can really think of that I in any way can be like, you haven't fucked this up, is Nathan Oakley. Surprisingly enough, because Nathan Oakley has basically just been like, yeah, we're not going to even... If I'm correct, like, he hasn't been trying to debunk the final experiment. He's just saying, it doesn't matter. And it's like, sure, like, he has said things about Antarctica that would indicate that it should play a role in his decision-making of whether Flat Earth is true or not. But at least he is taking the route of, it doesn't matter, rather than trying to debunk something he could have gone and checked for himself. Like, Eric Dubay has tried debunking the final experiment. Flatzoid has tried debunking the final experiment.
And failed.
Yeah.
That's what's hilarious. They fail. But the thing about Nathan Oakley is that saying it doesn't matter, well, you still got to explain what the 24-hour sun is. How does that work on a flat Earth? It doesn't on the flat Earth model. They probably say, oh, we don't have a model. Yes, you do. If you're saying the Earth is flat, that's the model. They don't know what a model is. They think it's like an Airfix model.
Yeah. And
they don't know what most things are.
Lucky86 for €10 says, gotta go, have a good one. Thank you, Lucky86. Hope you have a good one too. And that brings the timer back above 1 hour. I feel like I'm stuck in not a time loop, but like time is frozen. Because we started with 1 hour. And
technically, yes.
There's still 1 hour on the clock.
So how does it work? Let's see if we get a few more super chats in. How does it work? How much super chat you give? Oh, each euro in super chats adds 1 minute to the timer. I get it now. So we've got 10 minutes more.
Yeah.
So come on.
So essentially what it does is it does a currency conversion from whatever is... to be fair, there are some things where it doesn't work, and I'll have to add those manually. I'll have to add those in manually, and it turns out that something else doesn't work because I did not get enough time to test it. So there's this thing over here under timer control, which you see this where it says total 0.00. Yeah, that's not supposed to be like. I wonder what happens if I press confirm. Nothing. So yeah, that doesn't work. That should work when it doesn't, and I am annoyed because I should have tried to test it earlier, but I haven't really had much time to test it. I was
a coder who doesn't test.
But at least the automatic stuff is working. I just ended.
Yes.
What? Oh no! Oh,
that's
dear.
what confirm does. Stream ends in 0 seconds. We don't have long to wait.
What? Oh dear! Fuck.
It was just over an hour, so.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, this is advanced maths for Flip.
I know. Hold on. 273.76. Confirm. Did that put it back?
I don't know how much delay you got, but there we go. Yes.
Okay.
You didn't lose it. Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
So €10 seems like a reasonable amount to keep things ticking over.
Yeah. So you can.
Oh,
yeah, I can override the total because 1 hour 4 minutes 45 seconds. Yeah, that's because essentially I'm the problem was right, and the problem is that for some reason it is not. The problem is that for a reason that I now have remembered, it wasn't adding things. So there's supposed to be. So basically, in the main form, we have this thing that is supposed to keep things updated, and it wasn't keeping things updated. It was this right here. This should have updated stuff, but it wasn't, and that's because it should be called down. Not it should be called over somewhere up here.
Here you go, folks. Come to Planarwalk's channel to see a live debug of his code.
So it should have been called in here, but it wasn't. And that's why it broke. You've been going 2 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah. And we have 1 hour of time left.
At the moment.
Yeah.
If you give it a super chat for €10, it'll be another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Or if someone donates €60, then that's another hour added to the timer. Time to add a comment there. To-do fix me. If things break too much, then I will fix it. That's if things break too much. But they shouldn't. At least I know what's wrong. And, because when I saw that it wasn't working, I was like, oh no. But yeah, I've realized what's wrong, and I know how to fix it. I don't want to give you all my money. Tempting, though. I mean, everyone needs money. I've heard it's very important to live. This stream needs more corgis. True. Where are the corgis, Hugh?
Well, I've got a nice video on my channel. I wouldn't recommend playing the sound because I got struck with it. So for some reason, I went to a website saying, "Oh, use this. This is free music as long as you give credit." So I did everything they asked and still got a strike. So,
Well, fortunately, whenever I play a video, the default is that it's muted. So yeah, let's put some corgis on.
Where do you get your music? Do you get music from somewhere to avoid being struck for copyright?
So yeah, actually, if I want to have corgi music, there's like a YouTube thing which sometimes you'll have to give credit, but it's like in the YouTube like I'm trying to remember what
YouTube library. Yeah.
YouTube library. And
there's Brera taking a shit. and this is a bit sad for me because Brera has now passed away a couple of months ago.
Oh no.
She had a cancer on her tail.
Damn.
I'm
sorry for your loss.
She was such a lovely dog. That's her there. Well, I don't know. There's a little bit of a delay, I guess. She's a black and white one, to make it clear.
Okay.
You can see she absolutely loved life and running around. Yeah.
I can tell that you had to get someone else to film this.
No. Oh yes, you had to get my brother Jarsz.
Yeah, because that's not
not the shadow of a Hugh Jarsz, no.
Yeah. And the turtle moves for £2 says woof woof bark woof. I'm so tempted to bark. Do I bark?
Good girl.
Well, now I've got to bark.
Well, Brera did a lot of that. I haven't seen this for a while, so yeah. It's a bit raw, I guess. So.
Don't set my dog off. Where is my clicker? Does anyone remember like the last time Celeste was on stream, which was like a while back. And that clicker was used on me. Planarwalk is a smaller dog than I expected.
Isn't that those necker ears? They're like a cat.
Oh,
on your headset?
Yeah, the cat ears. I can meow too. I'm not exclusively someone who barks. I can meow, or bark.
Almost sound the same.
Yeah. It's prove what? That I can meow? I just did. Can't watch my favorite TV show anymore as my dog sings to the theme music. That's interesting.
My grandmother had a little, I don't know, what was he? A Jack Russell. And we'd play the piano and he'd come in and sing away as we were playing.
That'd be interesting.
A little fuckball, I'm busy. We've got Artie, of course, and Artie is enjoying all the pats.
I mean, like, you know, dogs and puppies always enjoy pets, I think. At least in my experience, they do.
Decoding again, fixing his errors.
Oh no! I'm typing to someone and I can't it's like more private stuff, but it also like is somewhat important because like I don't know what time certain people need to wake up, and I don't want to. Yeah.
Oh, he's not talking about people in New Zealand then.
Oh, I am talking about people in New Zealand.
It's time they woke up. I mean, jeez.
Yeah, but
What is it? Tuesday morning? Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel bad if I wake someone up and they don't need to be woken up. Is the thing. It's like, oh hey, it's like, hey, like, what time do you have to go? Oh, in 2 hours? Okay, go back to sleep. You know, it's.
Well, yes, but if it's after 8 o'clock, then it's reasonable to at least send them a message.
It's not so much sending a message, but I'm sending someone else a message to hopefully get confirmation of, it's. Hopefully get confirmation of, hey, what time do I need to wake this person up at? It's 8:30, by the way.
Wake someone up to say, what time do you want to be woken up? Yeah.
Oh no, there's someone else who's already awake, is the thing.
Let's see some love for the corgis in the chat.
Yeah.
Who likes watching the corgis?
It's nice to have.
And if you don't, well, tell us that too. Oh, here comes Bundy. Bundy is a ball of energy. My dog's, well, there are 10 here, and Bundy's 2, so he's got a lot more energy in him.
Good evening, how are you? I am good, but it's morning. I am surprisingly awake. Because, I've had Monster. And that is what keeps me awake. That's going to power me for however long people super chat for.
Ah, what's his name? Oh, you mean Monster the drink? Okay, gotcha.
Well, not in the UK. Blog. But yeah, what else was
Is it in the UK now? It's like sort of mid-evening right now in the UK, I think. 9:30 or so. In that time zone at least. Oh no, they got daylight. They're moving into summer, so they got daylight saving now, so it'll be 10:30.
Yeah. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to Hugh Jarsz. As I said,
Hugh Jarsz.
I was going to have guests on, and I now have multiple people's worth of guests on now.
Yes. Yes, I am multiple people. Well, multiple people's worth, at least, yes. And I am. That's because I'm the biggest YouTuber ever. Oh, I've got a croaky throat. Must be in all those frogs I ate.
Yeah, I should probably...
Went to a French restaurant.
I should probably request...
Put it out of business.
Loud too? Or maybe I need to turn Hugh down. Let me do that.
Trying to be quiet because my Mrs. Jarsz is asleep in the other room. So.
Oh, I think it's
just at the other end of the house.
I think it's just your mic, and so I've turned that down a little bit. So people, that's the thing. You need to. People in the chat constantly need to let me know how volume leveling is going, because otherwise I'm not going to notice, right?
Yeah. Because when you're doing a live stream, you can't listen to the live stream.
I mean, you can, but it would be annoying. Oh, yeah. I don't have to wake someone up for like a few hours. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We have. Okay, it's 3.5 hours before I have to wake someone up.
I just noticed in the chat. Hi, Davinia. How are you?
It's daylight savings time, but the banks won't accept daylight. That is annoying that I can't just take daylight to the bank. I you know what? When it comes to Donald Trump, there I do not like most of his policies, but there are a few policies I can get behind. Firstly, abolishing daylight savings. I can get behind that. I am in full support of getting rid of daylight savings times, even if it would be a hassle for a lot of programmers. Right?
It's a hassle because of daylight savings for a lot of programmers.
Yeah,
we have to do all that testing every year to make sure that no one's stuffed up anything from last year.
Yeah, and so I'm fully in favour of getting rid of daylight savings, but also at this, and I don't care what. This is not a left or right issue. This is just a I don't like daylight savings. Now, I want to go a bit more extreme than that. I don't want to just get rid of daylight savings. I want to have everybody use UTC. Everyone should just use UTC, and that would solve a lot of problems.
Well, in a sense, we do, because that's kind of the point of UTC, so we can all tell that we're on this at the same time, so coordinate ourselves all over the world.
True, but I think
it's not what our clocks show, no.
Yeah, and the fact that not everyone uses UTC, and a lot of people will be like, oh, New Zealand time, is annoying. And so, like, the first step is getting rid of daylight savings, so that at least things can be coordinated with UTC a little better. Because if I can remember that, 8:36 a.m., well, that's 8:36 p.m. UTC. That would be a lot easier to remember. What I need...
only if you're in the plus 12 time zone, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a lot easier to remember your own...
It's harder if you have to do maths.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to remember a single time zone than it is to remember, this is... I'm in the summer, so therefore I've got to go use this time zone. But I'm in the winter, I've got to use this time zone. That's a lot harder to remember.
Well, yes, yeah. And like I said, it mucks up the computers. You got to do testing to make... People don't realise how much effort you have to put into to make sure all the banking transactions don't stuff up and things like that, which would be, really a significant impact on everything. But I'm a little bit surprised, because you're at the far south of New Zealand, aren't you, where daylight saving actually makes the most sense. The higher the latitude, the more daylight saving makes sense, because you've got daylight to save. Close to the equator, it doesn't make sense because the days don't really change much.
A little bit. I think that I think that when it comes to daylight savings, I don't like it regardless. It's just like if you want things to happen earlier or later depending on the time of the year, make it happen earlier or later depending on the time of the year. Which
is what they do in Europe. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have some hours in Italy, for example.
Yeah.
Where the business hours, they open up in the morning, then they open up for lunch, and then they open up for dinner, and they sort of have a siesta in between. So.
Yeah, I think that it would be better to just have things be... And that's why I would prefer to just... Everyone uses UTC. Because, like, people might think, but wouldn't I have to be waking up at midnight? And it's like, yeah, you would have to be... Some people would have to wake up at midnight depending on where they live. But you'd get used to it. You'd be like, that's just the time that I wake up.
Yeah. 3 o'clock in the afternoon becomes midnight, and so you regard midnight as the same as you used to regard 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So.
Yeah. It's... I just...
It'd be a problem when you move time zones, though.
Yeah.
You have to get used to something new, so...
Yeah, you just have to get used to, rather than something happening at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it might happen at 4 o'clock in the afternoon now.
Or 6, yeah.
Closing time would shift. Though I really think New Zealand needs things to go on later. Because, I'm a night owl, and, 9 p.m. closing time is really annoying.
As late as that? Oh, gee, I thought they turned the electricity off at 6 o'clock.
Not quite. We're not quite that.
Oh, that's right. They don't have
behind
electricity yet. Yeah. You're in sheep country there in Dunedin, so.
But yeah, when it comes to like, things, I'd rather things be open a little bit later, and that's the way that it was before COVID, and then COVID came along and screwed everything up, and now I can't go to the supermarket at 11 p.m. when I used to. And I used to love going to the supermarket at 11 p.m. And it's like, what do you mean I have to, like, wake up and go to sleep at certain times now? It's just really annoying. Why can't society be, like, more inclusive?
It's labour costs, really. If it was China, it'd be probably easier to do because the labour costs are so low. But you know, if you put on someone to work through 2 o'clock in the morning or something, so you can go to the shop, you have got to pay them a lot more, so your profit reduces. So why bother doing it? And plus, you want to be sleeping anyway. So if you're a shop owner,
I mean, they're automating everything at the moment, and it's like,
well, yeah, like in Japan, all the vending machines.
Yeah, like, you could have it, like just have it as a sort of reduced staff after a certain time, right? After 9, like, let's say after 9 p.m, all the checkout lanes that have a person operating them are closed. I'm pretty sure they do that anyway, to some extent. Like anything to increase profit, and they're always making record profit, and it's like,
yeah,
well,
they're always telling us that anyway.
Yeah,
a lot of reporting is hyperbole, put it that way. Just while it's on screen, Flatsoid twists his knickers over TFE. See that video there, everyone? Go and watch that after this stream ends in 2 days' time. So that's a really funny one. Flatsoid is just so hilarious.
Well, it has to go for 2 days' time. Currently, we're down to 56 minutes. So
yeah, come on, someone give us a super chat.
Get us above an hour, or like,
yeah.
The challenge here, I think, is to get us above 2 hours.
So what do we need? We need a €70 super chat. Then who's got €70?
Or like divided between everyone.
What's that, about 2,000 New Zealand dollars?
Something like that. I wish. I wish. Though, if it were, that'd probably mean that something catastrophic has happened in New Zealand, and
you'd be able to afford a block of cheese.
I feel like at that point, a block of cheese would be like 1,000 New Zealand dollars. So,
I think Irrelevant Noob missed the point. You are correct, but the point was to make a joke.
Davinia Robbins gives £2. Look,
that's
euros
about €4.
Euros and pounds both confuse me. I can actually translate euros, pounds to euros, because as it
they're fairly close. Yeah.
I have a tab for exchange rates here, and we just go down to GBP, and so yeah, it's €1. 1 GBP is 0. No, hold on. I'm trying to remember what it is. What? €1 is worth 0.83920 Great British pounds. I finally got it.
That's about 1.6 euros is £2. Does the 0.6 count as what's that? 2/3 of a minute?
So the way that it calculates stuff is it actually works things out based on whole numbers. So once it has it keeps track of everything in a decimal, and once that decimal gets to a certain point, it Like once that decimal becomes a whole number, then it adds it to the timer.
All right, so the 0.6 will be added to the next super chat's decimal, and it goes like that. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, like I can, if I can work out who's donated what, then I can, because even though it says USD over here, it's euros. But Totoro says for £9.99, I'm getting there. Eventually by the end of the stream, I'll have worked out euros and pounds. Euro, does that usually come naturally? I don't know. It says appreciate Planarwalk, and thank you. I appreciate everyone watching. I really do. Like, did I think that if you go back to when I was in school, did I think I'd be doing this? Probably not.
No, you thought you'd be doing something productive instead, I'm sure.
I mean, I thought I'd be doing programming, which I should probably get back to. But, like, did I...
Well, you sort of do that.
Yeah. But did I think that I would be doing a stream where people just give me money? It's like, not necessarily. So, you know, it's one of those things where maybe I would have dreamt about it, but it's like there is always that realistic part of my brain that went, that would never happen. You know how many people want to be YouTubers? Like, everybody wants to be a YouTuber. And so you do kind of have that thing that says, well, because everyone wants to be a YouTuber, what's the chance that I'll become a YouTuber? Or be successful at YouTube?
Yeah, the second bit's a more important one, being successful. Yeah.
That is true.
43.8 thousand subscribers is not too bad.
And, like, could I always be more successful? Yeah, I could always be more successful.
Yes, the Toro, they did a really nice song. I watched the rains down in Africa.
I thought that was just Toto.
Oh, was it? I thought they misspelled their name.
Maybe we do have Toto. I prefer Hold the Line.
£4.20 equals €5, so that's £9.99 is close to €10 then.
Okay.
Probably getting on to 11 with the 0.6 from Divinities.
Well, I can actually tell you how many euros exactly that was, because I do have a list of everyone who has donated, and its value in euros. So that was €11.90.
Oh, cool. So we got a 0.9 to go to the next super chat. So someone make a super chat.
Well, given
add a minute on top.
Well, given that essentially what happens is it adds them all together, it may be that if I had the thing working, I'd be able to tell you exactly how much there was, but it's not in USD. The USD is just colourful stuff that I added there. It doesn't mean anything.
It's just some letters, yeah.
Yeah.
And who's your biggest donor, super chatter so far? I mean, it's me, obviously. Doesn't matter what the amount was. I'm the biggest.
The person who has donated the most has been JD63.
Good on you, JD63.
Yeah. As long as the username isn't a premonition of things to come. Hold on.
I'm not sure what you're getting at. JD usually means Jack Daniels.
Oh. But
I'm Generation X. So.
Yeah, because JD, the thing that I keep on hearing about is JD Vance.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, the guy who killed the Pope allegedly.
And he didn't even take a crack at the next one. I guess he was American, so.
Yeah. But yeah.
Do you find that weird, an American Pope?
I mean, not really.
Especially with Trump as president? I mean, that's sort of strange. And Trump released that picture of him as the Pope? He's not even Catholic.
Yeah, I see people say, "Oh, well, this was just jokes," and it's like, and like the left is like, I want I'd rather a president be serious, like rather than trying to upset the other side, like, just like sure, you're always going to sure, it's good to have a sense of humor, right? But like, if your sense of humor is just trying to upset the other side, then and whilst getting upset whenever the left disrespects religion, and you go ahead and disrespect religion, it's like I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way. Like, I don't care about Christianity. Go and make jokes about it, but maybe we can get Biden as the next pope. 63rd president would be 2080s. Yeah, I mean, J.D. Vance would be old enough by then, wouldn't he?
To be the Pope? Yeah, it seems like you have to be at least 70 to be a Pope these days.
Well, no, I'm meaning 63rd president.
All right. Yes, he's a child now, is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like, you do have to be at least 70 to be the president. I don't know, how old is J.D. Vance? J.D.
No, he looks about, I don't know, 45? Something like that?
Age. Yeah, he's 40 years old. So...
Okay. Seems a bit young.
I mean, that...
I know you only have to be 35 to be president, but 40 seems a little bit inexperienced, put it that way.
I mean, I don't think so. I think the problem is that we're like, oh, these people have to be, have experience and stuff. And it's like, what experience did Donald Trump have when he entered office? At least you can say that. At least you can say that Biden did have experience.
But that's the one thing I did like about Trump, is that he didn't have much government experience. That was the problem. The only people we ever got in government are people who were government people. You want someone who looks at it from a different point of view.
But then...
because obviously the government point of view doesn't work.
Yeah, but then also the Trump point of view doesn't work as well. Like, it's one of those things...
Well, that's where it falls down, yes.
Yeah. It's one of those things where, like, the government isn't the best. And, like, I don't like a lot of people in Congress because they don't get a lot... I wouldn't say they don't get a lot done. Like, they're currently getting a lot done of stuff that I don't like. But, like, they don't do stuff that helps people quite often. Right? They won't do a lot to help people. Like, they'll give tax cuts.
Oh, they help themselves all the time.
Oh yeah, they'll help themselves, but they'll go ahead, give tax cuts to the rich. They'll complain about the deficit. They'll complain about the amount of debt that they're in, and then they'll go ahead
do nothing.
And then give tax cuts to the rich. They'll whilst cutting things like Social Security and Medicare and all that kind of stuff. And we had the exact same thing in New Zealand. New
Zealand has a government?
Yeah, I know, surprising. But we had the exact same...
the sheep get together and...
Something like that. We had the exact same thing in New Zealand where they were like, we're going to deliver tax cuts to everyone. Because there's a cost of living crisis, because Labour let inflation get out of control. And it's like, wait, but don't tax cuts lead to inflation? That's, and economists certainly say that. Economists say, tax cuts are inflationary. Because, people have more money, that means that things charge more, stores charge more money for stuff because they want to get a little bit more money to raise their profits, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's so they complain about the inflation, but then they go ahead and give tax cuts. Also, not only do they give tax cuts, they give like the minimal, a very small amount in tax cuts, right?
Yeah, it's all politics, isn't it?
Yeah,
Not buying votes.
yeah, they'll give a little bit in tax cuts, but then they'll I'm trying to remember exactly where I was going with that, because they'll give a little bit in tax cuts and then cut a lot of services that people depend on. You know, so yes, you're getting more in tax, but you're paying more to register your vehicle. That offsets that tax cut. You're also paying more at the grocery store because tax cuts lead to inflation, which offsets that tax cut. Now you've got to pay for prescription, except at some medicine prescriptions, which is going to help offset that tax cut. If you've got children who take the bus to school, that's going to offset the fact that they've removed child discounts or something like that. That offsets that tax cut. So all these things that all the things that people use to not have to pay as much are now getting offset by higher prices for stuff, which means that you're not getting a tax cut, you're paying more in tax, just in a roundabout way. You're being taxed on other stuff because the government can't be spending money. Also, dihydrogen monoxide.
What?
Dihydrogen.
Yeah, you read his super chat, and then I'll respond to his comment.
Dihydrogen monoxide for £5 says, "Fuck this." I keep on pressing the wrong. I want to claim a new planet for me and all the other non-mega people. Titan, Triton, or Pluto will do. For all the other sane non-mega people. That's a good point, because we don't... I'm sure there are some anti-mega flat earthers out there.
Not many. So first of all, that's the first time I've ever seen a swear word being used in super chat. They must have changed the rules on that. I've put in some very mild ones before, which I thought were quite acceptable to the vast majority, and it's rejected me, so maybe things have changed. But the other thing, dihydrogen monoxide goes into saying, where is this Hugh Jarsz you speak of? How can you not see me? You can see me from anywhere on Earth. I'm the biggest YouTuber ever, remember? I identify as a planetoid.
Ah, yeah. I mean... Question is how spherical you are. And have you cleared your orbit?
Oh, pear-shaped.
Okay, so you're not spherical enough to be considered a planet. You might be a dwarf planet.
No, that's why I said planetoid.
Yeah.
I'm planet-like.
But yeah, I can think of some horrible Hugh Jarsz moon jokes.
Yeah, if I mooned, it would be horrible, yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask you to moon. Especially, I feel like that would get my stream taken down.
Well, that's why I usually use my avatar, although I'm not sure why it's not coming up here. Because, my face is so hideous, but that's why I wear a mask all the time.
Yeah.
And not the COVID type mask. It's like a wrestling mask.
Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized. Oh, wait, no, that's not the thing. That's not where I need to go. I need to go to... do I need to go to document? I'll find out soon. Yes, I will need to go to documents, because I'm pretty sure Visual Studio... Yes, it's in here. Render engine. And then I need to go to... textures. We're going to get liver.png. Because as I said, I want to create the liver cube. And I just saw Yeah, the liver cube. And I just saw we are down below 1 hour again.
Oh, wow.
He may not have cleared his orbit, but he does clear his plate.
All of them, yes.
I actually was at a there's like a small gathering. There's like 5 people. Yeah, 5 people, and I was like one of the only people there. I think there was me and someone else that completely finished our meal. Everyone else there had to get doggy bags. I got. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Not doggy bag, no.
What did I get? I got. It's really nice as well. It was at a Thai place. And it was like what I like when I think of it. It's like one of the most stereotypical Thai things. Pad Thai.
I was about to say, yeah, Pad Thai. About as stereotypical as you can get.
Yeah, because I haven't actually had Pad Thai.
Thai fried rice.
Before, so I was like, I'll try the Pad Thai. I did have a bit of pressure put on me to choose the Pad Thai though, because I was the first person to order. Because apparently I'm the least socially awkward person. I know, surprise. In the group, half the time. So it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm doing the things, ordering first. And so I was like, okay, Pad Thai, and because I was going to see what everyone else ordered, and I didn't want to throw off by ordering something different to everyone else. But yeah, I got pork Pad Thai, which I quite liked. I love my pork. Have you ever collabed?
So I've heard, yes.
Have you ever collabed with One Topic? No, I'd love to though. I just know that if I do want to collab with One Topic, I have to make a bunch of trans memes videos, and I don't know how. I know that they do well with other people, but I don't know how well they do with my audience. Maybe I'll do one, just for shits and giggles.
Yeah, A/B testing.
Yeah. How about I give you a small spoiler in one of the videos I'm going to be making at some point. So, there is a video that I saw a few years back, and I've recently confirmed with a couple of scientists that the person who made it is full of bullshit.
On the internet?
Well, here's the thing. This person is often lauded as a science communicator. And that's what makes it so egregious. Having, when you're able to kind of show some kind of credential to make your point when you're full of bullshit is... Yeah.
Indeed, saying you can't see the curve from 120,000 feet? Or?
No. It's...
Okay.
Someone saying that particle physicists are not doing real work. And Davinia Robbins says, aren't we all full of bullshit? I would hope not. I
haven't actually heard of One Topic's a YouTuber, I presume. I've never heard of them.
Yeah,
I'll look them up.
They're pretty cool. But
they've never heard of me either, so that works.
Yeah. But I'd hope that people aren't full of bullshit. Because that's the wrong type of shit.
What's that? Horse shit is better? Or?
Well, no, you don't want to be full of bullshit. Why would you be full of bullshit? Only person who's full of bullshit... The only things that should be full of bullshit are bulls.
Well, they're only full of it for a little while.
Yeah.
Then it comes out.
Princess Melissa says, is it Sabine? Yes. Sabine Hossenfelder. And, it's not...
All right.
It's not even, one of the videos that she's been roasted on, by multiple people. It's one of the ones that I saw, and I was like, this doesn't sit right with me. And then I've seen more videos.
like a flat Earth, not stupid video, which he did a one later on and said, yes, they are stupid. Took her a couple of years.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, the thing that doesn't sit right with me when it comes to the thing that's been said was the way that she was describing what particle physicists do sounded like she was against the process of science. And I showed it to a scientist friend of mine who said that sounds like Sabine is misrepresenting it, because if she was representing it accurately, then someone that field of science would not be a field of science anymore. Because and then I asked someone else, and who is more closely related to particle physics and might actually do particle physics. I can't remember. Who says, yeah, that's not. We don't just come up with things for the we don't just have no good reason for testing certain things. We have good reasons to think that certain things might exist, like the axion.
Yeah, this is the flat earther thing too, isn't it? They say, oh, well, you've got no response to what dark matter is. You don't know what it is. Yes, but we know it's there. We can test that it's there. We know that it has effects on the universe. That's how we know it exists, but we don't know what it is. That's the problem. We haven't come up with a way of testing it so we can figure out what it is. But that's, so many things in history are like that. It's not a gotcha to say that we don't know what it is. That's exactly what we should say. We shouldn't be making up shit like flat earthers do.
Well, Sabine said you don't have to, because there have been a lot of experiments to try and find what the possible source of dark matter is. And we've found some of the dark matter in cold hydrogen. But when it comes to, what is dark matter, we don't know. Dark matter defies
and that's
our
okay.
understanding of the universe. And to say that, the standard model is complete, so we shouldn't try to find new particles that can fit in with dark matter, is just absurd to me, because it's like, well, then what is it? Right? Is there any particle that currently exists that we have measured that can explain it? It doesn't seem like it. So, what, there does seem to be some candidates for what it is, and there have been experiments that are being undertaken to try and... I believe there's even an experiment being undertaken in Australia, because they found something on the opposite end of the world. And it's like, okay, well, this lights up at a certain time of the year, so let's do it in the different hemispheres so that we can see if it lights up at the same time of the year in another hemisphere. And if it does the same, then we can confirm that there is some kind of matter that it's been interacting with. But yeah. Do you follow Paul Fellows? No, I do not know who that is. Oh, and we're below 50 minutes.
Yeah, haven't had a super chat in a while.
Yeah. Because...
I get none of these super chats, by the way. In fact, I pay Planarwalk.
Yeah.
As you hear at the end of each videos.
Yep. But yeah, if as I said, you want to see something interesting, get this to how much time do we have? So we have 9 hours. So if you add 8 more hours to the timer, then could be in for a treat.
We could make it, yes. And there's 38 watching now. If you all do €2 each, that'll get us that'll take us another hour or so. So
yeah, doesn't
just a little bit.
Not knowing what dark matter is and not knowing how gravity works are a bit like not knowing whether a rifle is short stroke piston or long stroke piston or gas injection or roller delayed. Doesn't stop you adjusting your aim and hitting the target, does it? Yeah. I think that we should be trying to figure out what dark matter is, what it's made of. And particle physics is probably going to be the thing that will help us the most. we need to work out, like, the thing that's going to help us the most is working out, okay, how does this have some kind of interaction that we can measure? And that is currently currently what's being worked out. Is there some kind of interaction that can be measured? And by by doing experiments at the same time of year when we're traveling in different directions and picking up different amounts of interactions, will show that, will show whether will show the level of interaction that dark matter can have, and that gives us a clue as to what to look for. Dihydrogen monoxide for £5 says, as per Turtle's request, I found a moon orbiting the planet Hugh Jarsz, and I'm naming it Gay Bitch. Any other ideas? That's me.
I'm not a planet, I'm a planetoid. Don't miscategorize me.
You're not a dwarf planet?
No, I'm much bigger than a dwarf. I actually don't get that. Am I too old to understand that reference? Gay bitch, what does that mean? Itch I get, gay I don't.
Gay?
Gay? Is that all it is? Okay.
So
Doesn't seem that funny to me, that's all.
Gay bitch. Gay bitch.
Oh, gay bitch. Right, got it.
Yeah. That's why I said
Generation
that's
X,
me. I'm the gay bitch.
I thought you were trans.
Yeah. I can be a gay
Doesn't
bitch.
make you gay, does it? Okay.
I mean, given that I'm interested in girls, you know.
I get you.
Like, like, being a girl who's interested in other girls kind of makes you gay. I don't know if that's...
Yep, I get you.
Yeah. But also, I'm just gonna, like, check something, because, has anyone... no, it's just, Katy Perry kissed the ground and she liked it. Oh, that's, I get what that's about. It's from Eric Dubay. But yeah, because like you can, if you go to video ideas, you can like paste things in, and I will maybe take a look at them.
The flat earther reaction to that flight with Katy Perry was just pathetic.
Yeah, I found out
as if they don't try anymore.
I found out about it from Dave McKeegan. Oh, I should message Dave McKeegan and see if he wants to come on. Let me see.
He might be awake.
Let me just send my signature. Ahoy hoy.
He puts out so many videos that it's hard to tell. He's probably working on one now.
Well, we could see if he's streaming Rusty.
Yes, he's Rusty's emotional support animal.
Yeah. That's what people watch Dave McKeegan's channel for. It's Rusty. Dave, that's Rusty's owner, right? I thought Rusty was Dave's owner. But yeah, I'll see if Dave wants to come on. I have messaged someone else who... Like, here's the thing. If I'm still streaming by tomorrow, and that takes... that's going to probably take like €1,000 to get me to that, then I will probably be able to get a lot more guests on. So you should try to get me to tomorrow, and then we can have some guests on, because, yeah. I mean, I have a guest coming on later. If you get me to like 12 hours of streaming, then I'll probably have a guest on. As well, technically 13 hours.
And like I said, there's 45 watching now. So if we have everyone does a €2 super chat, well, that's another hour and a half.
Yeah.
So come on, surely you can spare €2.
Because yeah, I do.
So what happened? You go. You're the host.
I want to know what you're, because I can remember what I'm going to say, but like.
Oh, okay. I can't.
Okay. Well. Because I was going to say, like, I do plan to use some of this money for like certain things that could help with my channel. Like, obviously, a drawing tablet would be nice. It actually allowed me to sort of expand like sort of videos that I can make, and I'll probably end up making like videos for members as well. Like, I have an idea for a video for members, and like it'll be like a short sort of, hey, here's how pointers work. Because a lot of people probably don't know what a pointer is.
You mean in code?
Yeah. Do you know what a pointer is?
Yep, I remember learning that in first year at university many, many years ago.
Apparently a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
So for those who are wondering what a pointer is, it's... and it sounds like we have a lot of people in chat who do know what a pointer is. But for those of you who don't know, a pointer in code is where you have a variable that points to a position in memory. That's why it's called a pointer. And because when it comes to holding a value or something, you have to have a place in which that value is held. And it's quite useful because if you want to, let's say you have a variable that that's an object. Let's say it holds 5 different things or 20 different things. Then, or 1,000 different things, more like. Then you don't want to be copying that block of memory every time you pass it to a function. And sometimes you want that function to edit that block of memory, and not have like a different, not have to then write over that. You don't want to have send all that memory to a function, have that function edit its own version of that memory, then rewrite it to that block of memory. Sometimes you might, but not all the times. So what we use is we use pointers, which essentially point to a block of memory, and we have a function go, okay, we're going to work with that block of memory itself, and that means that that memory does not need to be duplicated. But yeah. Returning just in time for you to be talking about code doggos. Yeah. Python is not... I don't like Python. I just don't... like, it's good for learning, but I just don't like the syntax. I don't like the syntax of Python. But here's a... Pointers are also used in regular memory, like hard drive or SSD memory. You have what I believe is called a registry. I haven't worked with this much, but you have a registry of things which point to certain spaces in memory, and that's where a file is located. So let's say you have file.txt and it's, or something.mp4. You know, let's say it's literally called something.mp4. You'll have a thing that says, okay, this is the file. This is where it's located on the disk. And when you want to copy it from one space on the disk to another space on the disk, well, all you have to do then is just change where the reference is, right? You don't actually have to copy the entire file to somewhere else. If you want to delete that file, you just have to delete the reference to it, and then it marks that space as you can use it. And that's pretty cool, I think. Python made me break out in a rash. I thought I was going to have a heart attack trying to make Python cooperate with me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a few people that have gotten something like that.
Pretty much any language.
I mean, see, I have a love-hate relationship with C++. I love certain things, but I hate certain things too.
Yeah.
I just remembered I need to copy a file over. So that's what I was doing. I need to go to here. That's the wrong one. I need to go to...
Use pointers.
Pointers are great, but that's not quite what I'm doing right now. I'm going to create a...
No.
I'm going to create a new folder.
Things are ticking down, folks. 44 minutes.
Yeah, we might not even make it to like the special guest thing.
Yeah.
Special guest for
You don't want to miss
that. Yeah.
Like I said, €2 each for everyone watching now, and we'd have at least an hour
Yeah.
on top. No one wants to give €2.
Arnold
there we
gave
go.
$5. Anything that can't be done in a sufficiently complicated bash one-liner ain't worth doing.
Yep.
Thank you for the $5. I'm going to, after I name this file, which will be called textures.
Cool. Jeez.
Yeah, we've got a file called textures now.
Lavinia, I'm sure Planarwalk very much appreciates that. You're exempt.
Yes, yeah, like, I appreciate everyone who has watched. Everyone who's watched the stream, I appreciate. Jess on for 20 Australian dollars, or $20 Doritos, as I believe they're called.
Yep.
No message, but gets us nearly back up to an hour.
Good on you, mate. 20 Rubucks. Sounds almost South African Rubuck. Yeah.
I thought that was the Springboks. Or South African. I'm not an expert on South African stuff.
No, neither am I.
There's
I'm
like
just thinking, looking at Arnold's avatar there, and knowing that Mr. Sensible has a cat named Arnold, I wonder if this is a sock account.
possibly.
Yeah.
Is Mr. Sensible good with is Mr. Sensible good with computers?
I believe he works in IT.
Okay, then yeah. That
Nothing to do with it, at least.
That could be Mr. Sensible.
I wonder how Arnold's going. I haven't seen Arnold for a while. Mr. Sensible doesn't seem to be doing his lives anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right. I need to copy this file, liver.png. Let's copy it over to the textures folder.
Come on, super chat, folks, and get us back over the hour.
Yep.
Well, we need at least €3. 5 would be great.
As I said, a frozen time. I've been frozen in time. Time time has progressed in by 3 hours in the last 3 minutes in the last 3 hours. We've slowing down time, and I love it. I love slowing down time. What was I going to do? Oh yeah. So textures, we have liver.png. Right, and now we I should probably have that in a thing, but now we just go texture load, and we just go textures /liver.png. If you only used Linux, you'd complete the trans girl stereotype bingo. Yeah.
I've never heard that, but
Well, I know a shocking number of trans girls who use Linux. Yeah. I can think of.
I didn't know that was a stereotype, though.
I can list 3 off the top of my head.
That's not shocking. 3 is not shocking.
It's a significant.
And we're over the hour.
It's a
So let's stay there, folks.
It's a significant portion of trans girls that use Linux, right? Like that's.
There are 4. There are 4 trans girls, and 3 of them use Linux. Is that what you say?
I'm trying to think of how many I know. There's like 5 that I can remember which operating system they use.
Actually, it is a bit of a stereotype, though. A lot of trans girls tend to be in IT, don't they?
Yes, that is very much true. It's one of the interesting things, and this is really interesting, like genuinely fascinating, is trans girls often will use not often use. Trans girls will often go into IT and then come out as trans. And I think that's genuinely fascinating because it shows that there are things that I think, very mask people might go into, like if you're particularly mask, like let's say, let's say you're someone who, is, I'm trying to think of like as, gender is meaningless to me. But like, let's say that you're someone who's particularly masked. You might want to go into something like farming, where there's a lot of hard labor involved. Whereas I find that, I think that trans people don't want to go into things where there's a lot of hard labor involved. And I think it's because of like certain subconscious stereotypes. Or things that may have been pushed on us as kids, like I was told, oh, you got to do sports, oh, you got to do sports, oh, you got to do sports. And like there was a strong association between sports and masculinity. And I think that there is this kind of thing where it's like, well, I don't want to have to do all these masculine things that have been pushed on me, so I'm going to go and do something that, whilst it may be a male-dominated field for now, it doesn't feel like it has all the other things attached. Like, males aren't being forced into programming. You're not being told, oh, you're a male, you must do programming. It's kind of a choice. Does that make sense?
I think I know where you're going, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
So I think the male stereotype for IT has been gone for a long time. In fact, it's not. It seems to me that most of the IT managers I meet are all women. So
I'm not saying that it's a male stereotype. I'm saying that it's a male-dominated field, and I don't think it's male-dominated because of stereotypes. I think it's male-dominated just because it pays well, and
Yeah. No, I agree. Because men traditionally have to feed their families and that sort of thing, so they go for higher paying jobs, and especially if you don't have to work too hard for it, in terms of physical labour at least, it's all the better.
Yeah, and so I think that when it comes to that, it's one of those things where it's not a hyper masculine field, and I think because of that, it does attract a lot of trans or closeted trans girls. But yeah,
I've met closeted ones. I've met actual trans girls. I've had at least 2 on my teams. I'm a project manager. So yeah, one wasn't very good. The other one was very good. Because people are going to be different, of course, whether they're trans or not. But yeah, I haven't come across too many closeted ones. I don't think so, anyway.
Yeah, at least like
if they're very good at being closeted, how would you know? I guess.
Yeah. And Guiduck Geoscience says, similar case, I always felt a resistance to eating healthy food as a kid because my granny always told me it would be put hair on my chest. And I thought, no, that's the opposite of what I want. And yeah. It's like if you're told
I
that...
avoided healthy food because it tastes terrible.
I do like some healthy food. But yeah.
Yes, you're talking about food, and you reminded me I've only had 48 of my pre-breakfast, and I haven't even got on to breakfast yet.
I don't know, I'm
going to have to go soon, I think.
You keep people occupied while I just talk to someone real quick.
Oh, okay. I have to keep people occupied. Okay. Hold your finger out at arm's length. In fact, hold two fingers out and join them together at arm's length, and then bring them together towards you, and you've got a sausage there. Can you see that? Has anyone ever done that? I could do the broken thumb thing, but I'm not on camera, so you can't see that, so I can't show you that. What else can I do? Here's the impossible quiz. What is the population of Peru? And name them. If you said Pedro and Maria, you are correct. But you still haven't given me the population of Peru yet. Tasty finger sausage. Yes, everything's about food, isn't it? I wonder why my fingers were getting shorter. It's magic. Yes, it is. I'm glad I was able to describe it well enough for you guys to be able to do and figure out what the hell I was talking about. So that's great.
And I am back.
And you're front as well.
True. And I'm left. And I'm right.
And right.
Yeah.
I spoke utter garbage for 2 minutes, so that was awesome.
I was away for 2 minutes? Damn.
All right, whatever it was. Yeah.
I thought it was less than a minute.
You should listen back to it. It was some top quality garbage.
Oh, okay. Also, we're down to 54 minutes and 20... Oh, actually, I should probably look at my... 54 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yeah, of course, there's a slight delay, so yeah.
Yeah, even from what I'm seeing. Actually, I think I can turn my light on now. Because I don't have to worry about certain things.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Now things can look a little bit brighter.
So when are you going to change your chair?
Darkness, everyone.
What's that?
Sorry for the darkness.
It's okay. I'm sure people didn't mind. I just got asked
But you
about
got
my
people
chair.
sleeping next to you.
What's that?
You got people sleeping next to you or something.
There was someone sleeping in my bed for a bit.
Okay.
You know.
They were just complaining. Yeah.
No, she wasn't complaining. She was just like saying sorry for darkness. But now the light is here.
I have seen the light.
I didn't want to make it hard for. I didn't want to make it hard for her to sleep.
Is she the one that gives you all the hickeys?
Some of them. Not all of them.
Oh, okay. There are other people.
Yeah. There's. I'm trying to think. Yeah, there's a couple of others, depending on what time it is and whether I've decided to go on a trip recently or not. But yeah. Oh yeah, I still have to. Wait, this works, doesn't it? If I just press F5, it should either break. Oh no, it doesn't work because if I go to this here. I need to copy a. I need to copy a thing. I can. I actually don't actually need to. Actually, no, that does need to. Yeah, that. We need to go down to. Target copy assets. Let me think. Oh yeah, we can go. We can just copy this. Right, Control C, Control V, and I just change this to textures to copy, and then we go. Because this has to be in a different thing, so I have to put it into the folder textures. Okay, take care.
Bye. See you later.
See ya. Will do. Okay, and now that we have that copied over, we we'll get rid of that. Dot PNG. We're going to call that liver, and then we go to here and we type in textures, and then we textures. Not textures. Textures. I am.
So we're down to 50 minutes, folks.
Yeah, down to 50 minutes. If you want to see interesting things happen later, then yeah, add more time.
Well, they want to see interesting things happen now, of course, but
True, but like scheduling.
even more interesting things later.
Yeah, like honestly, this stream will be at its best if you can get me going for like a couple of days. I'd like to see it go into Pride Month. That would be fun, but unfortunately, if I do not,
It is a bit ambitious, yeah.
yeah, if I do not get,
Why don't you start on the 1st of June?
because this past month I've been this past month I've been like kind of trying to start, but then something happens and then I have to delay it, and it's like okay, well I've got to make sure that I stream at a time when I'm not going to have to worry about like how long it goes, right? And so if I stream a bit more into June, then it's like, what if this goes for too long? And so yeah, I think streaming now, and actually if we do make it to Pride Month, special guest comes on, but I have to get there, of course. So yeah, and that's and that's the thing. The longer I stream, the more special guests I can have on, because if you pester someone, hey, go on Planarwalk stream, they'll have time to contact, and you know, but yeah. What was I going to say? Let me look at the chat, actually. What are people saying?
Well, you were doing something with liver.png or something. I'm waiting for that, and then I'm going to go and have my 48th pre-breakfast.
Oh yeah, I need to type in a command. Command $. C make underscore command minus E make directory, and I'm starting to understand this a lot more, and we just call this textures underscore.
I always find that funny. The more you get into something, the more you understand it at a level that you couldn't even imagine when you first started to learn it. I always find that fascinating. Yeah. And then you try and explain it to someone else, and you've got to bring them up to that level as well. It makes sense from a certain point, a certain level of experience, but it doesn't make sense from others.
Yeah, and it is something which I find rather interesting, really, because you do have this kind of thing of a lot of people will a lot of people will think that they understand something without actually understanding it. You get this with flat earthers all the time, of course, where they have a little bit of knowledge, enough to be able to explain like basic concepts, but like bigger concepts are a lot harder for them to wrap their heads around. And like,
but they think they understand them. That's what makes them hilarious.
yeah, and I think there's like this thing of overconfidence, and like a lot of people will say, "Oh, you're just talking about Dunning-Kruger," and not really. Like, funny thing, a lot of people actually Dunning-Kruger the Dunning-Kruger effect. They think they know that it's stupid people think people that don't have enough knowledge in a field think that they're really good in that field, and it's like, no, that's. Or think that they know better than experts. And yes, sometimes you will have people that have like little knowledge in a field thinking that they're better than experts. But it doesn't necessarily... There are people that if you were to give more knowledge in that field, they would still think that they're better than experts. Right? And so...
Well, I guess that's what the graph is all about, but the graph wasn't in the original paper, of course.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there is... Dunning-Kruger exists in a 2D space. It doesn't exist along a line, which I think a lot of people think it does. Of course, yes, you have people like flat earthers who think that they're really good at it when they're shit. And they think that they know better than experts. But then, of course, you also have people that don't know a whole lot and probably know as much as a flat earther that will admit as much. Yeah. And yeah, I think that
it's not it doesn't follow that you're a flat earther level of the Dunning-Kruger. You can be down the bottom of the graph as well with little knowledge. Your confidence can be lower.
Yeah. And I think that there is a certain level of, oh hey, I know I think I'm doing better than what I think I would do better, and you actually do really badly on like, let's say, a test or something. And it's like, okay, well, but it doesn't mean that you're gonna say, oh, I can get 100% on this kind of test. But yeah. Enough knowledge to be dangerous? Yeah, I think that... Or not so much dangerous, but to like... to come to conclusions about something that... it's possible to have enough knowledge to come to make conclusions. But not enough knowledge to
defuse this nuclear weapon, yeah.
Yeah, but not enough not enough knowledge to know why that conclusion may be wrong. You know?
Yeah. Yes.
Obviously, there are a lot of questions that have been asked throughout history, and people have come to different conclusions on them, and it's like, well, how do we go ahead and see which conclusion is correct? And there's obviously people that don't have the knowledge to work out which conclusion is correct, or to properly analyze the evidence to, yeah. I think that's... And
that's the essential problem with flat Earth, is they don't know how to research. They think finding things that confirm their bias is all they need to do. And no, that's not what research is. And you can't explain it to them because they don't know what research is. If you explain it to them, they won't understand.
Okay.
Anyway, I've got to get going.
Yep.
I've got a few things to do, and I've got to be somewhere in less than an hour. So thank you for having me on. If you're still streaming, and I haven't had a super chat for a while, come on, guys.
Yeah, we're getting down to close to 40 minutes. Take care, Hugh.
Yeah.
And
hopefully you're here when I get back.
Hopefully. We'll see.
All right.
Take care.
Thanks very much. Great to talk to you again. It's been a while.
It has.
Yeah. All the best for the stream. See you later.
Yep. All right, take care. Things broke, and I don't know why. I have... Why doesn't this work? Okay, who in chat knows CMake? Because there's something wrong, and I don't know why. because it says subcommand failed. I assume if I comment this out, then it will work, but it won't work. It's not frozen. It's just doesn't work. I assume that if I comment this out, it will build but not work. Right? Unresolved. Okay, we'll get to that later. Why doesn't it work? What's wrong here? What am I not doing correctly? We make a directory, and that directory is the that directory is this directory here, right? Which is our thing / textures, and then we have to copy from this textures to copy, and then we copy it to the textures directory. That caps? No, it's not. It's not to do with caps lock. It's because this is in caps. This part works, right? It's this part that doesn't. Why? Now this is where I don't have enough knowledge. Like, you know, I have enough knowledge to know how this is. I know, and I know I have enough knowledge to know how this part is working. I don't have enough knowledge to know why this isn't working. Right number of bracket. Yeah, it's the right number of brackets. Usually things do color codey stuff. Also, we're below 40 minutes. At this rate, we'll never get to the event later. You know, having someone react to Flat Earth for the first time. But yeah, why isn't it working? Surely there is someone in chat that knows CMake. And can understand why this won't work. Cause like, sure, hold on. Here's where we. I have big brain ideas. Okay. It's this part here. But why? Now, if I go to this, I can check to see. Let me go out build this. And that file is empty. So it's making the folder. Yes, it's making the folder. This works. Why doesn't this? Because if I go F5, that's not. Okay, here's a final euro. Thank you, GUI Duck Geoscience. Control Shift B. Okay. Because if I hit F5, because I... Huh! It works! I don't know why. I have no idea what I did. I genuinely have no idea. Okay, unresolved external symbol, STBI, load reference and function, private void, load... I'm just gonna like, I hate how big this is getting, but like let's see if this fixes it. No, doesn't fix it. Okay. Unresolved external symbol. Why? What am I not adding? What am I not doing? It just doesn't, like, if I go to... I should have known something was going to break here. Like, if I go, like, if I go down to here. Unresolved external symbol. Why? Why is it an unresolved external symbol? Why? Why can't I find it? Why can't I? There we go. Because if I just get rid of this, then it's fine. Apparently I got some errors. Apparently I'm getting errors? Why? Generate. Okay. Okay, so that doesn't like that. But it does like that, right? We're not gonna get... Okay, we don't get errors. Cool. Which means that if I go into here and go to textures, that is copying everything over. Cool. I don't know why it didn't work in the first place. Magic. Get frustrated, pick up keyboard and smash monitor. It's literally like, have you tried just doing the same thing again and for some reason it works? But like, why isn't this working? Like, it should be loaded. If I go to the other thing where I used it, this over here, we can see that, okay, yeah, we have, we did things exactly the same here. STBI load. And if I go over to here, it's doing STBI load. But yeah, like, go up to here and what was it? What was it? What did STB underscore image? Damn it! CP. What? Okay, I'm just gonna put this. We're just gonna grab this. We're just gonna throw this into this here. Yeah, throw this. Be happy. If in def, I don't know. 1 second. Why? Okay, why doesn't this work? Why? How is it? Okay. Convert I already defined in cabinet engine v1.c. How? We open it in .h. Cabinet. Wait, where's cabinet engine .h? Yeah. Also, we're down to 30 minutes, people. Let me. This is gonna end like very soon if I'm not careful.
This shows that there have been secretive space-related projects in the past.
What?
Furthermore, there have been various individuals claiming to be whistleblowers or insiders.
I mean, yes, there's been, like, you haven't even, okay, so go back to, you know, did you save? Go back to earlier save. It's not that easy. It's like, I know what's going wrong, but I don't know I don't know why it's going, well, I know what's going wrong. There's this bunch of things that seem to have already been, loaded for, okay, I think I can figure things out. If I just Control C and Control V over here, then it should work, right? If I just remove that from there, put it in here. Don't need a comma. I'm used to needing commas. No, apparently that didn't fix it. No, that was not the fix that I needed. But yeah, going back to the debunking video, if someone knows what the hell these errors mean, let me know. But yeah, what? Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I think I fixed it. I think I might have figured it out. It should be over in this. No, that didn't work. Where was I? Oh yeah, here. This thing. They haven't established the fact that they haven't established that it's a space thing. They said that it was coming from the ocean. If it's coming from the ocean, then it's probably not a space thing. Why are they going on about space? They're yapping. I think I can. Can I go Pragma once? Let me try. Pragma once. But yeah, no, that still doesn't like it. Howdy, we are worthless. But yeah, they haven't set that up. And also, why doesn't this work? And also, we are below 30 minutes. At this rate, yeah, the stream is going to end. Yeah, sure, it took 4 hours to end. It took 4 hours to get to half an hour. Took 4 hours to get through half an hour, and yeah, looks like it's going to be over within half an hour, unless someone donates. How much money would we need? 30 euros to get back up to an hour. Which, you know.
That have come forward with assertions about secret space programs, often involving alleged advanced technologies, covert operations, and even supposed extraterrestrial encounters that bypass public oversight. One example is Gary McKinnon, a Scottish hacker who in 2002 broke into U.S. military and NASA computers over a 13-month period to search for evidence of UFOs and
like, you can say that. Like, the thing with a hacker is that firstly, how did they hack, right? Because, you know, anyone can come along and say, I hacked NASA, right? But, like, how did you do it? Like, what exploit did you? I'm sure NASA would pay you well to tell you what exploit you found. I want to, like, see more of this, right? Because it says here, a man who hacked into U.S. military computers to find proof of UFOs has slammed NASA's latest claims they have found no evidence of aliens, saying they'll never tell us the truth. So apparently he was accused of the biggest military computer hack of all time by U.S. officials after he gained access to U.S. Army, Navy, Air Force, and NASA computers 21 years ago. Okay. No, he did. US tried to get him extradited. Well, that's why I was looking. That's why I expanded that, so I could actually see. So, like, that is interesting. But like, I don't know. Like, it still seems kind of sus to me. I'd need to know more about Gary McKinnon. If he leaves UK, he risks being sent to US for trial. Yeah, so let's search up Gary McKinnon, system administrator and hacker. Okay. Wikipedia. Oh, I forgot that I had that over there. Let me let's bring this over here. Okay. Oh, I did not want to do that. McKinnon said that he was looking for evidence of free energy suppression and a cover-up of UFO activities and other technologies potentially useful to the public. Okay, so we know that he's a quack now. Okay, US authorities stated he deleted critical files from operating system which shut down the United States military district of Washington network of 2,000 computers for 24 hours. McKinnon is also alleged to have posted a notice on the website saying your security is crap, yada yada yada. Statements to the media. Okay. So he states his motivation, drawn from a statement made before the Washington Press Club on 9th May, was to find evidence of UFOs, anti-gravity technology, and the suppression of free energy, all of which he states to have proven through his actions. Okay. Quack. Like, whenever you've got someone going on about free energy in this kind of thing, that's an easy way to find out that, yeah, they're a quack. He stated in the Disclosure Project that they are some very credible, relied upon people, all saying, yes, there is UFO technology, there's anti-gravity, there's free energy, and it's extraterrestrial origin, and they've captured spacecraft and reverse engineered it. He said he investigated a NASA photographic expert's claim at the Johnson Space Center's Building 8. Images were regularly cleaned of evidence of UFO craft, and confirmed this, comparing the raw originals with processed images. He stated to have viewed a detailed image of something not man-made and cigar-shaped floating above the northern hemisphere, and assuming his viewing would be undisrupted owing to the hour, he did not think of capturing the image because he was bedazzled and therefore did not think of securing it with screen capture function and software at the point his connection was interrupted. Okay, so he did not think to copy the. Wait, can't you just like grab the file? We're getting down to 20 minutes. This stream might end soon. I was really, as I said, I was really hoping to. I'm really hoping. Really hoping to get to 12 hours, but like if we don't get to 12 hours, you don't get like debunking or flat Earth from someone who's never looked into flat Earth. Of course, there wouldn't be disinfo on security computers for hackers to find. That would be interesting. Like, donate 40 euros to... Then I lose money. But yeah, it's... Why wouldn't... My question here is, why wouldn't he... Because you have to receive the file. Why would it be... Is it a continuous stream? Like... Is it a continuous... Like, is it... Like, was he streaming, like, a remote connection? Because if it's a file that he collected from the thing, when was remote connectivity invented? Like, because this was back in this is back in the early 2000s. Why wouldn't it just... If you saw that... I don't get it. I don't get it. It just doesn't make... Like, from a just logical standpoint. Like, okay, you saw this, but you didn't, like, save the image as you collected it? Like, you were remote connecting to one of the computers. How much bandwidth would that take? That would take, like, tons of... Was that bandwidth even available back then? I'm calling bullshit. Like, if you want to... I'm calling bullshit on it. Like, yeah, sure, like, I believe some of it, like, the stuff that was obviously claimed, but, like, I'm calling bullshit on, like, remote connection to onto a computer. Like, why wouldn't you just download the images? That would be faster. You would have the images on your computer. I'm going to, yeah, and just, like, the not saving it. Oh, looks like we are getting down to 20 minutes. Oh, we're down to 18 minutes. Stream on this thing is... Yeah, we're down to 18 minutes, people. I need to keep an eye on that. If you don't donate, then this ends in 18 minutes. Like, I didn't expect it to go for too long, but, like, also didn't expect it to, like, end so soon. Yeah, I just call complete bullshit. Yeah. Like, what was the bandwidth back then? What bandwidth was he operating with? Because, like, surely it would be faster to just download an image and, like, search through, like, registry files, or, like, search through, like, the file thing to, like, find what you want, rather than connecting to a computer remotely and then doing it off of that computer. Like, even just like routing traffic through that computer. You don't have to like screen capture like or screen thing everything. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. What was the 41? The NASA hacker. Like, let's see. But yeah. Maybe it's going to take a while. We'll continue on.
And other technologies.
I was obsessed with UFOs. I was dying to find out the information. The internet was a real enabler for finding out information by going to places you shouldn't be in because they were so open. There were a lot of text files that had lists of places, installations, military bases, Air Force bases, Navy sites, NASA sites. So there was a lot to go through. But I did find a goldmine of information.
So why didn't he save that? Right? You know, why didn't he save those files? Like, if you want to be a whistleblower, rather than just like hacking into something and like leaving some threatening messages or whatever, save files. I would save that. Quite often, like, I get that sometimes you don't need to, or you don't think you need to. Like, if you think something's going to be available for a while, then you know you'd like continue, you'd just like leave it on the system. But like, why not download it? Like, when you get a file and look through a file, that is something you can save. Same with an image. Like, it just makes zero sense. I don't, like, obviously he didn't use a VPN, he got caught. I'm not talking about like a VPN. I'm just talking about, hey, here are some files. Save them to your computer. I'm connecting to Wikipedia here, right? I can say this file is already on my computer. I don't need permission. I don't need to ask Wikipedia, hey, can you please give me that file? I can just like take that file now. I can go copy image. That image is now on my clipboard. Right? That is, you know, I don't need to ask Wikipedia, hey, can I please download this file to my computer? It's already on my computer. It's right there. It's in my memory. I don't need remote access. Wouldn't transfer files. Yeah, but like, this is, if he had remote access, like, that would be a lot of bandwidth back at the time. Why not just, like, if you are remote accessing it, like, why not have the files themselves sent to you? I don't get it. Like, that would be like a video, it'd be like a video thing, but like videos back then would have been slow. Like, why not just have the file sent to your computer? Why? I don't get it. I don't get why it just doesn't take the file, put it on your computer. If you can't transfer files, you can at least take screenshots. But apparently he was too bedazzled. Are you talking about something like AnyDesk? Yeah. Like something along those lines. Like, again, like, this was way back. That was back a long time. If you can like remote hack into a US thing, surely you can just like transfer all the files. But because he's like, yeah, he only had XP. When did XP come out? But yeah, let's continue because we have 12 minutes. If this stream ends in 12 minutes, I'm going to be a little disappointed, not going to lie. I was kind of hoping to be able to show, to have someone debunk, but, you know, we'll see. But yeah.
Gary found folders containing images of what he said looked like extraterrestrial spaceships, blueprints for anti-gravitic craft, and most shocking of all, he stumbled upon an off-world database of personnel titled Non-Terrestrial Officers. According to McKinnon, he unearthed a secret U.S. military program that existed entirely in space.
I found the spreadsheet was actually titled in the column non-terrestrial officers. As well as officers' names, it had ship names.
Non-terrestrial officers. That could be like just, you know, like, that could be like things in the, that could be like things that, like, could be like operations that involve satellites, maybe. I don't know. I can Google I can Google spaceships and get USS Enterprise, Liberator, and Red Dwarf, etc. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, a lot of this is just sus.
None of these were ocean-going ships.
None of
It
them.
was astounding. They're not Navy, they're not the Army, and not even Air Force. So to me, I was thinking there must be an off-planet Space Force, or Space Fleet, at least.
Not necessarily. It just could be that they're not associated with the Navy or Army or Air Force.
Having communicated with Gary personally, my own assessment is that he seemed very credible and sincere about his findings.
I mean, just because someone says like a nice thing to you doesn't mean that they're right. Like, think people have said nice things to me. That doesn't mean that like they're right. You know? Oh, okay. Let's put this back up. He believes in the Great Reset conspiracy theory. Yeah, that makes sense. It's globalism disguised as communism. Yada yada yada. He's conspiracy brained. Has the timer sped up? Nope, the timer's going at the same rate that it always has, I believe. It's just that nobody's added anything to the timer. So I guess we're ending in 9 minutes unless someone puts more puts more time on the timer. Which, you know, is done with money, but you know.
The U.S. officially established the Space Force as a new branch of the military, focusing on space warfare during President Trump's first term, which has contributed to speculation about secret military space activities. While there isn't concrete...
I mean, if they're already doing secret things, why would they need Space Force? If they're already doing secret space stuff, then they... Yeah, like, I'm not asking, like, particular people. I'm not asking you, Davinia, but, like, other people could. Just saying. It'd probably help if I had more viewers, to be honest. But yeah. I also understand that like some people might be at work or doing stuff, and maybe I started at a bad time. Yeah. Because I am going to stand by like what the timer says.
Concrete public evidence for a secret space program in the dramatic, widespread sense often portrayed in conspiracy theories, there has been and continues to be classified military and space activities, as well as whistleblowers that continue to come forward.
Yeah, like I'm not denying that there's like classified things that happen in space. I just don't think that a lot of people that I just don't think that the person that you've cited is valid. You know, it's the holidays here. Maybe I don't know where the holidays is. Maybe I did do the wrong time. Might do it and might try this again in a few months or something. I don't know. Not just for Space Force, but because space communism was already a thing. How cool is that Space Command? Yeah, luxury gay space communism, right? That's what we want. But yeah, like I don't think that it's a particularly pressing. I don't think that the evidence that he cited is particularly convincing, especially since we know when, like, if someone has conspiracy theories about one thing, that's likely that they're just making things up. Like, if the free energy thing gave it away, right? Someone claims, oh yeah, I found free energy, then it's like, okay, you're bullshitting. It's the evidence that you need. No, Hugh, not the mask. For Goran Anderson for 56. Do I need to do a sex dance? And that brings us above 10 minutes. So that gives you a bit more time. Let's go.
Alleging the existence of advanced space capabilities, suggesting that not all space activities are publicly known. In December 2020, former Israeli space security chief Haim Eshed claimed in an interview with an Israeli national newspaper that the United States government had been in contact with extraterrestrial life for years, and that President Trump was planning to disclose existing agreements between Earth governments and off-world federations.
Okay, let's remind ourselves how this started. Oh, these craft are probably not aliens. Now it's like, it's probably aliens. Why are we speaking so much about aliens if those craft aren't aliens? Or did I misunderstand something? I don't know. But yeah, the craft, like, if they have like aviation stuff, they're probably something to do with planes. Probably not aliens, as mentioned. But what were we saying? Templar Warden for $5 New Zealand says, I found free energy. Watch me put these two spicy rocks together. Yes! Spicy rocks. Well, I like my spicy rocks. Don't you... Spicy rocks, don't you put... I need to... Also, I'm confused. Did it come through? Hopefully it did. Actually, I can check. I can check. Like, I can go to here, Templar Warden. Oh yeah, that would have added like 2 and a bit minutes. Apparently.
Haim Eshed, who headed Israel's space security program for 30 years, also said that there's already a joint base underground on Mars.
Okay, so apparently we've got a base, underground base on Mars. Like, yeah, it's just like, where's the evidence of any of this? You know, like, sure, like maybe they've done stuff, but like, I don't know. I feel like there'd be more people that would come forth rather than like just, I don't know. Yeah, who works there?
Where they collaborate with American astronauts. As unlikely as this may seem to many, these claims are difficult to completely dismiss due to Haim's status and credibility.
Haim's status and credibility. Who is this? I've never heard of them, so let's look them up. Okay, Haim issued. I think this is the right person. Please tell me if I'm mistaken, but I believe this is the person that we're talking about. Widely cited as the father of Israel's space program. Extraterrestrial claims. In December 2020, hold on. He retired in 2011. Okay, and in December 2020, he claims that the United States government had been in contact with extraterrestrial life for years and had signed secret agreements with the Galactic Federation in order to perform experiments on Earth. He also stated that US President Donald Trump was aware of this and on the verge of informing everyone of their existence, but was stopped by the Galactic Federation, who wished... Okay, so that's why Donald Trump... Nick Pope, UFO investigator Nick Pope told NBC's that the UFOlogy community wanted to know whether Ishid's account is primary or secondary information. Either this is some kind of practical joke or publicity stunt to help sell his book, perhaps with something having been lost in translation, or someone in the know is breaking the ranks. But yeah, could be something to just try and help sell a book. The book is The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Haim Ishid, written by author Hagar Yanai, published in November 2020. In the book, Ishid makes claims that include stories of how aliens prevented potential nuclear disasters, including an unspecified nuclear incidents during the Bay of Pigs invasion. In 2020, he went too far with his claims, and it is unlikely that human-alien encounters are occurring. He added that for decades, Ishid fancied unconventional interpretations of incoherent space signals that most consider to be of natural origin. In response to queries by NBC News, a NASA spokesperson reaffirmed that we have yet to find signs of extraterrestrial life. Now, I can understand this being like a he said, she said kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's a publicity stunt to be like, oh yeah, look at me, I'm selling a book. But yeah, like when you are like if he wasn't selling a book, then that would add credibility. It would add a little bit of credibility. But like also, it's still I just find it hard to believe. But yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, here's the joint base underground on Mars where they collaborate with American astronauts. But yeah, we've got 6 minutes, folks. 6 minutes, either in the next 6 minutes, people add more time to the timer, or the stream ends. So, and yeah.
Isaac Ben Israel, chairman of Israel Space Agency, said, quote, "If I would have to choose one person to be called the father of Israel's space capabilities, it would be Haim Heshed. The data disclosed by Israel's top space..."
Yeah, but that didn't they say he went too far with his claims?
Official was mirrored by former Canadian Defence Minister Paul Hellyer, who made headlines by publicly announcing that he not only believed in the existence of anti-gravitic UFO craft, but made an astonishing statement that he claims to have knowledge that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth, and demanded that world governments disclose alien technology that could be used to solve environmental problems on the planet. Perhaps most shocking is the testimony put forth by U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer William Tompkins, who not only claimed to have been briefed by U.S. spies during World War II.
Let's see who William Tompkins is. Because, you know, William... Oh, that's 10:30. Tompkins. May refer to... Wait, who are we talking about? Which William Tompkins?
Statement that he claims to have knowledge that extraterrestrials are visiting Earth and demanded that world governments disclose alien technology that could be used to solve environmental problems on the planet. Perhaps most shocking is the testimony put forth by U.S. Naval Intelligence Officer William Tompkins, who not only claimed to have been briefed by U.S. spies during World War II about the German participation with an advanced Nordic race of off-world scientists, but alleges that he himself worked alongside these Nordic people on the Apollo space program in conjunction with NASA.
Okay, let's see what this William Tompkins deal is. All right. Also, I've only got 3 minutes left. I didn't need the energy drink at all. Okay. He accepted a position. No, nothing about Nordic. Maybe it's not the right person. William Tompkins. So, okay. Maybe it was Billiam. But William Mills Tompkins. So apparently there's someone who wrote a book. Yeah, looks like the streamers. For 25 RON by Relevant Noob. That adds some time to the timer. 6 minutes left, folks. If you don't want to see the stream end, then you then keep donating. I would like to at least have some of my plans come through. That's I kind of was hoping to, as I said, like get to 12 hours. At least then I can have like a fun little sleep, fun little nap, and then yeah. Alright, Bill Tompkins was embedded in the world of secrecy as a teenager, but when the Navy took his personal ship models out of the Hollywood department store because they showed the classified locations of radars and gun emplacements. Why? Did he like look at them? Davinia Robbins for 420 says, here is 5 minutes. Thank you, Davinia Robbins. Frody Nice for 5 NOK says, is this a rhetorical question? What do you mean? Oh, like if you don't want to see the stream end? I mean, if you don't want to see the stream end, jeez, a lot of people just donated it all at once. Alpha sent com for $10. No message, but thank you. I need to go ahead and like all these things. 1 second. All right, that gives me a bit of time to actually look over this. He was personally present at the Battle of LA when 1,000 rounds of ammo were fired at UFOs, and one of the Nordic craft may have selected him to be their rep in the evolving aerospace race. What's the Battle of LA? That sounds... let me just go to viewer activity, and surely it will allow me to... yep, I can heart all these things. Much love to everybody who has donated, by the way. Yeah. Not have to be the Norwegian krona. And I want to hear the rest of the... Oh, yeah, true. Alright, so... Okay. Selected by the Navy prior to completing high school to be authorized for research work. He regularly visited classified naval facilities during World War II until he was discharged in 1946. After working there, he was hired by Douglas Aircraft Company in 1950. There was a movie, yeah. Sounds more like a movie than an actual battle. And when they found out about his involvement in classified work, he was given a job... Oh? Holy shit. But there's more to come. I'm not sure what you mean, Hugh. Holy shit. Thank you, Nineberry, for the €50. That puts us back over an hour. Nineberry... I have to ask Nineberry. Is the last part of your name, is that pronounced Nineberry as well? Is it Nineberry? Because that's funny if it is. It's like a whole thing huge with ufologists because the military got involved, even though they're firing at nothing, I think. Okay. Okay, so this work was partly controlled by Navy personnel who used to work for James Forrestal, who was allegedly assassinated because... oh wait, hold on. Okay. Because he was going to publicly reveal what he knew about UFOs. Apparently a lot of people have been able to publicly reveal what they know about UFOs and have not been offed for it. Bill Tompkins was asked to conceive of sketches of mile-long naval interplanetary craft designs. Later he became involved in the conventional aspects of the Saturn program that later became the Apollo launch vehicle. His insight into system engineering resulted in his offering some critical suggestions personally to Dr. Warner von Braun about ensuring more reliable checkout using the missiles in the vertical position, and also some effective launch control concepts adopted by both NASA and the Air Force. The story is peppered with his personal interactions with his co-workers and secretaries. It's the German version pronounced pronounced differently. Oh, okay. Because it's Nineberry. Nonberry? Nonber? That I probably butchered it, but yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going off like what I think it's supposed to sound like. People with help. Okay, some of whom the author believes to be the Nordic aliens helping the good guys here on Earth. Towards the end of this volume, he sketches what he personally saw on TV when Armstrong was landing on the moon. There's a few survivors married to willing to tell his story about what really happened. NASA secrets that can now be told. Okay. So, if I go back here, if I go William Mills Tompkins. So, It's like just he's an author. It's yeah, it doesn't have William. There's a few William F. Tompkins, but yeah, all you'd think he'd be more important, and that's like the thing. There are only two songs There are only two songs containing the word interplanetary. I know one of them. It's like planetary, intergalactic, planetary, something like that. Oh yeah, I could use Google Translate. Good thinking, Irrelevant Noob. But yeah, thank you for the $7.99. And that gets us a little bit closer to reaching the target, which I was worried that I wasn't going to reach. I was like, we're getting down to a minute, but now we've paused times. But yeah, I don't know. Like this William Tompkins person doesn't seem all that reliable. Where are we? Oh yeah, so open link. This is Hugh Jarsz. Oh, I probably should unzoom this. Reset. Hugh Jarsz's UFO pic. And yeah, it does look like a UFO. But yeah, I don't know. I don't. It's very hard for me to trust someone whose the only thing you can find is books. That's the only thing you can find on him. Biography. So yeah, it's just books. Just books. Okay, here's something a bit more that we can find. On March 26, 1941, the Evening Outlook paper of Santa Monica, CA, published an article that featured a young 17-year-old William Tompkins. In the publication, there was a photo of William displaying over 50 model ships, which he began building at age 9 for a U.S. Navy captain. G.C. Gearing was the commander, and he was not the only one interested in Bill's models. Rear Admiral C.A. Blakely, who examined the models, was quoted in the article saying, "It is with considerable interest and pleasure that I, together with my staff, examined the ship models. Craftsmanship such as you has evidence shows that you have a keen student of detail and naval construction." Puts the Navy in a panic. Bill's father was detained and questioned about how the data was obtained because there was a heightened suspicion of spies at the time. Eventually, the officials were convinced that the young boy's accuracy was a result of weekend tours of ships anchored in Long Beach Harbor, which were open to the public at the time. William simply had great memory for size and detail, so the okay. Bill was also assigned to the Naval Management Program and a flight school for existing and future flight missions, including pay. He ended up flying in almost every aircraft in the Navy inventory at times of pilot. Bill spent 4 years with access to technology above the level of top secret and was involved in some of the most unprecedented advanced scientific research on the planet, all as a result of building some ship. After the war ended, Bill went to work at Northrop in their secret wind tunnel. While there, he became aware of a program of advanced penetration into aerospace being developed by the Douglas Aircraft Company in Santa Monica. with no photos available, a great memory. Okay, that's talking about the accuracy. Okay, it says that Bill would ultimately work in several highly classified think tank programs at various aerospace firms, mostly devising future weapons programs. From there, Bill actually went on to the Apollo space program. He was instrumental in the major decisions needed to get America to the moon. So we know that there is some truth in this thing, but we just know that there's some truth. Constructing the model ship, from model trains to space travel. Oh, okay. Here's the part where it talks about selected by extraterrestrials. Let's see what this has to say. With such an illustrious career, Mr. Tompkins had extensive experience in advanced space research relating to spacecraft and their missions. His experience included 4 years in naval intelligence, studying extraterrestrial space threats, 12 years engineering section chief for the Douglas Missile and Space Division, and 4 years as corporate director of North American's Advanced Space Research, and 4 years as program director of the 2020 Advanced Anti-Sub Warfare Program. Bill was also the founder and chairman of the Advanced Space Concept Staff for the think tank within TRW Space System. Additionally, he was a member of the corporate headquarters at Red Team at General Dynamics Corporation. All this experience led to Bill's membership in the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, and he did extensive research into extraterrestrials and UFOs. In fact, Bill wrote a multi-volume autobiography study on the subject entitled Selected by Extraterrestrials, which can be purchased. Is that it? In this book, Bill states that the planet had been a battleground for warring extraterrestrial cultures. So this is claiming what? While autobiographical, the book is highly technical and makes for a very interesting read. Bill also spent 47 years at and then we get back to craftsmanship. So yeah, like he believes this, believes that he's like looked into this, which is interesting when you can go ahead and read the thing again, right? The thing is, UFO that is true. UFOs can be interesting, but he does say that it's been like a war ground for several years, right? What's the? Oh, that's volume 2. But yeah. You can read what. Yeah. So what do people think? There was a lot of like. Oh, maybe there was a lot of claims and stuff. A lot of. Yeah, there's probably a lot of. Yeah, for me, there's a lot of. How do I put it? There's a lot of claims of like Nordic stuff, and like all the claims come from him. He doesn't seem to have any evidence. I don't know, like, it seems like there's a lot of people that want extraterrestrials to be real. And I can get, like, the government having programs to look for extraterrestrials, but there's a lot of things that you have to consider, right? You have to consider the fact that it's difficult for space, space travel is inherently difficult. And like saying that he was present at the Battle of LA when 1,430 anti-aircraft rounds were fired at UFOs, could have just been firing at nothing. Like maybe some people thought, oh yeah, we're fighting UFOs or something. But like, if the UFOs, I would not engage. If I was the military, I would not try to. If I was the military, I would not engage with extraterrestrials. I wouldn't be trying to shoot them down. Unless I had some extraterrestrials to back me up. If they can do space travel, they can destroy the Earth. Well, if they can do space travel, our pathetic little Earth rounds aren't going to hurt them all that much. Let's be honest. I don't know. Always seems sus. And yeah, there's some. The reasoning is that they thought they were Japanese. But what else does?
I want to try to explain
Oh!
the Apollo program. First of all, Apollo was done 7 years before, after our original moon mission program. And I want to explain what Apollo really was. First phase, well, yes, go to the moon, pick up your rocks, take your pictures, and come home, okay? Second phase, build a 10,000-man naval research facility under the ground on.
Wonder if that happened. I don't think it did. Oh yeah. Oh, Paul's heart attack. 10 Canadian dollars. Thank you. And that brings the time back up. There we go. At least I know that it works now. Once again. I don't know why it didn't work for FTFE. We'll have to work it out. I'll probably send them new versions of the code and stuff. I have a lot that I need to fix. Okay.
On the moon. Next phase, go to all of the planets in the solar system and build stations on their planets or their moons. Fourth stage, go out into the galaxy and go to the 12 closest stars, Alpha Centauri being the first. We had to drop that because we found out that it had 2 suns and the radiation was going to be impossible. So we skipped that one, but we were to go to the 11 closest. Do the same thing, except we would start the program to interface with the people on that star's planets. And we would go into marketing. Yes, we would have the Navy go there, but we were going to set up commerce, all right, with the 11 closest stars' planets.
Sorry. So, what I was saying is that technology clearly doesn't exist. Why would you need Apollo to set up a moon base if you have secret alien technology? Right? What is the use of Apollo? Why would you even have the moon landing? Shouldn't we be on Mars by now? It just doesn't pass the sniff test.
Then the last one was to do the same thing out into the galaxy and be extensive. And that was to have a continuous production launch program from 1963 till 1999. Continuous launching of various types of vehicles. And I talk about our truck vehicles, which are the Novas. These are massive rockets which are propelled by liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, standard rocket engines, okay? For the first missions in local planets here, we'll use the rockets. But as we move out into the galaxy, we're going to be using anti-gravitational and electromagnetic propulsion, okay?
Okay. So, why don't we just use anti-gravity... Like, if we're building a moon base, a moon base would take a lot to would need to use a lot of energy to build a moon base. Use it no matter what you use. If we use the Saturn V, it's going to take a lot of energy. Even like with today, it takes millions of dollars to get, I think, a whole... how much is it? Like, cost to put 1 kg in orbit. Yeah. Says here $2,000 to $30,000 per kilogram, and you want to put 10,000 people. Like, let's be conservative. Let's say 15,000. 15,000 times 10,000. What's that? That is 150 million. Manageable, but oh, that's assuming that. Wait, that's the problem. Like, that's assuming that they weigh 1 kilogram. Let's say that they weigh 60 kilogram. All right, then we've got, that looks like a $9 billion to put a human into orbit. 9 billion. That's a lot of money and back for that time. And that's just putting them into orbit. That's not sending them to the moon. And this is back when it would have been more expensive to do that. But yeah, like, I don't think the US federal budget in 1969. $161 billion. Yeah, 186 billion. That's a decent portion of that. And again, that's just a human. That's not considering all the other things that you would have to put into space in order to do that. Because you'd have to, there'd be supplies, all that kind of stuff. NASA just wouldn't have had the budget for that. And when you can, who was President Nixon at the time? I remember that from Doctor Who. I hope I'm right. Was a Republican. I don't think he was too keen on driving up the deficit. I don't know. Just doesn't pass the sniff test. 50 kgs. I said 60 kgs, and that's just the humans. That's not considering everything else that would be needed.
So now we go back to the moon mission part of this. And what I want to explain is that the vehicles that we designed for all of these missions after the moon mission are massive. They're like 40 times the size of the little Apollo over here on the side of the picture, okay? And so what we're really doing is that we're developing a massive production program for millions of people here on this planet go out into the galaxy. All right, along with that program, we have an agreement and a contract from NASA to do the Apollo. Okay, so Boeing has the first stage, Douglas has the second stage. We don't have anybody on the third stage yet, but we have the fourth stage, which is called the S4B. So we're supposed to design the S4B and do everything that's necessary, but nothing in the contract can we do, because everything that NASA is doing is manual. Everything that we're doing is computerized. Two different, totally different ways. So
I'm not quite sure what he's yapping about here, but like, wouldn't you like get everyone on the same page? And also, like, again, like, why not use the anti-gravity craft and all that kind of stuff? And also, if this was the plan, why not tell the public? Yeah, like, why? Why? You want to get the, especially like nowadays when like NASA's budget keeps on getting slashed, right? If NASA wanted to get more public funding, all they would have to do is say, "Hey, we found aliens. Hey, we're close to getting like hyperdrive or something. We just need a bit more funding." You get it in a heartbeat. Like how? Like the amount, as he mentions here, like doing commerce, being able to do commerce with like intergalactic stuff or intragalactic, but like within the galaxy, then that is a capitalist's wet dream. That is like, capitalists would love that.
what we have then is a very large engineering department in Douglas who is designing the Apollo missions, period. We just happen to have the largest number of engineers and scientists on our part for the S4B stage. So here we have two beautiful Nordic girls and this good...
Also, a lot of what he's saying doesn't really connect. Oh, the video sound is very low. Let me turn it up then. Okay. Yeah, what he's saying doesn't really connect to one another. At least I'm not seeing the connection. Maybe I'd have to watch it a few times to understand where one part leads to another.
Good-looking Nordic guy that helps them, he's not there all the time, who are contracted to make sure that we do all of the Apollo. Wow. Hey, this is cool. Now, you have to look at my secretary. Yes, she does look like...
Something creepy about the way he said Nordic girls. Yeah. I can see why. I can see why. Dorimo 10, you had nailed it.
somebody else. okay?
William Tompkins claims that he worked with an extremely attractive, Nordic-looking race which resembled Maria Orsic, a Croatian-born leader of the Vril Society, an esoteric group in Germany involved in...
But what does that have... What does working with someone who's Nordic have to do with aliens? What? Why? It has nothing to do with aliens. Like, someone's race doesn't matter? Like I could just as well say, oh, I worked with an Australian. See, they have if you remove the Austr, you get alien. That means that I've worked with aliens. Oh! Yeah, that might be it, Templar Warden. This person does go on about Aryan. Yeah. Okay. I see. I see what you're going. I see where this is going, I think.
in psychic mediumship, metaphysics, and the exploration of free energy and anti-gravitic propulsion technologies. The narratives around her involvement include claims that she received channeled messages from the star system Aldebaran, which is located in the eye of the constellation of Taurus, with technical data for building flying machines, which former SS officers linked to the development of early UFOs.
Okay, so apparently we're being contacted. Oh yeah, this is the same guy who has the Ancient Aryan series, whose videos... Yeah. Just getting back to it now. But yeah, it seems like this person thinks that some people... I didn't think I was that on the nose. Yeah, like, you go to this guy's channel, right? Let's put this in here for the time being. You go to this guy's channel, right? And you get like Aryan ancestry unveiled. Internal fucking alchemy for women. Apparently debunking the out of Africa theory. Probably saying that we all came from aliens or something. But yeah. You know, it's... Yeah, space Nazi shit. Exactly. Maria Orsic never existed. Oh, that makes even more sense. That makes even more sense. I know I haven't looked this up, but like, I completely believe you. I completely believe you. Without looking that up, I wouldn't be surprised.
One of the more mysterious aspects of Maria Orsic's story is her disappearance at the end of World War II.
Oh, yeah, conveniently disappeared. Okay. So we, when you say that when you say that she never existed, it's just like, oh well, she disappeared. That's why you think that she never existed.
Various accounts suggest that she vanished in 1945, possibly escaping to South America, Antarctica, or even another planet. Her last known act was reportedly leaving a note saying, quote, "None of us are staying here."
A lot of people in Germany in World War II also disappeared. Oh yeah, I was looking this way when I paused it. He has an Adolf Hitler quote on screen. Okay. That explains more. This person... So I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, the whole talking about Aryans and all that kind of stuff like does give off Hitler particles. So, yeah. This guy's just a Nazi. I say that with no reservations about like, oh, you're just calling a person a Nazi because you disagree. No. He's talking about. He thinks that Hitler was. He probably thinks that Hitler went to Antarctica. Yeah.
We were like minutes, not years, from losing that war, but it didn't make any difference.
Silver balls floating. Yeah, Nazis news device. Okay.
To Germany, they infiltrated our aerospace and our advanced medical systems here in the country, and essentially...
I have no idea who is talking. No clue.
They got NASA, which then, of course, they were running.
Oh, they think that the Nazis were running NASA because of Operation Paperclip. I actually don't know whether he thinks the Nazis are good or bad. Like, here it seems like he thinks that the Nazis are bad. Oh, no. Operation Paperclip was basically a thing where the US got a bunch of German scientists. The idea is essentially that they... because the Nazis did have talented scientists, right? So rather than like being like, okay, well, let's just get rid of them. We don't want any Nazis around anymore. It's like, well, why don't you recruit them in exchange for like not getting punished, right? Because if there is talent, you want that talent on your side. And so that's what America did. They brought people who were, they brought people onto things like NASA and different projects because it's like, hey, we've got some talent here. Let's utilize that talent rather than just like going out on a vengeance thing. At least that's like a very rough reasoning that I can give for that. Also, we're down to 45 minutes. Oh yeah, there was also a lot of fear of the Soviets getting them, right? Because you persecute Nazis, they'll flee to places where they're safe. So it's like, okay, well you persecute the talented ones, then they'll flee to Russia or whatever. So it's like, okay, well, let's bring them onto our side. Let's make sure that we have the talent.
To the Apollo missions, which were German missions before they left Germany and went to Antarctica.
Right.
These were...
Well, the Apollo mission, like... They do realize that NASA wasn't founded by NASA was not founded by Nazis. It was founded by Americans. Good luck getting a Nazi to, these people that we fought to fund, to convince the government that they need to fund their project. The USSR was even more vicious in precaution and wanted to exploit them as well. Yeah. So it's more like, might as well bring them onto our side.
That's what Germany was doing. So they came over here and they did the same thing here. Wasn't Germany just like getting them to develop rockets? Like not necessarily rockets for like space travel, but like firing rockets from like the V2 rocket or something. At least that's what I remember. It wasn't going to space, but like
Turns out a rocket to blow people up, a rocket to deliver a payload, which is a bomb, doesn't function all too dissimilarly from a rocket to get to space. Only problem is the re-entry can be a little bit rough.
Sit down and sort of evaluate the timeline of all of this. I think it's kind of hard to believe you didn't win the war. And it's very hard to realize even today that this is still a major controlling element in the United States, and actually in England too.
Like, the thing is, Hitler killed himself. I'm sorry, but like that, you won the war enough that you got the leader to off himself before like he was reached. That it's not like you're like I get that they're going for the angle of because these Nazis were brought onto our side, that means that they were really the winners. But like the Nazis were workers. Well, the Nazis that came onto the side of NASA or the US were workers, you know, and you want those people there, especially if they're going to help someone who you perceive as being the enemy. You know, it'd be a different. Like if they hadn't have done that, then I think that the Apollo moon landings there probably would have been Russian moon landings before that. First rocket in space was a sounding rocket from Germany, but yeah, it was adjacent to the main use. Yeah. I'm surprised this is still going. I saw the notification around lunch and it's already almost dinner. Well, yeah, I'm a little shocked too because it got down to like a minute at one point. But yeah, anyone can add time, and if 6 hours of time get added, then if 6 hours of time get added, then we have a special guest, and if more time than that gets added, then we have potentially more special guests. Essentially what I'm saying is the more time you add, the more people I can invite on. The more people, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and this is why you need to bring all your friends and donate as much as you can. Because if I am going till tomorrow, I will have I can invite some special guests on that weren't able to come on today. Turns out I chose a really bad day to start the stream. In terms of special guests, so you know.
That's crazy.
Yeah, extraordinary. Antarctica, advanced technology. NASA, a German operation. The Germans put us in space. The Germans took us to the moon, if we went to the moon, and most people think.
There were also people that. Huh, okay, that's weird. There were also Americans that worked on Apollo. You know that. Like, it wasn't. From what I can tell, it wasn't primarily just like. It wasn't just like Nazi scientists. I don't know.
I think we did.
We did.
While there is some doubt regarding the official story about the manned moon mission put forth by NASA, which skeptics claim was at least partially filmed in a studio, very few are aware that there are claims that Germany, under the Nazi regime, achieved a moon landing first using top secret alternative propulsion technology.
Okay, why didn't America get this? If Germany achieved this, okay, if Germany achieved that first, and then the Germans went to work for NASA, Why didn't they use that? Like, surely it would be like, oh yeah, let's just use the same stuff. Why not?
With claims varying from the 1930s to 1942. These secret projects often reference craft, such as the Hanabu or Vril, which are said to have anti-gravitic capabilities.
Yeah, so why wouldn't those who did the Apollo, why wouldn't Warner von Braun go, all right, here's how we're going to get to the moon. We're going to use anti-gravitic craft. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Another aspect of this theory includes the notion that Nazis established a base on the moon, which allegedly was designed in the shape of a giant swastika inside of a crater, with numerous subterranean levels extending deep below the moon's surface.
Because, of course, not the goddamn bell again. What's the goddamn bell? Well, yeah, like, take your P-1000. No, it probably wouldn't be able to be seen by with a P-1000, but, you know, it would have been noticed by, like, a craft, like, one of the several craft that has gone to the moon. Like, India has sent craft to the moon. I'm in the midst of a very long, unskippable ad for vitamin supplements. Yeah, like, YouTube doesn't seem to be telling me when, oh, there's about to be an ad placement. Because, you know, it's not, yeah, it's, like, as I said, India has gone to the moon. China's gone to the moon. You know, like, with the amount of people that would be needed to keep something like this secret would be, there'd be an astronomical number of people. Pun intended. Pun fully intended. Let me check how the time is doing. We are down to 36 minutes. Oh. We are down to 42 minutes. JBZ, thank you for the £4.99. Let's build a secret base on the moon. No one can see the moon. Yeah, no one. Now, to be fair, if they built it on the dark side of the moon, then, you know, then yeah, it would make a bit more sense, because you have to wait for everyone else to get to the moon before they can find you. But, like, by now, that would have come out. But when it comes to where was I going? Oh yeah, when it comes to the earlier claims that, oh, we were going to go to with you know, other star systems with different anti-gravitic craft, and it's like, okay, well, if the Nazis got to the moon with anti-gravitic craft, why don't we use anti-gravitic craft to get to the moon? If the Nazis did it, why can't we just do it? Clearly, if they managed to build a moon base there, clearly that is the superior technology. I'm a little hungry. I've got 4 packets of chips, so I might eat my burger rings. Because, okay, the secret to being awake is eating. Like, no joke. Just like it. Oh, I don't want to click that button. I nearly clicked the wrong button there. Okay. Anyway. Oh, also I should click the heart.
And of course, we were using the information that in Admiral Riccoboni's office. He was the commander of Naval Air Station San Diego, and that was his published mission. Nobody knew what he was actually doing with these operatives coming back from Germany with all this space information.
Right.
but jointly working with the Nordic Navy. And who are the people that has been assisting at least us on the Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
There's one real important thing I think we all need to address it. We need.
Again, why did we need different technology for Apollo? Why did Apollo, like, if access to this technology was stuff that we had, why did we need different technology for Apollo? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, why haven't we gone back to the moon? Again, and also capitalists would love to go to other planets. They'd love to be able to mine all the space rocks and stuff.
Need to try to relate to it.
Sure. Go to it.
This universe is a very, very big place to be. Okay?
Yeah.
As many as 200 billion galaxies exist out there. We didn't talk about planetary systems like the solar system.
Now, these are
we didn't
galaxies
even talk
like the Milky Way. These are galaxies, 200 billion, at least.
At least 200 billion. And then we have billions of stars in our own galaxy, the Milky Way. Oh my gosh. And so for us to take this approach, which unfortunately we've been lied to, like you said, that there's no other people out there in the universe but us, it's kind of naive.
I do think that there are probably aliens out there. The question is whether they have come to Earth or not. I don't think that they have. There is very much a lack of evidence of that having happened. Right? If life was common, if there was this galactic federation, why hasn't Earth been colonized by this galactic federation? Especially if they're, inhabiting multiple planets. Also, there's a reason. There are reasons why it may be that why other life forms choose to stay on their own planet rather than, going out and exploring the stars. Maybe they can't get off the planet. Everyone's heard of the super Earth stuff, right? Where it's this planet has 1.2 times the gravity at its surface that Earth does. So getting off it is going to be a bitch. Good luck with that. It's hard enough to get off Earth with our Earth gravity. Or maybe they're not assholes. That is true. But yeah, I think that it's like the energy that it takes to get from one planet to another is a lot. And then there is the thing where it's very difficult to get from one planet to another. Takes a long time. We have the thing that's furthest from the Earth hasn't even left the solar system yet. It's at the outer reaches, I believe. I may be wrong with that, but I don't think it's left the solar system yet. It's just it's out at the edges, or getting to the edges, and it's really hard to do that. Sure, if you invent fantasy craft and stuff, then it might be that, you've magically managed to do stuff. But then, also, when it comes to that kind of stuff, how much energy might you need? People don't consider this. Let's imagine that faster than light travel is possible. How much energy would that require? It would require a lot of energy. And to gain energy or to collect energy can take time. If you need to power Like, if you've ever put a phone on charge, that doesn't just charge instantly. It can take a while for that to charge. So it could be that just like getting from planet to planet, it just takes a lot of time. And it's not the sort of thing that aliens are able to just do in a year. If aliens made contact and all they saw was 1940s Germany, I'd like to think they'd look around a bit to try and talk to someone else before leaving. That is true. Even if you could travel at 25% the speed of light, it would take 16 years just to get to the nearest star system. Yeah, and like, I think there is an idea that NASA has to try to get to the nearest star system, but that would take, by accelerating like solar sails to like 20% of the speed of light, meaning that would take 20 years to get to the nearest star system. But yeah, like, that is something that would take a long time. Are you prepared to put that amount of effort in your life? For something that you may not even see the results of. Some people are. But there's a lot of people who won't be.
That's just ridiculous is what it is. It's absolutely absurd to even say something as dumb as that. Good Lord.
200 billion galaxies, all with over billions of stars.
Yeah, I don't think anyone is like, maybe a few Christians might dispute that there's life elsewhere in the universe, right? Young Earth creationists, most certainly, they'll dispute that. They probably think that that the stars are like a thing surrounding us. And that we are the center of the universe. But like, that's not people that are scientifically minded. Yeah, and a lot of those galaxies will eventually disappear from view when they get too far away as well.
My gosh. And these stars, most of these stars have planets.
Yeah.
Like the little solar system that we have. But just that.
And there's also the question of how common life is as well. Like, you want to say, oh, most stars have planets. It's like, yeah, but like, how common is life? How likely is life to have formed on any of these planets? It may be very common, but like, you got to consider, like, how likely is it for life to form? How likely is it that intelligent life will form? And then how likely is it that that life form isn't just going to wipe itself out? Or just, have something else that comes along and wipes it out? We had dinosaurs here once. They're no longer here.
Think that we're part of this situation. And that people have been cruising, certainly not just the Milky Way galaxy, all of these other galaxies for probably billions of years.
I mean, when it comes to like the Milky Way galaxy, like, where is the evidence? Surely, like, would have seen like signals or something. Surely. And like, if you want to say, oh well, it's all being covered up, then why are the people that come forth always seem to be crackpots? I don't know. Samantha Jane for £5 says a public space race headed by a civilian org was also a great cover to develop ICBMs to drop A-bombs on an enemy that couldn't target them with anti-aircraft missiles. Or anti-aircraft guns. I'm not sure. I think my brain is being fried by this, to be honest. Energy drink. Yeah, I don't think you need, like... But yeah, like, I think that I suppose it was like yeah. Now I understand. I understand. Like, it took me a while to think about it, but yeah, like you want to get things into another country. Like, the planes dropped the bombs on Japan, but when it came to, like, if you have like missiles, it's a little harder to take them down. No, this is Monster. This is hold on. Let me go to scene here. Monster. Pipeline Punch. My favorite. Nuclear weapons were incredibly popular at the time, though, even in children's media. But yeah, like, missiles are a little bit better at delivering a bomb than planes. But, like, sometimes planes can be useful, as evidenced by planes dropping bombs in World War II. I suppose planes would be cheaper, maybe, as well. We're down to 34 minutes, folks. I'm going to clean up my hair a bit. Because otherwise, that's the one problem. Well, there's many problems of having long hair, as I keep finding out. Hair ties are very useful. You must have a strong bladder, Planarwalk. You've been going over 5 hours without a toilet break. I'm strong. I'm strong. It's called not being on Spyro. But yeah, I'm surprised. This is like a diuretic. Oh, I should have given something to someone before she left. Oh well. Rocket go up, rocket go down. An engineer probably. Yeah. But yeah, we are at 33 minutes left, which means that this will end at midday for me. I started at 6 a.m. But that's if people don't add any more. So if you want to, as I say, if you want to see me go longer, add more to the timer. Anyone can do it, provided that they have money. Anyone who has money can do it. Yeah, but like, how... just because there's a lot doesn't mean that all of them are going to have life. Not on an AA either. Oh, we don't... Oh, that's right. It wasn't, anything major.
Even astronomy is fantastic. Our position in this is unbelievably more important than maybe we think. But we are just now learning what's going on. And I think that the more we can discuss this whole subject, the better we all are going to be. And sort of tonight, I don't know what you folks were going to say, but I would sort of like to talk about the galaxy itself. And
is this just like the rest of this? Pay the what? What? When I was this video, oh wait, hold on. Pay the $20 and get the premium. I mean, yeah. I saw the oh gosh now an unskippable fragrance ad for me. I mean, it depends. Like not okay. I'll admit, not all men's fragrances smell bad, and like I think a lot of people like what smells good to them, and then they don't think, oh, well, maybe this doesn't smell good to other people. You know? So, like, you get that with perfume sometimes, I think. Where it's like, oh, well, I like the smell of this perfume, but then, like, people are like, that's too heavy. But, like, it helps to know what... Like, if you're wanting to be attractive to the same gender, it helps to, like, to be like, oh, well, this smells nice to me, therefore it should smell nice to other people like me. Or people who like me. But yeah, I don't get the, like, the men's fragrance smells a lot of the time. It's like sometimes it smells like tires, and it's like, why the fuck do I want to smell like tires? Who wants to smell like tires? I don't see why people like that. Or sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna use a soap that makes me smell like cigarettes. And it's like, why would you want to do that? Like, sure, I get that you don't want to, like, smoke cigarettes to smell like cigarettes, but, like, again, like, not everyone is into that. Anyway.
Oh, that's fine.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit about where we are in it, and essentially the situation of, say, hypothetical cases where you will accept that other people are out there in the galaxy. They're cruising the galaxy. Some of them are just grandchildren with grandma and grandpa in a cruised ship, a cruised galaxy ship.
Are they talking about humans? Because I don't think they are talking to... I don't think humans are cruising the galaxy. I very much doubt it. Like, we barely even have the technology. We don't have the technology to leave our own... Well, we might. Well, technically we do. Just takes a really long time. Cruising the solar system, maybe if you're on the conspiratorial side, but, like, the galaxy, no. No way.
Yep, cruising the galaxy, having a ball. Others are coming here, they take a look at us, they don't pay much attention, and they go on to the rest of their cruise.
Okay, so clearly they're talking about aliens. All right. It's like, so basically Earth is a travel destination, like a luxury resort, and apparently, okay, like, this is what I don't get. Like, if humans, and if there was, like, some significant, like, let's say humans and other species that's from a different planet were able to breed, you'd be able to detect that in the genetics. You'd find that, oh, these chromosomes, like, these chromosomes are wildly different, but they're similar. Like, the junk DNA and all that kind of stuff would be different. There is no evidence that that humans are distinct, that any kind of race on Earth is of extraterrestrial origin. There's no evidence of that. Yeah, but these guys think aliens are blonde women. Yeah, but, like, why would you think that? Why wouldn't... If that were true, why would they have such similar genetics to us? Because they'd be... you'd have to realize that they'd be completely different. They'd have completely different genetic markers. They'd have completely different... like, even if they somehow convergent... there was like a co-evolution where for some reason people were the preferred form of life of the universe or whatever, then, like, still, why would we have such a similar like, you can look at different traits that have evolved and realize that, oh, despite these traits being similar, they will have different genetics or be on different chromosomes and all that kind of stuff. Like the Y chromosomes, for example, has been I've heard that that's degrading quite a bit, and there are various Y chromosomes across different species on Earth. Why would the Y chromosome be so consistent within humans and primates? Why would it be so similar? If humans in particular had if any kind of human had any kind of extraterrestrial origin, you know, like hedgehogs and tenrecs, almost identical visually, but clearly different genetics. Yeah, I assume that you're being correct. The genetics in evolution would have been wildly different unless there was an intervention long before hominids. Yes. And that's just not what we see. Well, it doesn't make sense that there'd be like a intervention long before them as well, because it's like if you're intelligent enough to go around the galaxy, why would you intervene to evolve? Like, evolution doesn't work. You can't make things evolve in a certain way. It just things do evolve in certain things.
So it's tourism exists on the basis that you're describing it. I've often poked fun at that knowledge that people coming here as tourists would see quite a show on this planet.
You're right, really. And I think maybe when they could.
Okay, let's entertain this idea. I think aliens would get pretty bored of humans, right? Let's say, they come here in, 2016. We're talking about some orange dude. All right, cool. And not a lot happens. All right, cool. Maybe in 8 years they'll be talking about someone different. 8 years go by, we're still talking about the same orange dude. Be like, fuck, what's with this orange dude? I think they'd be pretty bored. Like, it's very... Who here ever has, watched Parliament TV? It'd be boring. Maybe if you watch some movies that humans have... maybe they come along every couple of years to, check out the new Avengers movie. Speaking of which, I enjoyed that. But yeah, it's maybe they come in and but they'll probably stop coming after a while, seeing as Marvel has kind of lost it. But yeah, it's I don't know, I just feel like Earth would be very boring. The movies, sure, yeah, that'd be good, but they'd probably be oh, well, this is on a 2D screen. We have these holograms that we can... Maybe holograms are impossible. But the way that they're describing it's, you'd think that, we've got these cool holograms, we've got these cool immersive things where you can be a character in the movie. And feel, it's oh, cool. Get to experience all the emotions and all that kind of stuff. Far more immersive than watching it on the screen. You get that kind of stuff. And what if it's just AI? Imagine that aliens were okay, we're gonna send our AI out. That's not gonna be going on tourism things, probably. They're somehow trying to mix Earth as exceptional with Earth as simply lesser. That that is true, Templar Warden. Yeah. Like, why would they stop off at Earth as a tourist destination? Like, I don't find many people going to places that, like, how do I put it? Like, okay, I actually know, like, people do go to places like Fiji and stuff that have a more native population that, you know, I suppose they might like the beauty of Earth, you know. What I'm trying to say is that, like, Fiji isn't really known for its technology or technological innovations. But, like, people still go to Fiji because it looks beautiful, right? But that's, like, that's not, like... People also, like, go there to enjoy the culture. Like, you go to Hawaii and there's, like, I suppose Hawaii... I don't know much about Hawaii. It did have Pearl Harbor, right? That was Hawaii. But, like, you know, maybe they just come for our scenery. Now that I think about it, maybe that's what they do. Maybe that's a tourist thing. Maybe they don't come to look at what humans are up to. No, that's a good point, now that I think about it. But then, like, also probably there's other places that have just as much scenery. Maybe they like Earth's nature. In which case, why do they go to the US? Why are aliens always sighted over the US? Like, do they go to... The US isn't exactly impressive as well. Oh, we're down to 18 minutes. Alright, let's see what...
Just look at how we don't necessarily get along with each other. They could be laughing all the way to the next part of the galaxy.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think aliens would all get along with each other? I mean, if this is how humans are, aliens might be the exact same. Surely there'd be aliens who would be, like, at odds with other aliens. I don't think they'd all get along. Right?
I agree with you.
Yeah. This could be fun. And
how many galaxies again? Now, keep in mind when you look up at the Milky Way, friends, and it stretches from horizon to horizon, a band of these bright, concentrated dots of light. That's our little, relatively speaking, galaxy. It's an enormous place, this galaxy. How many galaxies, tell them again, that we know about or can project are out there in the known universe?
Yeah, but intergalactic... Like, it's hard enough to try and do interstellar travel. Let alone intergalactic travel. You want to, like, get from galaxy to galaxy? That's really difficult. Like, your best bet is to wait for galaxies to crash into each other. Although the reason we find Earth's nature so beautiful is because we evolved here. If aliens evolved on a rocky world with a purple sky, they probably think that is stunning beauty. Yeah. Yeah, that's very, very true. And yeah, this implies faster than light travel. Yeah, it's like one of those things that according to the laws of physics, you can't go faster than light. There's probably ways, but again, like, you'd need so much energy that would it be feasible? Like, it's if you had, like, let's say you have a battery that can store enough energy to get you from one galaxy to another. How big would that have to be? Would it be feasible to have that on, like, a ship?
We have over 200 billion galaxies, all of them with billions of stars. And I think this is really important to address.
Yeah. Yeah.
To get ourselves out of this everyday thing that we're forced into and stop and think that we now have this opportunity, for instance, to join with other Nordic people and go out into the galaxy with them.
Well, thank you, JD63, for $49.99. We're back up to nearly an hour, almost an hour. And this means that I'm trying to calculate how many hours there would need 5 more hours added to the timer in order to get us to the mark where I would take a break. You'd have a guest on taking over for me. And there'd be debunking Flat Earth. I really hope that we can I really hope that we can achieve that. So thank you very much, JD63. Let me see like what we've got in terms of donations. Because I all of you are sorted in this thing here. Everyone who's donated money is in this list, and JD63 is donated 85 euros. And Nineberry Nun Beery. Beer? I cannot pronounce that. Oh yeah, I was supposed to get... Oh yeah, I was supposed to like do something. If you can't get this to work on stream, you could just try it and... True. Or like have it on another day. That'd be fun. But I like the idea of having it as a reward. You know, you get to a certain point. I take a break. I pause the timer. I go take a sleep. But yes, once again, thank you very much, JD63. And I'm going to actually do what I said I was going to do earlier, which is we search up Nineberry translate English from German? Can we do that? Oh, there's so many languages, which makes it hard to A B C D E F G.
Nineberry.
Nineberry. I think I've got it right.
Not all that stuff about the wars going on and all the bad side of it, but stop and think of our opportunities for...
Oh, Davinia Robbins, I have slept. It was just... I think I was up for like 2 hours beforehand. So yeah, I was up for 2 hours. I was up since like 3, so it's been like... No, not 3, 3:30. That was when my alarm went off at least. And then like I actually got... So I got up at 4. Like I definitely got up at 4. And that's when I started doing some coding stuff to try and get this working, which didn't really need to do all that much of, but like it's good to have backups instead of just in case things go wrong, you know. Where was I? Oh yeah. So I've been awake for like 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours. And so if this stream goes for another 6 hours, then I will be then yeah, I'll be 6 hours plus 8 hours is a long time. That's 14 hours, and I wouldn't get too much sleep. Just like to catch up on a bit of sleep so that I can function for the next however many hours I will need to function for. Alright, where were we?
Just around the corner, we will be able to cruise ships out in the galaxy ourselves.
It is an amazing thing to contemplate. We're kept, Bill, in such a little thimble, a little mental prison by the controllers of this planet.
Is this the, this is someone that... Is this William Tompkins that we're talking about? Or are we talking about, like, the other person? I was talking to someone that is one of these people that believes weird stuff.
We have a birthright to know about what you've just mentioned. We don't think about that. We're not talked to about that. We're not told about that. We're not encouraged to ponder that. We're encouraged to feel subservient, trapped, in debt, and under great stress all the time.
Once again, they just hate capitalism. Why is it that a lot of these conspiracy theories come down to, I don't like capitalism. If you don't like capitalism, be mad at capitalism. You know, like, that's... It's fine to be mad at capitalism. I often get angry at capitalism. I don't like that the prices of stuff continuously rises to try and extract every dollar out of me. I don't like that. I don't like that housing has become unaffordable. Well, not unaffordable, but if you want to buy a house so that you don't have to pay rent and get extorted by landlords, well, sorry, but you're going to need a lot more money than it's likely that you'll ever make. You can be mad at capitalism. Capitalism produces a lot of shitty outcomes. Just... Ugh. Like, just be mad at don't be mad at... Don't be mad at conspiracies. Like, just be mad at, like, capitalism. You can... I feel like this is, like, the idea that I had for a thesis of the video, and I argued with Celeste about this for a while. I think that capitalism does produce conspiratorial thinking, because a lot of people are unhappy with capitalism, and that's not to say that there aren't other systems that would produce conspiratorial thinking. I think that fascism is more likely as a system to produce conspiratorial thinking, but there is a unique kind, but that's very much a top-down kind of thing. You think of, like, Donald Trump spouting stolen election conspiracy theories. You know, that kind of stuff is very much a top-down thing. But when it comes to people from, like, the bottom up that get mad at, like, the deep state or the shadow government or whatever, the Illuminati, that is very much, a lot of people are very dissatisfied with how life is, and they want someone to blame. And, like, yeah, they get mad at the government, and, you know, fine to be mad at the government. They might even get mad at corporations. But, like, it doesn't help when you say, aliens is the reason why. People forget that we have problems because we exist. Yeah, that's true. There are valid things to be mad at. You don't need to make up conspiracies in order to get mad. You can be mad at things.
on this little microcosm we call planet Earth.
Beautiful. Well put. Really. It's astounding. And actually, what we're going into, instead of being negative, it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to enjoy what takes place. When we talk about the galaxies, and we talk...
Like, also, like, if aliens are able to telepathically communicate, which was like implied earlier on in the video, why don't they just telepathically communicate with random people? You know? Like, if I want to, like, why don't they telepathically communicate with me? You know, someone who's a skeptic. They should do that. They should telepathically communicate with skeptics. I think that's what should happen if that's true, but I don't think it's true because it seems that all we have is quacks. Conspiracy is kind of a way to excuse themselves from responsibility in the issues. I get that to an extent. You know, a lot of people like feel like they can't change anything. Like going out to protest doesn't really. They feel like protesting doesn't do anything. They feel like voting doesn't do anything. No matter which side is in power, they are upset, and I get that, especially in the US. In New Zealand, it's like, oh, okay, we'll just vote third party. Third party can get in, they can maybe change something. Third party, well, if a third party that aligns with your values gets in, maybe they can change anything. But in like the US, it is very much that you've got the centre-right party and the right-wing party over there, so things never really feel like they're getting any better. You know? As was mentioned earlier, one guy said, if only other nations gave us our alien technology so we can fix the environment. True. Yeah. Like, why? Like, if Earth is a alien tourist destination, why are they letting us fuck up the environment? You know?
Talk about the numbers of people or different civilizations that could be out there. Actually, we need to look at our opportunities and the situation with certain extraterrestrials who are assisting us. And I hate to go back to just a couple of three people back at Douglas on the Apollo program. But I have to sort of address that because these three people that were helping us were Nordic people.
They're going back to the Nordic things. Why? Why do these aliens look just like the ideal view of Nazi humans? Don't you mean the Nazi ideal? Or the Nazi view of ideal humans? Is that what you mean? Because yeah, like it is kind of this thing where they're like blonde hair, blue eye. Maybe Super Earth is maybe they're all from Super Earth. Yeah, and so yeah, I do think that they're trying to link aliens. I feel like there is an undertone of racism, like you know, the blonde hair, blue eyed people are aliens from a different planet, whereas you know the people that don't look like that aren't. They're just regular humans, and it's a justification for racism, you know, because racists don't like admitting, well, racists aren't going to say, oh, well, there's no justification for me being racist, you know. No one wants to have no justification for being well, I've seen one person try to say that, oh, we need prejudice. But there are a lot of people that will try and disguise their racist bullshit as, oh, I just think that there's a valid justification for what I believe. They decide that science denial is the key to uplifting, yeah. And so yeah, there is a combination of being mad at capitalism, but like, there's also a huge undertone of racism here.
Essentially our cousins, if you want the truth. And they come from a different part of the arm of the Milky Way galaxy that we're all in. So to address these three Nordic people whose thrust was nothing negative for nearly 4 years, they wanted us to be successful on the Apollo program. And when we talk about the Apollo program, I don't like to repeat things, but I think it's something that's important.
Fine.
Because
it's fine to repeat.
Just going to the moon was not the Apollo program.
Okay, then what was it? Like, we've heard a lot about, oh, they wanted to build a moon base. And it's like, okay. Did they attempt that? What technology would they have used? They say that the Nazis built a moon base, and using certain type of technology. It's like they claim, oh, this is going to be part of. Like the guy earlier said, oh, this was going to be part of the Apollo program, but never confirmed if it really ended up happening. I just saw, like, Samantha Jane said, God damn it, that page died. Saying, RFOL, go back to Alpha Centauri where you came from, you gods damn immigrants. Yeah. Imagine, like, trying to eject all, like, blonde hair, blue-eyed people off the planet. That would be funny, but, like, let's not. I feel like things would go downhill when you try to eject people from your civilization. Especially based on how they look. Mouse, go. Oh wait, I can just go there. Oh no, I can't. I can't go there. Oh, there
So
we go.
in the Apollo program, those two wonderful young ladies and that healthy-looking Nordic guy who helped.
This is just racism. This is it's just racism, like playing up Nordics because they want. Hi, is Kanora? There's something seriously wrong with that guy. Yeah, like saying, "Oh, this hunky Nordic person." It's like, it's just racism. Like that is Robert Sepper. I don't know how to pronounce it. That's Robert's whole deal. It's just racism. It's like justifying racism with aliens. To be fair, I haven't heard that justification before, but like, you know.
Us on the Apollo program to make it successful for nearly 3.5 years. I think that all of the discussion for those periods of time with these three people never made one negative comment. Everything was plus. Everything was for accomplishment, developing it, methods. And yes, they are very smart people. They come from a different part of the Milky Way galaxy. They were here to help us, showing them out in the galaxy, and help us fix our own planet. These were the missions.
Well, they've failed in helping us fix our own planet, haven't they? Our planet's on fucking fire. Yeah, like, they did a really brilliant job with that. Maybe start with giving us like advanced carbon capture or something like that. Anything. Please, I want the aliens to be real. I want them to help us fix the shit that we've fucked up. You know, aliens, please give us automated luxury gay space communism. Teleport tech would be useful. Depending on how much energy it uses, because that's got to use a lot of energy to teleport, but it would like at least get a lot of cars off the road. God damn. I think that though, like teleport tech, I don't know if I'd be a big fan of it. You know, you die, get resuscitated at another place. I'd be a boomer about it. I'd be a boomer about teleport tech. I'll admit. I really don't want teleportation if it works like in Doctor Who, where it just kills you and makes an exact copy. Yeah, you can go anywhere in the world in seconds, but we have ways to get around the world in like a few hours. If it actually transported you, I'd be all for it. Yeah, like there's a wormhole thing. Or you just like went in, if it was like a portal, like you walk in and walk out, like that'd be cool. But if it actually like deconstructed you and then reconstructed you, then I wouldn't be a big fan. How did they know we were here? Why would they think we're so important if they started traveling here millions of years before we developed enough to care? Yeah, that's a good point. Like eventually, I suppose, like, you have a civilization. That civilization is going to start developing technology that will be able to get to places, and you want to be on good terms with them. So that kind of makes sense, but, like, at the same time, you can always, like, there's many ways you can go about, like, dealing with it. Like Earth is not a threat. Humans are not a threat to aliens. If aliens were able to get through space to Earth, humans would not be a threat to them. If teleporting literally meant converting you to energy and back, then E equals mc squared. If it went wrong once, I'd released enough energy to destroy the planet. Yeah, that's not a... I feel like it would be like getting data on, like collecting data on every atom in your body, then sending that data to a cloning machine, which would clone you atom for atom. That's one way you could make technology, make it work.
These were what these people were doing. And there wasn't one single time in the entire time that there was anything negative. Everything was plus. The German people, of course, were never allowed to even know that this extraterrestrial assistance had been given to the SS. And the fact that
Okay, why did they help the Nazis, though? That's what I don't get. Like earlier they were going on about, they'd laugh at how much in conflict we were. What if they're going to, like, come on... laugh at how much in conflict they were, why would they help the people starting conflicts? That doesn't make any sense. I also don't know if I want help from the aliens. I mean, it would be cool to have, like, alien technology. As long as it's actually good. You know? Like, fast and light travel would be cool. As long as, you know, it was actually good. I'd want to see their stats before I start using it. Another YouTube error. God damn. Is YouTube, like, fucking up today? Also, we are down to 34 minutes. Look, if you want to, me to make it for another 6 hours, or if you want me to make it to 6 p.m, hopefully I do. Then add some time to the timer. Only if you can. Only if you can. I don't want to, like, make anyone feel pressured to, but, like, it would be cool too. Cool to make it to 6 p.m. That's the very least that I want to do. Like, because, like, it doesn't matter for me getting to sleep. Like, if I want to get to sleep, I can sleep as soon as the stream ends if I wanted to. But, you know, it'd be cool to make it to 6 p.m. I think. I think that would be cool. It only happens on live stream. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's weird.
We're in this learning curve, which is right now going straight up across the charts. We're being exposed to reality. We're being we're learning what we should have learned in the university and in the schools, but it wasn't taught.
As hard as it may be to believe that we could possibly live alongside a more technologically advanced, space-faring branch of humanity and not know it, is it not true that such a scenario already exists on Earth?
Okay, I get what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that, like, there are humans that have space stuff, and that's where the drones came from, and that's why the aircraft is. That was a lot of words to say, that kind of stuff. Oh, I need to stay awake at least another 8 hours, and this is helping a lot. I'm tempted to add a little time to check finances. Yeah, as I said, like, only if you can. But, like, the more that gets added, like, that's why I say share this to your friends. Like, get your friends to get your friends to donate if they can. I know that one person kind of did, I think. But yeah, like, the whole idea is that, they're aliens because there are humans that are aliens, except that doesn't comport with reality, because if there were humans that were aliens, why can all humans breed with each other? Why isn't there any distinct... Why isn't there anything distinct that stops the alien humans from breeding with, you know, the human humans? It doesn't make any sense. It's just like racism. Space racism. Oh, no, that's astrology. It's the space racism. But, like, racism via space.
Several uncontacted tribes would likely be shocked to discover the technology that we enjoy, such as the computers we are using now, yet they remain blissfully oblivious and unaware. Already exists on Earth. Several uncontacted tribes would likely be shocked to discover the technology that we enjoy, such as the computers we are using now, yet they remain blissfully oblivious and unaware.
I mean, a lot of these people don't want to be contacted. And there are actually tribes that know how to use, like, iPads and stuff, because they're quite often contacted by humans. But they don't, like, go out and buy iPads because, you know, they prefer to live their life rather than... Oh, they're being contacted... I misspoke there, I think. They're being contacted by, like, you know, people with technology. Mr. Gust for Fisson, keep up the great work. Love from Sweden. Thank you, Mr. Gust for Fisson. I think going forward, there are hunter-gatherers cultures alongside us. Space, yeah, it's really weird. It's, as I said, like it's just a bunch of racism. Going, we're better because we have space. It's like, you just want to believe that you're better than someone. And you think that capitalism is keeping you down for the sake of a conspiracy.
This point was made recently by Scott Adams in this short clip.
So New York Post had some new photos from a
I know that name. Scott Adams. Who's that? Tree Potato for £7 says for space. Yes. Did you know that space is the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism? I'm just going to check something. Okay, yeah, that did add. Okay, cool. The Dilbert guy. Okay, that's why I hear the name and I'm immediately don't like... Okay. Yeah, the Dilbert guy. I was like, I feel like I don't like this guy for some reason. I don't know why.
Before seen a never contacted tribe in the Amazon. So there are a few hundred people in this tribe that have never had contact with anybody outside their tribe, at least in our lifetime. And I guess there are a bunch of them. So there are a bunch of these little tribes that have never had contact. Now, the reason they don't have contact is that the government of Brazil, for example, knows that if they do get contacted, they may not have resistance to all the diseases that we're used to.
And that's a valid reason to not contact tribes. Because you don't want to contact a tribe and then they just die. You know, imagine going to contact like a tribe and then they just die from they die from COVID. That wouldn't be they probably had contact with the other neighboring True, that is true. But if they like keep to themselves, and we're like small farming communities, then you know, you don't want. That's why one of the reasons why North Sentinel Island, they don't go to there, because if you were to go to North Sentinel Island, there is risk of spreading disease to people in that tribe. You know, there's a lot of diseases in our modern world that a lot of other people around the world would not have any immunity to. And I suppose there's a lot of diseases that we just like have in general that we don't really ever notice because our immune system will just swat them away. But if you've never had contact with that disease, then that can end badly, because especially if your immune system has to fight multiple diseases at once, not a good idea. Heck, it could happen in reverse too if the tribe has immunity to something in the rainforest we hadn't encountered yet. That is also a good point. You don't want to like catch a disease that it's like, oh, oops. I guess we have this disease that's going to wipe out most of humanity. And this tribe has got some kind of immunity to it by whatever means. Yeah, those are. It is more likely from us because. I mean, yeah. larger population. We've got more diseases just circulating in general. We've got like in general, you got like the cold, the flu, coronavirus, and then there's a bunch more that sometimes circulate as well. I think tuberculosis is also a big problem.
So it might just kill them. Just contact with us would give them all kinds of diseases. But so somebody put some kind of like a trail cam or something. So they weren't there in person to take the pictures, but they got the pictures remotely. And how wild is it that there's a tribe that doesn't know there are things like computers and phones and airplanes? Just think about that. So you're this tribe in Africa, not Africa, in Brazil. You've never seen any civilization outside of your little tribe. They're all just running around naked with sticks and bows and arrows.
I feel like that's a very reductive statement for when it comes to like tribes. Tribes have their own cultures and stuff. I don't know, that statement just rubs me the wrong way. Are you vegan? I am. No, I'm not vegan. I am. Like do you want my stance on veganism? I'll give you. I'll give you my stance on veganism. I'm not a vegan because going vegan is very difficult. I am not entirely convinced that. I'm convinced that lowering the amount of meat that you eat is good for the environment, as we shouldn't need to feed our food that we could eat. You know, like rather than give me a steak, give me some soybeans, right? Rather than feeding steak to soybean. Feeding soybeans to steak. Like, can you imagine if we just like fed to like grow plants? You need to feed it animals. That'd be funny. But yeah, like I think that it's a good idea to reduce meat consumption, but I don't think it's an all or nothing process. I think that if you want to go ahead and just go all in, that's on you. But a lot of people, I don't think, have the energy to go ahead and learn completely vegan recipes. Especially, like, since sometimes it can be tough. You know, like, some people have... I know people that are gluten-free. I know people that are dairy-free, too, and so can't have things like cheese. Or milk. Mostly milk. But, yeah, I think... making soy milk would be a very different situation if the beans were trying to eat the farmers. Yeah, true. But yeah, I think that in general it would be I do prefer, like, if I'm going to eat an animal, I do prefer things that do have a lower carbon footprint. Like, steak, to me, is overrated. I'm sorry, steak's overrated. So you're not a fan of the vegan teacher? Not terribly. But I also find that people who are anti-vegan are more annoying than vegans. I know that there's this sort of thing of, vegans are annoying because they'll always tell you. It's like, yeah, of course they'll tell you. Because the default is considered that everyone's okay with eating meat. And so if you're going to go to something where you need to cook food for someone, or then dietary... I'll tell you who's annoying. These lab-grown meat can't become economically viable soon enough. Yeah, I think lab-grown meat would be better. I'll tell you who's annoying. All these people who have dietary requirements. If you're lactose intolerant, why don't you shut up and just drink some milk? That's the attitude that I get from anti-vegans. Is this kind of just shut up and eat what you're given. It's like, imagine if you took the same attitude with other dietary requirements. Not all dietary requirements are like some people might be not want gluten because it makes their tummy upset, or maybe not have lactose because it makes their tummy upset. And it's like you could tell them to shut up and just eat it, but like at that point you're being the asshole. No, I'm not attacking you, Geoscience. There's nut bars in both the vegan / anti-vegan branches, yes, and I think that people should take efforts to reduce their meat consumption. I think that alternatives to meat should become more popular and more widely accepted as, In fact, I think that meat substitutes taste better. The Impossible Burger, Impossible Burgers at Burger King, way better than their meat counterparts. Way better. I'd take an Impossible Burger over a actual meat patty any day of the week. No matter whether that shit is is lab grown or not. If it's lab grown, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, sure, it's more ethical, but the stuff that I like tastes better. Yeah, you're recommending me that Rebel Whopper actually made me like Burger King. I'm not super keen on their regular meat burgers, but those fake meat ones are 10 out of 10, yeah. I really like the fake meat ones, because it is amazing. We are down to 25 minutes, which means that the stream ends in 25 minutes unless people donate. Every 1 minute, every euro that you worth of money that you donate adds 1 minute to the timer. We've gotten dangerously close we've gotten dangerously low before. Why not just eat some meat with a nice sauce and veggies on the side, or no meat, or no veggies, whatever floats your taste buds and or conscience. Yeah, it's like, I do like things that taste nice, so I am going to continue to eat my fake meat. But yeah, it's just like whatever tastes nice, and I do like cheese. Cheese is very nice. So that is something. That is something that, like, I suppose, like, a vegan might want to make me feel guilty about, but, like, Mr. Gust for Fason for 106 said, "Love you from Sweden," which puts the timer up to 34 minutes. I need, like, a thing that comes up that tells me how much time was added to the timer. But thank you, Mr. Gust for Fason. I'll probably, like, add that as a kind of... I'll probably, like, eventually add, like, alert displays that come up. But yeah, like, I do get that there are moral arguments for, like, why people should go vegan. And I'm not convinced that it should be a thing where you have to go fully vegan or, not, or you're not vegan. And it's like, I think that there can be, like, a sort of... If you're going out of your way to, like, eat meat, then sure, like, you're not vegan. In no world is could that be considered vegan. But, like, if you are someone who does try to reduce their meat intake, you could consider that some form of veganism or vegetarianism. Like, I do not go out of my way to eat meat. If there is, like, if I want to get something and there's a meat option, then it's like, sure, I might get that. But like in general, I don't eat a lot of meat. And people say, okay, but you need more protein. It's like, cool. Probably, yeah. But I'm not going to go out of my way to eat meat. And besides, meat can be quite expensive. Like, I know that in the US, people are very much incentivized to eat meat because meat is very cheap over in the US, so I can get that. But that's probably, I'm pretty sure that's due to subsidies. How long has this one video taken due to tangents? A long time. That's a great thing about streaming. You can just yap about whatever you want, right? So yeah. Let's continue.
And you see an airplane fly over. What are you going to think that is? But here's the thing that blows my mind. Logically,
he makes a point there. Like, you see an airplane fly over, and you're probably going to think, oh, okay, that's something like, something from out of this world. And a lot of people see, like, drones and stuff fly over, and it's like, oh, that's something from out of this world. And it's like, no, it's just a drone. Getting back to the point of the video, finally. I prefer a stir fry, a little meat and a little veggies. I like soy meat in my stir fries. I do. I've actually got some. Like at some point, I want to make stir fry with soy meat and gluten-free noodles. I have the ingredient. Oh, I should probably get the veggies I need. Stir fry veggies. That's the one. That's the last thing I need. Is the stir fry veggies, and then I'll be able to make some gluten-free and meat-free stir fry. Gelato isn't vegan. Chicken isn't vegan. I've had soy meat stir fry. Yeah, it's really good. It is like I know that it tastes different. And yeah, like sometimes you do have to get, like when you use meat alternatives, sometimes it does take a bit of getting used to. Like the worst is like when you get like a meat pie and like they've put like they've just like hastily shoved like some textured soy protein into that pie. And it's like you can taste it, and it's like, yeah, like that's. There was one time when I was like, why does this taste like shit? Oh, they've put that in it, and it's like, yeah, now that I've seen what they've put in there, I can taste that. But sometimes it's just a matter of getting used to. Sometimes you're not brought up with that kind of stuff, you know?
You would think it's impossible that they couldn't have contact. Like, how in the world does how does the world keep them from contact with civilization? Like, civilization's everywhere. Except where they are, I guess. And it makes me wonder, the theories that the drones are really UFOs and it might be from another planet, or maybe it's early humans who have an advanced civilization, but they hide in the core of the earth or under the water or something. And I usually reject that because I think...
As you should.
What are the odds? I mean, seriously. What are the odds that I grew up in a world and I'm sort of a primitive, and there's this advanced civilization, and it's sort of all around me, but they're so good at hiding that I don't even know they exist.
Okay, the problem with this analogy is we're not hiding. It's not like it's not like modern civilization is hiding from these people. It's just that they haven't come and tried to visit us. Like North Sentinel Island. Like, we're not exactly hiding from North Sentinel Island. It's just that we don't go contacting them. There are people that do try to contact the people of North Sentinel Island, and they things often go badly for them. Do not contact North Sentinel Island. Yeah, like... Yeah, and generic Sweetener, you got a point. Not what are the odds, what is the evidence? I think there was someone who got arrested for just that as is. Yeah. Like we're not hiding from them. It's like, and it's like for that to be analogous, there'd have to be like civilizations that aren't hiding from us, and like there might be civilizations that aren't hiding from us. We just haven't found them. But yeah, that's the whole thing. On Earth, there's not a lot of places to hide. So if you want to say that there are advanced civilizations on Earth, yeah, they have to be hiding. And they have to be bloody good at hiding. I've always wondered why we've never had an episode of Doctor Who where the companion has a cold and then accidentally causes an entire alien civilization to die. Because Doctor Who wouldn't be able to handle that kind of... like, let's be honest, Doctor Who wouldn't be able to handle that kind of gravity of a situation, I don't think. They try to be a little bit more lighthearted than that. That episode would not be a thing that would be allowed to happen, I don't think.
And I ruled that out because there's no way I wouldn't notice if there were an advanced civilization surrounding me. Of course I'd notice that. But these uncontacted tribes don't notice it.
Because they don't go searching for it. We've gone searching, like, it'd be like saying, like, yeah, there was a time when, the Europeans didn't know about North America. But then they went searching for it, and then they found it. Was North America hidden? No, it was just hadn't found it. That's the thing. That is the key difference.
So, would I notice? It's kind of a wake-up call that we could be an uncontacted tribe, basically. Because if somebody had as much better technology as we have compared to the uncontacted tribes, the same amount of better technology, they would be invisible to us. And we'd see stuff that we didn't understand. And
not necessarily invisible. Technology is not magic, is the thing. Like, people like to think, oh, if you have technology, then it would just be magic. Or good technology, then it would be magic. But there are limits to the amount of technology that you can have. Right? Like, sure, there are probably things that can exist that we don't know about because we just haven't worked out how to do it. But, like, there's a reason why, largely, computers have... The way that we compute stuff has stayed the same for a while. It's just gotten smaller and flashier. More cores in the CPU means your CPU can do more stuff. Cool. But when it comes to the basics, it's like, oh yeah, well, we're just making things faster by adding more stuff into it. Doesn't mean that we're actually, like quantum computing. Yeah, that might be able to do some interesting stuff, but like, the stuff that it would be able to do would be quite limited. It's very much a case of technology isn't magic. Sure, it may seem like magic at times, and you may not be able to understand it completely. But at the end of the day, thinking that, that means that a civilization probably has like some secret masking thing that we can't detect, but sometimes we can detect. I think that's a leap of logic. I see that Planarwalk has decided to torture themselves in the same way as FTFE. Except I haven't reached the torture stage. I haven't reached the torture stage. You'd have to send, like, yeah, sure, I'm a little bit brain not working, but like, yeah, to reach, we're down to 22 minutes. So, you know, if that timer gets low enough, then the stream ends. And if the stream will end in... if the stream gets... As I said, if the stream goes for another 5 hours, then we get a special guest. But only if the stream goes for another 5 hours. Only.
And we'd say, what is that? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. What do you want to do about it? I don't know. I took a fuzzy picture of it. It's really all I can do. Maybe
Yeah, but we've got better technology than... we've got better technology than that. Like, why is it always fuzzy pictures? You know? I think ufologists and stuff always underestimate the technology that we have while overestimating alien technology. Did Kent Hovind ever go at you due to your appearance on Simon Dan, since he is that? I will have a look right after this video.
I'll post it online and people won't believe it's real. Yeah, that's a good idea. So we might be an uncontacted tribe. It's completely possible, which is just mind-blowing.
This person really likes their ukulele versions of AC/DC, don't they? So yeah, let me go to Rumble. Rumble.com. Let's search up Kent Hovind. Kent Hovind official. Memorial Day of Data. Remember that was 1 day ago. Whack an Atheist. Holy Kool-Aid. Simon Dan Part 2. Whack an Atheist, Simon Dan.
Good evening, folks. Ken Hovind here in the crew at Dinosaur Adventureland in lovely Lenox, Alabama. Beautiful out there today. It is May the 13th, 2025. Tonight, Whack an Atheist Wednesday. Simon Dan. It's got to be...
No, he doesn't seem to have gone off on me. He's whacked Simon Dan since then, but obviously he didn't see my appearance. Obviously he didn't see my appearance. Let's see. Let's double check. Because we've got Simon Dan Part 2. And I doubt this is anything different.
Millions of years. That's Dan. For this, they willingly are ignorant of.
So, doesn't seem to be. 19 days ago, we got Whack an Atheist Wednesday. I think a whole bunch of them at once. Okay, that doesn't seem to. And what else do we have? He likes going after the same people. He likes going after Simon Dan. Oh, I found. But yeah, I don't think he went after me for my appearance on Simon Dan. Oh well. Kent Hovind has not met his maker yet. Apparently not. But yeah, alright, we are down to 18 minutes. So in 18 minutes, if no one donates, then the stream ends. If you want the stream to go on longer, then you have to donate. Or someone else can donate. Whichever one works, really. The lowest, it did get down to 1 minute at one point. So yeah. Oh, I am going to drink this. I underestimate sometimes how, like, okay, streaming can actually be quite tiring is the thing. Like, people go, oh, well, you're just sitting at your computer for ages. But, like, that's the thing. You're sitting at your computer for ages. Have you done work in, like, an office job? That's, like, it'd be like saying, oh, well, office work isn't tiring at all. I'm sure people that work in an office would disagree with you. Right? If heaven is filled of people like Hovind, I'd rather go to the other place. Or one of the other places. Who knows? Maybe there are a bunch of different places that people can go. You just go to the one that you believe in. But yeah. Yeah, sitting for true. There are times when I finish recording a video and actually, let me stretch my legs. Oh, let me stretch this one too. Oh, I needed to do that because if I don't stretch my legs, my knees like to not be very fun to me. For a little while I tried streaming. 0 viewers to interact with. No longer than my usual gaming session. Still more tiring than normal. It's just draining being on for that long. Yeah, true. Standing helps. Yeah, probably. I can't remember why I wanted to stand earlier. There was a reason. But it wasn't to show off this dress that I put on yesterday. I put this on because, and like immediately after putting it on, I felt extremely cute. Gender euphoria. I've had this dress for ages, as you might know, and when I put it on, I was like, "Holy shit, this is nice." I like this dress. Creationists insist scientists lie all the time, especially about evolution, but it never occurs to them that whoever wrote the holy book might have lied. Yeah. Felt cute, might delete later. I'm not deleting this dress. What, do you think I'm going to... Thank you, I do like it. It's a nice dress, and I decided to add like a little thing over top, and it's like, oh, Aerith vibes, maybe. You know, how you have a dress and then you have like a jacket over top of it. I was like, ooh, maybe I can give off Aerith vibes. I don't know how well I achieved that. But I hope I achieved that. But yeah, we are down to 14 minutes. What does people want me to do for the last... supposedly last 14 minutes? Unless someone decides to donate again. I do like how I've managed to have a leaderboard for this kind of thing. I need to like work on like saving this leaderboard. It's sing. Oh, I've got a ukulele here. But like only problem is that songs are usually copyright. And I also don't have... You could tell us your secrets to why you are so awesome. I'm sure some people would disagree, but I think it's because I'm a top. That's how that works, right? You be a top and you people think you're awesome. But no, like, yeah, just be chill, right? Like, I find that a lot of times the more chill you are, the better outcomes you have. Well, you've been going for nearly 7 hours. I don't get why people are so impressed. Like, I mean, sure, maybe it's because I'm, maybe it's because I am a smaller streamer than FTFE, but like, it says I can stream, I'll stream for as long as you make me. You know? Come on, people, give another €8. Yeah, we are approaching the time where I agree with the Borg Emporia. You are awesome. Not the best at coding YouTube counters, but whatever. I mean, this is working. It works is the main thing, and I do need to fix up a few things. Like the backup system is what has failed so far, not the main system. You managed to stream this long without non-reacting to someone else's content without credit, so you're doing better than Hassan. Yeah. We love Hassan. Non-reacting to other people, you know, going on a food break while playing someone else's. You finished your coding? Hell yeah. But yeah, we love, like, people that just, like, put on a video and then go and do something else. You know, go and eat. Like, you know, a lot of Twitch streamers do. Which, I don't know, like, I wish I could, like, just... Like, firstly, I wish I could just dream... I'd like to be able to dream for a long time. If I could get paid for my dreams, that would be great. You should, like... Someone should, like, pay me to, like, write in a dream journal. That'd be fun. Like, maybe if you pay me, like, $5. $5 a day, and I'll write down in a dream journal. €1 per minute. You should make €1 for 3 minutes. Maybe next time. We'll see. Sleep on stream. Because like with €1 per 3 minutes, that's, I don't know. While streaming, sleep on stream while getting subs. I mean, if this stream goes for long enough, I will sleep. Not on stream. Because I don't want to sleep on stream. So, you know. Well, it'd be kind of hard to sleep in this chair. And I'd be worried that it would break on me. But, you know, maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll get to a point where I can, where I'm like, I've got no one to invite round. I've been streaming for 7 days. Sleep streams are a whole level of it. I mean, if some people want to do that, and if some people want to do that, then that's up to them. And if someone wants to watch, then that's up to them. It's like, there's a lot of things that people do that people might find icky. We are down below 10 minutes now. Will the stream end in 10 minutes? I'll just have to find out. Also, whilst we are here, because I still don't know what's wrong. Does anybody know why this doesn't like compiling? Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. We are meant to go over to this one. But yeah, sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Yeah. True. I just don't know why this, like, it is TB. Maybe if I Google search it, right? That usually comes up with something interesting. Let's see. STBI underscore convert underscore iPhone underscore PNG underscore 2 underscore RGB already defined. Because, like, even when I'd put Pragma once, but not very different compilation units. I don't know. That doesn't seem like it works. STBI loading errors. Maybe that might work. Okay. But if you have multiple .cpp files that use the functions of STBA image and H, including main, but define before the header, that includes structure will look like this. That doesn't seem. That doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't. Put this in STB image.cpp. Maybe. So confusing. I don't get it. Alright. It's the worst time of the month. Yeah, apparently, like, I streamed at the worst time of the month. Sending a class that has it somewhere. Maybe. I don't know where it's could be. Because this is, you know, we define a lot of stuff in the header. We go to the header, which just has some includes. You know, what happens if I get rid of the Pragma once? Let's try that. Let's just see how this breaks things. At worst, I might see. I was kind of hoping that if I were to code this while I have timer gone. We have the timer. We're at 4 minutes. You've been going on over 7 hours. It means you've received 6 hours of donos. Yes, and but the timer is up here. Oh. There we go. We had a jingle. My fault. Had a case of bad brain. 360 euros roughly. Yeah, we're getting really close to the stream ending, which is a shame because I would have liked to have like certain guests on, but apparently that's going to have to wait until another time. Maybe next time I'll ask FTFE to send some people over there, or maybe maybe next time I'll try to manage it a little bit better, like try and work out a time of the month where are you playing that annoying piece of piano music from the start of Daily Mail Bevanfield animated movie? I don't know what that is. It was just like me using a scale. Interestingly, these keys here, that is its own scale. I think this is a separate scale as well. Right before rent. Yeah. Oh, holy shit! It's not a compiler error, but a linker error. Okay, so Nineberry, can you help me with this? You've been very generous today. Thank you very much. 50. Holy shit, 50 euros. I guess we're going for another 50 minutes at least. That gets us to 2 p.m. That means just 4 more hours worth of 4 more hours get added to this. We have a special event. Thank you very much. Also, do you want to, Nineberry? If you're on the Discord, if you're on my Discord, I can invite you on and we can chat about this because I do want to figure out what's going on because it says let me share my screen, might help. And let me pull it over a little bit. Is that what I want to pull over? No, that's not what I want to pull over. There we go. That's what I want to pull over. Because, yeah, you're right, there are linker errors. But that stops it from compiling. Okay. Unfortunately, apparently I can't. So it's already defined somewhere. I have an idea. I have an idea, and it might just work. I don't think it will work. But let's define this somewhere else, right? If we define this somewhere else, will that work? Let's just define it in here. Let's see if that works. Probably won't. No. Oh, it works? Huh. What wizardry was that? Huh. Okay. That we are back. We're back, chat. We are back with programming. It just had someone had to prompt me on different things. How did I just put define STP implementation in the file that it was saying where it was already. We are so back. Okay. Yeah, C++ can be painful, and that's why it is Pain++, as I was mentioning in the chat before, the stream started, but, it has the ability to go very wrong, which is why, I probably would be doing a lot better with coding, but then I have realized that maybe making this a game jam coding stream wouldn't have been, a really good idea because I would have felt pressured to try and get things done as quickly as possible. But it's not like I haven't done coding streams before. I've done streams where I've even made music. I can make music. That's a minor chord. Oh, wait, hold on. That doesn't sound right. sounds fun. You know. That seems to be coding in a nutshell. Hours of strife fixed by one third party. It wasn't even a suggestion. I still don't know how... I still don't know how I'm supposed to fix it if things go wrong again. I will be at a loss. And things are going to go wrong again. Like, if I want to turn this into a library, then that becomes an issue. Maybe I have to define STV implementation at the like base thing of everything. C++, how many pluses before it becomes a B minus? Depends. Because, like, it depends what way you are counting from, right? And C++ could be an E. You know? And in fact, C++ can... If you're using characters, then C++ would be an E. Provided that C refers to the character, the character C. Like, surely you could go C++. No, you can't, apparently. Apparently you... Oh, because it can't be multiplied. But if you had a variable called C, and it stored the character C, then you'd be able to go C++ and you'd get an E. The more you know. I'm convinced that coding is overrated. I'm not. It's fun. C++ would be a E flat. That'd be a D. That's if you... But C sharp is right here. That's a fun little tune. That's how I make music, by the way. I just like come up with random things on the keyboard and it's like... You know, something like that. And then I forget it immediately afterwards because I'm not writing it down. I know someone that wants to get high and possibly try and create music, which could be fun, I think. I've never tried writing music while high. I've never tried doing much creativity while high. The problem when it comes to like being high, I've found, is that you don't remember anything. Or what you do remember is like very fragmented. Depending on how high you get, I guess. You know, you want to get really high and it's like, oh well, you're not going to remember it if you get really creative. Hate the fact that this that my head was coming up as nice lyrics for that. Yeah. It's vibey, like as someone put out. Composing via vibes. It doesn't make you a better artist while inebriated. I mean, it's worth like seeing what it's like. It hits me differently, so I'm sorry you have memory issues. And that's why you have to... Yes, that's why I have to stream it. But it's not so much... I don't think it's so much memory issues. I think it's more... How do I put it? I think it's more just... It's just that everything is so fragmented and it's hard to piece... Like, there was one time I was playing chess while high. right? And I didn't remember how the game ended until someone reminded me, and I was like, oh, that's right. And the game ended with me with a resignation. I couldn't remember why the other person resigned. And the other person resigned because of the other person. Yes, perhaps get slightly less high if you're playing chess. Yes, that might be a good idea. But yeah, the other person resigned because she was also high and didn't want to play chess anymore. Fun fact, I've never lost a game against that person. I've come close. I've played some terrible games, but like that's what makes it fun, I think. When you play against someone and they get an advantage, maybe you didn't see some stuff, and then it's like, alright, activate competitive mode. Let's go. Let's try and pull a win out of this. That's when it gets fun. I remember one game I played against this person. We're equal. I'd played the Bonk Cloud, and we're basically equal for a long time. And at one point, the thing that tipped the scales was me promoting one of my pawns to a queen, and then promoting another pawn to a queen. One of those queens got lost, but that allowed me to take out the rooks, which were very annoying. I thought that, oh shit, I'm going to lose this, but then I realized, oh wait, if I play this check, then I get this, that, and the next thing. I basically realized that there was no way that promotion could be stopped. But even though I got a queen, it didn't mean that I had necessarily won straight away. It was maneuvering the queen into the game was critical because you can't just have a queen that's on the 8th rank and not in the game. Well, I see something. Tree Potato, working on it though, mostly watching streamers code so far, but I'm not quitting anytime soon because it's one of my last options for a career. Yeah, if you want to see me code, I'll code a bit more. Firstly though, I am going to go piss. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on a music video. Don't worry about me being getting whatchamacallit, because it is my own music video. I know people like No Dirt in the Middle and stuff like that, but I think I think I've got some pretty good things that I've made myself. And I feel like sometimes they need a little love and appreciation. Funnily enough, one of the top comments on this is RL Paul. I don't think RL Paul has talked about me in a while. Maybe I might make another video on them at some point. Another 100th video live stream. Congratulations. But yeah, like that person used to watch me 3 years ago. And you go, I don't think there's been anything about anything in posts. Huh. Asking Sabine Hossenfelder to debate. No, I do tutorial stuff too. I'm just using something called Scrimba currently, which has nice paced tutorials. Apparently I have the bladder. I'm telling you, I am a goddess. Have you not been listening to my videos? Alright. I'm going to go piss. You are going to hear counter-space word salad. And you always have the option to surprise me when I get back, because everything is automatic.
Well, the photon idea is an abstraction from misunderstanding the coaxial nature of light, which is a refraction of compression along the dielectric. Yes, and that of course is just a compound ether perturbation modality, because that's all a field is, and I define that in my definition. Counter space. Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. Counter space. Harmonic incommensurability. Harmonic what? Incommensurability. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said, quantoid this model of projected geometry. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said, harmonic incommensurability. Not even a single scientist on this earth has ever said, counter space. Many people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be crazy. Many people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be crazy. Many people believe me, then they would of course be crazy. Of course be counter space.
What?
Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. The photon idea is an abstraction from misunderstanding the coaxial nature of light, which is a refraction of compression along the dielectric. Yes, and that of course is just a compound ether perturbation modality, because that's all a field is, and I define that in my definition. Counter space. Rate of induction. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space. Well, it's the ether. Counter space. Counter space. Counter space.
Oh no, did I not get back in time? Damn. Alright. More of a banger if I didn't speak English. Understandable, you know. Perfect timing? Oh, cool. Yeah. No, really? Perfect timing? I find that hard to believe. Because, like, the first thing I see is, like, the song had ended. Right? Ooh. It's getting a little chilly. I might turn the heat pump on. Where did I put the thing? It's getting a little chilly. Not completely chilly. Oh, there it is. There we go. It was about 10 seconds at most. Oh, okay. But yeah. Also, yeah, you're... Oh. You know what would be fun? Like, if someone, like... If I were to, like, hang out with someone like Dead Domain on stream. That would be cool, but, like, I feel like... I feel awkward, like, going, hey, person who's never heard of me, do you want to, like, collab? That would be fun, but, you know, maybe some other time I'll decide to do that. We are at 33 minutes. But yeah. That means that at 2 p.m. the stream might end. But that only ends if you let it. I am prepared to go for as long as people make... I am genuinely prepared to go for as long as people make me. If you make me go for a week, I will go for a week. I have provisions in place in order to allow that to happen. I don't know where that's coming from. If I get a text, then we know that there's some kind of problem. But yeah, if you, and as I said, if you add, but if you go for a whole week, you won't be able to play Minecraft for a week. True, but I'd be going for a whole week. like I can always play Minecraft on stream. No, that's always like a thing that I'm allowed to do that. It's my stream. I'd be okay for going for a week as long as I actually got, like, you know, sleep. And it would be like it'd be a nice experimentation. Like, it might, you know, if I did go for a week, weaponizing chronic insomnia for money. Okay, actually, here's a question for chat. I'm gonna also switch over to this. A question for chat, like, does anybody else get this thing where they, because I've noticed that other people seem to have a much easier time falling asleep than I do, right? Like, I've noticed that, like, other people will fall asleep like that, whereas it takes me like half an hour to fall asleep. Does anybody else have that? Or is it just me? Is it... I didn't hear the question, there was a Rod Stewart ad. Okay. Does anybody else have this thing where it like takes them half an hour to fall asleep, whereas some other people takes them ages? Yes, my brain is always busy. And it can take me ages to fall asleep. And it's like, you know, I feel like that's why I need so much sleep. It can take me over an hour to fall... Yeah, it can take me like an hour to fall asleep sometimes. Like, sometimes it's been like 2 hours. Okay. Does it... Does it... Okay, Tree Potato has kind of answered... also need some gentle sensory input like white noise. Maybe I need to do that. Maybe I just need to put on half an hour a night is... Half an hour is a good night for me. Feels like it can easily... Yeah, it can take me ages to fall asleep. My brain decides to start giving me a lecture as I'm trying to fall asleep. You know, I just... My brain is always on. Like, and... I wonder if that's an ADHD thing. Like, if I took like medication for that, like, would I be able to sleep a lot better? Would I be able to have a good sleep schedule? Would I be able to get up in the morning? Like, maybe that's what I need. Maybe I just need like ADHD medication for the night. ADHD meds can help sleep. Okay, that's it. I need to get some ADHD medication. I know where I can get some. Totally legally. I'm not just gonna microdose meth. This is all joking. Like, try to get like things, you know, prescribed to you. I really wish I could get ADHD medication because I just feel like it would help so much. Coffee helps me sleep. It doesn't make sense, but it absolutely does with how ADHD brains truly work differently. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good idea. It's good idea to have that up so that if it once it reaches 0, not if it reaches once it reaches 0, and then it's a good idea to have that thing there. Also, I should probably continue working on this, seeing as I can actually load images now. I just need to work out. Okay, where is it? We have a pointer somewhere. RenderEngine.cpp. Okay, yeah, we create a pointer to pixels. And then, how do things work in Vulkan? We'll have a check for pixels that we can do the thing later. Okay. We'll go if not pixels, and then can we do this? Yeah, that's the thing. To do error check. There we go. We don't need to worry about if there's no pixels. Problem is, yeah, we need. We should probably call the STBI image free. It sounds like an important thing to do later once we've copied the image to VRAM. Another 4 hours to get another €4 to get 8 hours, people. We got currently the time would go up. We need at least 4 hours added to the clock, right? And also, once I have a person take over for me when I sleep, you can always add more time, and she doesn't have to manage it herself at all. That's a cool thing. I'd say for me, anxiety is really what stops me sleeping more. And with ADHD meds, I can manage my life better, which brings down the level of stress in general, and allows me to sleep better. Yeah, I feel that would be a thing. I think that there's just certain things, I feel like streaming would be easier if I didn't have ADHD. And there's also, I'd say that there's different types of ADHD. There's a lot of people that would be like, well, you don't have ADHD because you're drinking Monster. And that's what's keeping you awake. But the Monster is, it's what's keeping me awake. But that doesn't mean that every energy drink for everyone is going to, that doesn't mean that every energy drink for everyone is going to act on every ADHD person the same way. It doesn't mean that it's going to put every, I do know that a lot of people say, oh well, energy drink calms you down. It's sure, but it keeps me awake. For some, that's how it will work for some people. Why is there a little plus there? I assume that's telling me, hey, there's a thing here. What happens if I press save? You're drinking the same... Pipeline Punch is great. Yeah. Every brain is different. Full stop. There's umbrella categories that can be helpful for people to understand themselves. Yeah, true. We're just going to go STBI _ free image free. There we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Because I basically need to load the image and unload the image, and then also copy it to VRAM. But I think there should be a load. I think I should probably also have a load to buffer thing, in which I understand what the buffer is made out of. That'd be a cool thing to have, where you can just load a PNG into a buffer. That'd be cool. There's probably a way to do that. It's a pixels thing, right? We're just gonna go pixels. That's how it works. Pixels. Yeah, that works. Because the pixels need to be unloaded. Otherwise, you have memory leaks. I've seen multiple memes about trans girl programmers drinking pink Monster, which... Look, I've made a monster cake. I also have this, which, as you can probably tell, same flavor as this. I have 2 of them. That's just in case I needed to go for longer. This one is for if it continues to tomorrow. I should probably save some of this. Yeah, let's save some of this for later. Oh, it's another monster. Unopened. Look different on camera? Ah. I also have a bunch more chips if I need to eat. In fact, like, half of staying awake for a long period of time is just eating. And, you know. Wait, black tab. Oh yeah, it's black tab. I don't see anything wrong with that. No, they're both black tabs. See? Same tab. See you later, Gooey Duck. Alright, we have 21 minutes, we have 21 minutes and I'm going to try, I need to try and load that onto the GPU. Oh, hi Maeve, how you doing? We have... oh, I just realized that doesn't show up on screen. No one can see no one can see my plans for the future. Not that I have any. Me, future plans. I have maybe plans next month to travel a little. And that's about it. I can see them, but don't worry, I won't tell. My planning is horrible, and I need to get better at it. Hopefully I can sort some plans out. This last month has been like a nightmare when it comes to planning. Like, gay panic doesn't help. But hopefully, I think I am starting to be able to deal with the gay panic a bit. Like, and people can relate to gay panic, right? Y'all are gay. You don't get a choice in this. You're gay now. Travel near me, maybe. Like the no, not the gay panic as in fuck, I'm so gay. That kind of gay panic. Also, okay, I'll check Twitter later. Did I get any? Have I gotten any messages? No. I've had one guest on so far. I'm bi. Don't erase me. I'm sorry, but you've been erased. Actually, that's probably not a good. Come back. I'm unerasing all the bis. Ah, right. Always strange to hear it and used in that way. I'm bi, so I'm invisible most days. Actually, speaking of bi, let's bring Twitter up. The hellscape that is Twitter. Because I've seen, like, people not understanding that bisexuality is a thing. But not just bisexuality, biromanticism. Because it is possible to have a sexuality that is different to your romantic preference, right? Like, you might... It is possible. I think I've heard of people being bisexual, but heteroromantic, right? And that is a thing. You know, it might be that you want a partner of the opposite gender, but you are okay with hooking up with people of the same gender, right? So yeah, this person said, I'm currently being lectured on gay history by a queer goth who exists. They, them, a total furry, and biropoly ace NB. Biropoly ace NB, these people have far too much time on their hands. And I explained in the limited amount of characters that Tweak can provide. And I said it's really not all that complicated. There are they are abbreviations. Biromantic. Romantic attraction to two or more genders. That one did take me a little to figure out, but then I was like, oh yeah, it's like aromantic. So, biromantic, you know. Polyamorous, can have more than one partner. Asexual, little or no sexual attraction. NB, non-binary, that's gender that's not just man or woman. Right? And then this person, someone different to this is James' person, says, so basically desperate. Can't get any, so basically will take anything on offer. It's like, how the fuck do you get that? Like, I have met asexual people who are not interested in a relationship at all. Because they're asexual. Right? They're like, oh, they're just chill people. Can they get lonely sometimes? Yeah. But they're just chill people. You know, chill dudes, just not wanting to just fuck. Some of the chillest dudes out there. In fact, asexuals, really good for friends. You know? And this person says, biropoly, darling. That's how I got... Biropoly, darling. That's how I got that. For fuck's sakes, you blokes are bellions. The asexual part of his bio was bullshit and used to soften... And I should probably say replace his with they. Their desperation for a shag. And it's like, how do you know? Are you just assuming that? And also, like... And that does invalidate all bisexual people. You know, like, if someone's bisexual, does that mean that they're just desperate? Polyamory, and I find people that are polyamorous are not that desperate. You know, they might be like, oh yeah, let's, you know, like, someone who's polyamorous might be chill with sleeping around, or might be like, oh, I'm in a relationship, but, like, do you want to... In fact, if someone is desperate, you know what I find would help them the most? Not being polyamorous. It turns out that if you want to get in a relationship, then like, being chill with anybody, whether they're polyamorous or monogamous, is the way to go, right? And there should probably be a term. Maybe there is a term for people who have no preference of relationship style. I think that there should be like a thing, but usually polyamory does describe the relationship that you are in, I think. Desperate means bisexual. I never knew that I was bisexual. I used to think that meant you had it twice. I might be polyamorous because I want to crack her. But yeah, like I don't know, like, polyamorous people also seem to be pretty chill. But, you know, if you're desperate, you don't go, like, if you're desperate to get with someone, don't go for polyamory. Don't go exclusively for polyamory. I guess there are some people that will be polyamorous just so that they can get with other poly people, but, you know. Crimson Jelly for 10 New Zealand dollars. Thank you very much for that. Said, what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. and then a trans person hatch from the egg. And that's how that works. Let me just check to see. Yes, we are nearly at 20 minutes. Well, just under 20 minutes. Alright. Oh yeah, but yeah, like, I find that there is this kind of idea that people who are bisexual are just desperate for sex, and it's like, no, that's not how it works. Right? More specifically, I'm bi in the way of being demisexual, which is pretty much the opposite of Yeah! Yeah, like, I find that my sexual attraction, like, if you want to... Oh, we get the vacuum cleaner. My sexual attraction. If you want me to find you sexually attractive, then get to know me, right? That's not saying that I will find you sexually attractive, but like, if you want me to find you sexually attractive, get to know me. I often find people that I know way more sexually attractive than people that I don't know. Which often means that I get more sexually attracted to a person as time goes on. So yeah. And this has been true in a lot of my relationships. I have started out being like mildly sexually attracted to someone because I'm not complete. I consider myself semi-demisexual, right? Where it's like, oh hey, I'll be attracted to this person's personality, but I'll also find someone hot if I meet them and be like, damn, nice thighs or something like that. But yeah, I'm demi, which is on the ace spectrum. Yeah, I am also a lot more demi than I used to be. HRT does change your sexuality in several different ways. Right. Yeah. I find that in some ways I've come full circle. Right. I find that my sexuality has kind of shifted in a little. Certain things to do with me sexually have shifted and gone around in a circle. It's like, oh, back where I started. I'm just a girl now. But like, I'm not going to go into detail because apparently trans people aren't allowed to talk about sexual stuff because otherwise that means that we just did it, just transitioned for sexual reasons, and no, that's not the case. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to. Oh yeah. I need to pass that through to certain thing. I can do a memory copy, but how does that? I don't get. Oh, new member. Stop the stupidity. That doesn't do anything to the timer, but thank you. You know what? Memberships are going to get memberships will get a reward. I'll do 5 squats for each membership I get given. I can probably I can. Oh, they don't come up here. Add 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Why not? What I'll do is I will... Memberships will add 5 minutes. 5 min. And we'll go to timer control. And this should add... Let's... 1, And if I press confirm, that should add 5 minutes. Let's see. Yay! We added 5 minutes. Okay, cool. I don't get why it says total 2. Oh, because... Okay, yeah. Because the first one wasn't counted. Alright. Oh, that button works! Oh yeah, of course it does. Right. Maeve, new member. And that's another 5 minutes. Okay, apparently we're getting members now. Let's see. Let's hope that does. Oh, I've got to add each member individually. I have to add each member individually. So I think, because if I go to auto, because like it doesn't work for. Okay, well you get squats anyway. I'll give you 10 squats. Time control, because it doesn't work for these things. I need to add a thing in the code which changes it, but you know, because I also don't have membership gifting. I need to ask FTFE about how to enable that. Once I do, there'll be a different system for members, but you know, and I'll also try to, like, if this goes on for a couple of days, which seems unlikely, we've got 23 minutes on the clock. If this goes on for a couple of days, then it will be a thing which I will get things like drawing tablets, which will allow me to make some maybe interesting member videos, and then there'll be like votes on which video can be released as like just a regular video. Which video you think people might find more interesting. And member videos will probably be just things that I don't think would do too well with the YouTube algorithm. Which I know is usually a bad idea, because you might get something rather interesting, but you know. Ugh. And we will, because Maeve wants to see squats, we will try to do squats. My chair doesn't allow me to do squats that well, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one was hard. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, there we go. Whew. Isn't there just a button to enable membership gifting? I don't see it as the problem. But I'm okay with it just being like this. It's interesting how it comes up as 4 though. Good girl. Oh, thank you. Anyway, 21 minutes, and turns out that memberships had gotta add another membership. Memberships have to be added manually, so you know. Okay, 400 more. Oh god, I have to do more squats. People want to if I have to do squats every time someone 5 squats every time someone gives a membership, I'm gonna be my legs are not gonna I'm not supposed to be the one with jelly legs. Okay, we'll do 5 more squats. All right. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Hopefully that's it. I'm okay with... If I do enable gifting, gifting is going to work completely differently, by the way. The reason I'm okay with doing 5 squats for a membership is because y'all can only buy 1 membership each. For now. Alright, so... 25 minutes left on the clock. Membership is $4.99 a month, a lot of money. Yeah. Breathe? I am breathing. That's how I live. By breathing. I'm pretty sure that's how most life forms live. I'm just not fit. Okay? I'm sure if I get some nice thighs, people will appreciate... Breathe more? I only have a limited amount of oxygen that I can intake. What, do you think I'm made of... Do you think my circulatory system has the ability... Don't worry, you did more than the 0 squats I can do. Well, that's good. What I need is more protein. I need to get a nice ass. And nice thighs. Thighs are very nice. Breathe more and become a balloon. I'm not sure that's how it works. Alright. Lean forward with hands on knees. You breathe deeper. Did I call? No, I didn't call you. Workout art. 8 hours and still going. Woo! Yeah, as I said, 4 more hours. Is not being able to buy memberships for everyone on purpose? Just wondering. That's actually not on purpose. Have you anticipated streaming for longer than 24 hours? Yes, I have. Oh, nice. Yeah. But yeah, I have anticipated that, and I have preparations in place for if I do. The problem is that I'm probably not going to be able to. and that's not for lack of physical ability to do so. That's for lack of money of people giving me. Or should I say multiple memberships? Yeah, like that is something I actually checked it out before the stream to see if I could enable it, and no, that is not a thing that I am able to do. But it does allow me to like test a few things maybe like later. Like maybe in subsequent streams I'll just like be like, hey, can someone buy a membership just so that I can test if this thing works? Because it doesn't, like, it works for FTFE's membership, or it should work for FTFE's membership. Theoretically, what would you do if someone donated €1 million? In that situation, how many hours is that? That would, like, I don't think you'd be allowed to do that. If things got to that point where I think that the most that you can donate via YouTube would be like something along the lines of $1,000 or $10,000. But if someone did that, because that'd be 70, that'd be 700, that'd be, yeah. Shit, that'd be, well, no, 2 years. Shit. I would be like, okay, we're limiting the stream. 24 hours is 1,140 minutes and 1,140 euros. I'd probably like be like, okay, we're gonna recalculate a bunch of things. I'd I'd reduce the amount of money that is in the thing, and I'd say, okay, we're limiting this down to a certain amount of time. Your bank would launch an investigation, probably. No, I wouldn't. I'd be like, okay, we're bringing the amount of time that each euro is worth down, because I can do that. I'd basically be like, okay, we're temporarily... I'd temporarily bring the clock down, and then I'd be like, okay, we're adding some, what I call milestones. And when you reach those milestones, you can make it... You can, like, eventually I'd be like, okay, €1 adds... €1 adds 1 second. But yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back down below 20 minutes. Oh yeah, that's why I had that open, because I needed to ask, Google, STB image load, STB image load to OpenGL, because I need to transfer that image to graphics memory. Okay. We just... Okay, we go GLUint texture, GL gen textures. What does that do actually? GL gen textures, because it says 1. Kronos registry, of course. Specifies the number of texture names to be generated. Okay, so we just want 1. It specifies an array in which... okay. And then we go... We pointerize that texture. I like the idea of pointerizing something. And the membership dialog that appears. Okay, let me actually see if I can do this. Something. Oh. All right. Let me see if I can do this. Let's go to YouTube and go to YouTube Studio. I think it's under Earn. It'll be memberships. No, that's not a thing. Where is it? Where is it? In the membership dialog that appears, click the 3-dot menu, but there's only one 3-dot menu. And clicking that, it says disable channel memberships. I don't know where that is. See all members? No, that doesn't let me... It's really... Oh. No, that doesn't... Maybe I've got to have like multiple levels. I'll eventually get around to it. I'm definitely going to ask FTFE when I next talk to him. In fact, if you want me to ask FTFE on stream, then you know, you can do that. All right. What was I going to do? I was going to. Oh yeah, we were doing the image thing. Oh, we are down to 15 minutes, by the way. We are down to 15 minutes. Isn't it likely that he's... Yeah, like, you'd have to keep me going until tomorrow. Like, for, like... So you'd have to add... probably at least 10 hours. At least 10 hours. No, more than 10 hours to the clock. Yeah, you have to... Probably more than 10 hours. 12. I'd say... 18 hours? Yeah, 18 hours would work. That would mean that I have a lot of other guests. Well, it's 2 p.m. here. So yeah. So that's what I've already done. Oh yeah, I've got to bind GL bind texture. Tomorrow's quite a way. Yeah. And it also depends on what time FTFE wakes up, because maybe he wakes up and it's like, oh yeah, Planarwalk is still streaming. Let's come on. 2D texture. Okay, but that doesn't actually. Okay. We will have 4 channels for now. So we want to... Huh. So we'll go GL text image 2D, and then we go GL texture. I sometimes can't spell. 2D. I don't know what that 0. I'm just gonna keep the 0 there. It is after 3 a.m. here. I must head off to bed. Take care, Divinia. What is Geneva saying? I feel like there's a conversation that I haven't been keeping up with. But you know, that sometimes happens. You should all join the Discord. No problem, Divinia. Like I like streaming. I should probably do this a bit more. Like next time I need to like work out a time when like not everyone is poor. Which given the state of the economy, that doesn't seem like that's happening anytime soon. GL underscore RGBA, and then we go width, which will be texture width, texture height. Oh yeah, it says level. Okay, 0. GL uint border. I assume 0. Oh, okay. GL enum format. What does it say? Oh, okay. Oh, so there's internal format and the format. Okay. GL underscore don't want to insert. RGBA and type. What type is it? GL unsigned byte. Of course. GL underscore unsigned byte. And then we put in our pixels. Ah! And that does things. Alright, we are down to 10 minutes. Maybe this live stream will end. We will have to see. You have my last New Zealand $8. Yeah. We'll have to see how the rest of the stream goes. But I have managed to do like some coding stuff. Okay, so this should bind this to that, and then we can just free the pixels, and then that's the thing. All right. I assume there's more that can be done, or more that has to be done. But then I have to change the shaders as well. And also, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of... We are talking about in-laws Planarwalk. Oh. Yeah. In-laws... I've never had any problem with, like, parents of girlfriends. They've always been chill. Well, actually, no, not always. The ones that I've met have been chill. What if we pretended I sent you €100? Unfortunately, that's not quite how it works. Because, yeah. Planarwalk, my love life on display. That happens sometimes. Alright, what have we got here? We've got, oh yeah. Do we have to generate a map? I don't want to generate a map. Bind the text. Why are we binding textures and then binding it again? I don't understand that. The kitty ear placement is giving armadillo? How so? But yeah, I've never had problems with... I definitely need to look more into some of these things. Because, why is it... Oh, men filter, G linear. What if I don't? Kitties are more like on the sides. Yeah, but if I put them on the sides, then they always fall down. That's like small issue, and I think if I... Oh, they're not actually on the tightest thing. They're not on the tightest setting. Maybe I might change them, and then that'll stop them from falling down or whatever. But, you know, eventually. Technically that should work, maybe. If I am correct in how graphics works, then that should work. And we are down to 6 minutes. Well, down to under 6 minutes now. But we need to go to the fragment shader, and we need... Well, the vertex shader, we need to add in an attribute vec2 UVs, and then in the fragment, varying, and then we add a varying vec2, and that someone give Hugh Jarsz for $6 Australian dollary-doos. What's this love life thing I keep hearing about? No one loves old Hugh. Sniff. Is it because I'm fat? It's because I'm fat, isn't it? Look. I'm sure there's someone that will love you, Hugh. Isn't there a Mrs. Hugh Jarsz? Or Mrs. Jarsz? Didn't you say something about that earlier? I seem to remember that, or maybe I'm going crazy in my old age. But thank you, Hugh. Keeps me going for another. Maybe we'll reach 2:30. Who knows? Well, not with the current time that's on the timer. Or is it because I'm hideously like? Look, I am convinced that there's no one, like, no matter how ugly, no matter how fat you are, there's always someone out there that is going to want a piece of you. There's there's always room in someone's heart for you. Hearts can be incredibly spacious at times. Ugly is socially constructed. Yes, exactly. Because, there are people that there will be a person that someone might consider ugly, but another person might go, well, I love that person. I knew someone who was into fat and ugly, like, specifically, so there's always just a chance. Yeah, exactly. I believe that there is always options for people. Mrs. Jarsz is blind and has no sense of smell. No sense of smell. Well, and also, like, just because, like, I find that there's, like, the way that people are distributed, it falls into kind of, there are different categories that you can min-max, right? Some people have maxed out looks, but there's always sound, right? Like, if you max out the sound, like, there are people that have put all their skill points into their voice, and have beautiful voices. There are some people that somehow manage to get all the skill points and put all the skill points into all the skills. Stream timer didn't go up. It did, for Hugh. I saw it go up. It was under 6 minutes, and then it went up to, like, nearly 8 minutes. I saw it go up. We're not having Streamergate here. It's only if someone donated a membership that it didn't go up. Yes, it did. I saw it. I saw it it's always decreasing. It's always going down. You just weren't paying attention, is all. Nah, Hugh donated about $500 dues. It didn't go up enough. It went up, but only went up 3 minutes, not 6 minutes. That is because it's euros. It does a currency conversion on everything to euros. There are actually some currencies where the stream time would not go up, and then I'd have to modify things manually. But we are down to less than 4 minutes. Oh yeah, we want to go text chords. Right, and I can't remember what you did. Oh yeah, you do UVs. Wait, you go text chords equals UVs for the increasing price of cheese. Thank you, Tiles. We are now back up to 19 minutes. Yeah, that cheese is increasing too rapidly. I remember when cheese was like $10 for a 1 kg block, or actually lower. Coyote for $2 says, my last 2 freedom bucks, lol. Don't, like, make sure, like, I do appreciate everything, but, like, make sure you have money for yourself, you know? Like, don't let me guilt trip you into giving money by complaining about the lack of cheese that I can buy. And, Maeve, I'm also talking to you. I am seeing a number that is flashing rapidly, and I don't know why. You need to make sure you eat. Food is overrated. But what if I starve and what if you let me starve instead? In fact, you know, I probably wouldn't starve. Like if you can survive off, I don't know where I'm going with that. Okay, pretend I haven't been here for a bunch of hours and explain to me what you're coding. I made the mistake of telling my hubby you're coding, and he's asking me questions I cannot answer. You'll have to hope Max V doesn't show up. You'll be on for weeks otherwise. Well, but as long as, like, if Max V shows up, as long as I can get to 4 p.m. doesn't matter. You know, as long. But also, I'm sorry to hear that, Aaron Brayley. That's gotta suck. But yeah, like as long as I get to not 4 p.m. 6 p.m. My bad. You can tell that I'm tired. Can you tell? Excited for 6 p.m. For multiple reasons as well. Whether or not I'm streaming, still excited. But I am a bit more excited if it gets to 6 p.m. and I'm still streaming. Which is why I am so determined to get to 6 p.m. I get to hit the pause button on the stream timer because the stream timer only counts down if I am awake. 6 p.m. you get a Flat Earth debunk, but not from me, from someone who has never encountered Flat Earth before. I think she's quite intelligent, so you know. Does the moon fall at 6 p.m.? So yeah, that is why you should get all your friends and family to at least get me through to 6 p.m. Well, she's probably heard of it in passing, but never like watched a Flat Earth video. I got it. If we all quickly plan a heist and steal all of the royal family's money, we can donate it to Planner and watch infinite streams. But yeah, like, I think that would be cool to like have a stream where, like, you know, you get to see like Flat Earth debunking from someone who isn't well, and technically it has happened before, but Alice is more on the funny side. Alice is more on the funny side of things rather than the scientifically minded side of things. Whereas person who I've got who I hope can come on, has done some research into things. And by research, I mean like actually, well, not research. I think she studied physics for a bit. Not that she remembers any of it. To be fair, a 5-year-old could debunk flat Earth, true. But like, it would be interesting to see what a normal person thinks of flat Earth. Does their name rhyme with Meomuck? That's if you get me through to Sad Day Sunday. If you can get me through to Sad Day Sunday, then I might, and then they might come on. But like, if you don't get me through to then, I'm sorry. That's not happening. But no. Let's start planning. Planarwalk. Pull up paint so we can draw a ice map. I don't have a tablet though. This would be easy if I had a drawing tablet. And I don't know what the map was going to look like as well. Oh yeah, I need to edit the fragment shader. Alright, buy a tablet so we can plan out heists. It is very much a thing where the richer you are, the easier it is to make money. Because yeah, it is UVs. You know, the richer you are, the easier it is to make money because essentially you are able to invest into things that can make you money. Like if you have like, and like if I let's say someone donated $5,000. Like let's say that happened. 5,000 euros or dollars, whatever. I would be trying to get that ADHD diagnosis. I genuinely would, because like, by God, would that help me so much? You know, I'd be able to finally be able to, you know, do the thing. Also, I've forgotten the thing. How do I put like a texture into? How do I reference a text? How do I reference the thing? Reference text. The GLSL reference texture. Okay, okay, what are you programming, my queen? I am programming in this is GLSL. It's surprising how often you'll switch between languages, like when programming like big things. I've had to switch between JavaScript and C#. And both of them are important to what I've built. You know, like the thing that you see is all the thing you see on screen, the timer. That is actually built with JavaScript and HTML. No CSS. Well, no CSS file. Inline CSS, yes. Yes, my queen, tell me about. Tell your subjects about your mighty project. It is. I've just got to work out. Also, it's getting a bit hot. It's getting a bit hot in here. Jeez. So let's turn that off. Didn't a lot of us here get that way? Stumbled across Flat Earth and immediately knew 15 reasons why it was stupid and insane, and only needed to Google to check how to spell Coriolis. Yeah, that's true. Wait, hold on. I think there is a GL. I found this channel from Nigel Cheesy Hands video. Yeah, I think a lot of people did. That seems to be like, that is my biggest video. MF is a queen but can't afford a tablet. You don't have to remind me, Mel. And it's a drawing. Like, I have a tablet, just not one that I know where. I don't know where the pen is. I had 2 pens as well. That's, you know how sad that is. But like one that I can just connect to this. Bind a texture ID to a texture unit, not GL bind texture to uniform directly. I'm still confused. GL active texture. I'm gonna try something. GL active text. No, that doesn't work. Oh. Okay, so I think I have to have a uniform sampler. Uniform sampler 2D texture. Text. We'll call it texture image. Texture image. All right, cool. And we go down to here, and then we can go texture image dot. How do we get? Yeah. Oops. How do we get the texture image? I know I can do this in GameMaker, but I've forgotten how to do it in GL. Red color. Surely there's something here. Also, we have 8 minutes left to go until the end of the stream, unless people decide to make it go for longer. We've had some like interesting things here when it's like remember when it got down to like a minute? I remember that. It'd be fun to like talk to FTFE tomorrow about it. Texture. Okay, maybe this is not a good stack overflow thing. Someone member. That means more squats, which hopefully means that I get a nicer ass. My legs seem to be doing all right. A texture is an OpenGL object. Does this have anything? Is this all C++ stuff? Is it? Yeah. How are textures different? No, I've already seen that. Okay. Oh, texture 2D. Okay. So I'm not allowed to show you my tits, Hugh. And thank you, Hugh. That puts us back over 8 minutes, I believe. I can double check. Crimson Jelly says the lowly one will extend my queen's life on screen. I suspect things. Also, let me just... I've realized that this is really behind. I suspect something, but I don't know. When I see jelly, I'm thinking, I think I know who that is. Let me just double check everything, because you know I can check stuff, right, chat? Gasp, imposter. Aha. Wait. Wait, hold on. I can check things. I am checking things. I am checking things. Yeah. Jelly was actually Planner the whole time. No, I am not Jelly. Do you think I get Jelly? I do not get Jelly. The moon must be rising. All hail, yes, all hail Queen Planner, who is good at code apparently. Planners, I'm not scamming you. You're a jelly of my... Okay, maybe I'm a little jelly of your... like Hugh, you can't have all the tits to yourself. That's the problem. So I am not the... That is blasphemy, Amber. That is blasphemy. My tits aren't flat. Not the queen of flat things. Amber is not based on Maeve. Why are you why does Amber get to turn everyone against me? No, you do not rise up against me. You love the roast planner section? Why are you doing this to me? It's not this. This is not what I signed up for. I did not sign up for a roast planner thing. For revenge? What? Why would you need revenge? That doesn't... Gone as your red shirt, does that mean did you make the blood move? No, I didn't. Roasting the queen, that's illegal. Yeah, Geneva gets what's up. It's illegal to roast the queen. Where was I? I was going to go to... yeah. So, if I go to... If I put texture image in here, and we go... Where? Varying... vertex chords. And we're just double checking the vertex shader that everything is good. No, it's not, because everything is going to be thing. And we are... It's the final count. Is it? Well, I guess people miss out. If it is. I don't make the rules. Dot... I don't know. What's that? GL free color e. Wait, if I comment this out and then go GL underscore frag color equals, does that work? Yeah, that allows me to do that. Alright, now that that has been done, I cooked 4 enchiladas and a bean salad during the stream. I can't actually remember how nutritious an enchilada is. I think I've had them before, but I didn't, I wasn't paying attention. Just got a notification. Leaving again to check out Cirrus's livestream. You know what'd be cool? Having Cirrus and... having Cirrus on... I should have messaged Cirrus! God damn it. Now he probably wouldn't see if I messaged him. Oh well. You know, I've had one guest who was like having plenty of guests on at the same time. It took up a lot of space, you know. Get Cirrus to raid the stream. I mean, that'd be fun. But if you want squats, you have to... If you want squats, you have to be giving memberships. Or not giving, but buying a membership. And then you get squats. 5 squats per membership, and also a membership adds 5 minutes, because why not? I love people saying what they're actually doing. Yeah. And this should work. Now I have to go to this file here, and I need to go format.add component, and we need to add a vector 2. Let's redo that, right? Yeah. And then I can go, then I add a vector 2 into here. We are down to less than 4 minutes. I'm home now and reading anime. Oh, nice. Vector 2. Manga. Oh yeah, there's a difference between anime and manga, isn't there? I haven't actually read a lot of manga. Alright, and we just go here, and this is what I like about C++. Okay, we go 1, we go 0, 0, and we can just copy this. Right, cool. We're not finished. I was wondering if you read... Oh yeah, because you can read the subtitles. That one lol, he's obsessed with watching the live stream. As we speak, he's watching a 10-hour video of something... of it or something. I'm not sure which volcano I live... Oh. I'm confused, but you know. We are down to 2 minutes. We're cutting it close. Amber might have been right. It might have been the final countdown. We'll have to see. But, you know, anything can happen in the final 2 minutes. Like that. The cheese GoFundMe. Thank you, Tiles, for 30 New Zealand dollars, which puts us back to 17 minutes. Can we retroactively make members worth more squats? No, you can't. It's 5 squats for each member. And also that gives me enough time, right, to hopefully get this working. We'll see. I now need to go to here. Oh, Emma, for €5, sends a heart. I guess I can send a heart back to everyone. I'm sure 1 or 2 people might have taken a screenshot of that. Emma Thorne? No, I don't think that's Emma Thorne. I think it's just someone called Emma. Got to GTS. I don't know what. I don't know what GTSY means. Because if Emma was Emma Thorne has her own account that would look different to Emma's account. I still don't know what GTSY means. I suppose I could Google it. But am I going to? That is the question. Oh, we're above 20 minutes now, which means that we will get to 3 p.m. Look, folks, if you add 3 hours to the timer, then you get a debunking. And I get an interesting stream title. If you've joined in the last 30 minutes, you need to drop a €5 super chat now, says Hugh. Only if you can afford it. I remember Emma contributing early, and I do too, because it was that super chat was one of the. I remember it specifically because when it comes up in here, we can go to donations, and I can see who's donated the most. Like Nineberry has donated the most with €100, which is holy shit. That is a lot, and that is amazing. But I remember that we can use Emma appears here with 15. By the way, when it says USD, that actually means euros. We're gonna edge that timer all the way to 6 p.m. I am sure people are gonna try doing that. But yeah, 15 euros, and I remember it because it's a nice round number. Doesn't have these little things on the end. And yeah, it does come up there. Wow, that's been going for so. What? I am confused. Oh, you're talking about other things. Oh. We don't need to go load texture. We need to go to mesh drawer. We need to go to here. We're just going to copy this thing. And we're going to go UV equals UVs, and then we put this up here. We go UV. We copy this line here. And there's always a better way of doing this, but I am not going to be bothered for now. Let me go plus size of. Oh, we can just go times 2, can't we? Because we're. And I believe this gets set to 2? It almost showed out. It showed almost 2 hours a minute ago. I'm confused. Why is the time so low? Oh, because it got very low. I'm not How am I scamming you? That timer is very accurate, and I have made. It was 2 minutes, not 2 hours. Oh yeah. Because, yeah, that timer is very accurate, I'll have you know. I think this works. No, you're just... As you get older, your perception goes down. Your perception of time gets like... you think time should be going a lot slower than it is. I think. I'm pretty sure that's... And people are trying to convince people to... Like, actually, the cheapest way to add time to the timer... Let's fix that timer. Well, that adds 10 minutes. And a few seconds. There we go. But yeah, I think I'm actually not sure if memberships are the cheapest way to add to the timer. Also, it adds 5 minutes either way. So depends what country you're in. I think I'm pretty sure. Memberships are weird. That's why I don't like basing things off memberships, because it's like, Though I suppose it does allow like certain people in certain countries to be able to participate a bit more easily. But I do have plans to make memberships actually do something different in future streams, which should be fun. Especially if you want to add a lot of time for cheap. But yeah, let's see if this works. Not quite. CHF. Oh, I don't know if that does anything. Shit. Shit. I don't have CHF currency. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take this value here. Right. I'm going to copy it. Go. Say that to NZD. That is, okay. 962.86. And we go to here. So we go 900 and what did I say? 962 point. $962.86. 86. We hit confirm, and that should add to the timer. This was my backup plan. 45 minutes. Cool. And I'm glad I am now very glad that I added that in. That Swiss franc is strong. But I'm going to go to this, and I am going to add that in, because it is very important that that gets added in. Where is it? That we're at 44 minutes. Which does give me a lot of time to just do stuff. Okay, so when I go to Stream Scraper, well, that gets me close to 4 o'clock. Okay, because yeah, here's a bunch of things. Actually, I am curious. Does that show up in exchange rates? Yes, it does. Huh. Interesting. Let's add it to to the list. There's a few things that aren't on here that I've just not encountered because everything has different ways of, and every time I encounter a new one, I try to add it. I always assume that a space is CHF, and we change that to CHF. So yeah, now future ones, I will have to go ahead and still add manually. But for now, it works. All right. But thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Let me go. I got stressed that a currency wasn't in my thing. But thank you, Emma, for fixing the timer. Thank you, Quilelki, for your 20 CHF, saying, I am sorry as I'm not able to keep you up with my donation. I mean, you're able to keep the stream going for an extra, I think it's 20 minutes you added. So I do appreciate that. But yeah. How can there only be 86 likes? Smash that button, folks. Don't smash it. That breaks things. I'm just gonna hit save because that needs to be saved. I hope that doesn't break things. I just realized this diagnostic session has gone for like several... It's gone for almost 600 minutes, which means 10 hours. Because I did start this before the stream. And I have not been streaming for... Yeah, I've not been streaming for 10 hours. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. I am actually starting to get... Reconnecting. Reconnected! Don't destroy the like button. I want more likes. But yes, I need to. Nobody actually mentioned about that. But I gotta work out why this isn't working out. 9 hours. That's your first full day's work in a long time. I mean, I have done actually what would be considered a full day's. Usually it's overnight, and usually it's like a full day's work overnight, and yeah. But thank you, Hugh, for your $5 dues, and your dedication to keeping the stream going, because the stream can end in 42 minutes, but only if people let it. I pressed the like button and it went down. That's what happens when you destroy that like button. Now, here's the problem. Why is it when I press F5, I get 2 black squares? We have GL float. That should be 2. Oh, that's why. That is why. Okay. We have to change this. There we go. F5. And we still get black squares. Oh, what's... Who said something? Oh. Here's the thing about like this. I have thought about everything. So like I thought about adding a small. I thought about adding a thing that allows me to redo things, but then I realized that or recalculate certain things. But then I realized that I couldn't actually add that feature. But I was able to add certain features in that, do help. Do help with certain things. I haven't had a lunch break. I am under illegal working conditions. Because I was thinking about Hugh's super chat, like that's your full day, first full day's work in a long time. Because actually 8 hours is a full day's work, but also you're entitled to a lunch break. I have been eating food. I have enchiladas. Unfortunately, I do not have enchiladas. But yeah, I am entitled to. I have entitlements. I'm already on my 82nd pre-afternoon tea. I'm surprised that you get through so much. Like, do you just vacuum it up? You can eat if you do more squats. The deal is that for me to do 5 squats, I have to receive a membership. That's the deal. And it works in my favor because my legs are going to be killing me when I wake up. I say like I'm asleep, and let's be honest, I might be asleep. Because doing this for 9 hours, I have been awake for 11 hours, and I have been functioning off of 3 hours of sleep. You have a funnel permanently connected. Because here's how it works. Actually, where was I? I wasn't going anywhere with that. But here's what I did yesterday. If anyone wants to know, I went to see a movie. It was a fun little date. Has anyone seen Thunderbolts? Has everyone seen Thunderbolts? It's actually, I really enjoyed it, even if I did get distracted near the end. Because essentially, how do I put it? It was a good movie. Like I felt like the first act felt a bit long. It felt like long. You kind of realize that it was. Oh, thank you, OG Yeti, for the $10 US. But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, the first act did feel a bit long, and by the end of it, you could be like, okay, there's still like 2 acts left, and the second act felt really short. Freedom dollars. I know what that is. Yeah, but the second act felt rather short. The third act was pretty satisfying though. I liked how they concluded it. When you've got like an all-powerful villain, it's very hard to write that well. So yeah, I like how they did it. And I feel like they did it in a way that was satisfying. And I enjoyed that. I like when movies are satisfying, when they have like satisfying conclusions and stuff like that. If that makes sense. I'm trying not to. That's my spoiler-free review. Now I can watch like reviews of like. Now I can watch like the Birdman's pseudo review of it. The Birdman is a good channel, I will say. Or more of him responding to critical drinkers, because I don't like the critical drinker. Because their complaints usually boil down to something like, yeah, Thunderbolts, that's the one with the rockets in Tracy Island, isn't it? No, I don't think so. I think you're thinking of Thunderbirds. But yeah, I think that the Critical Drinkers reviews are lacking in any kind of meaningful substance, right? Like, let's say there is a... I have seen one of his... that's another 5 minutes added to the timer, and 5 squats. See, you get those squats. I just got to mentally prepare myself. So let's add it to the timer. There we go. But yeah, as I was saying, the critical drinker, like, just the critical drinker just like doesn't. The media analysis is just it's 5 squats. The media analysis is very lacking, and there are points that they can sometimes make that they miss. Like, it's like, oh yeah, if you combine 2 of the points, you can make a point. But like, you can point out contradictions within the story, but he fails to do that. And like, I'm not good at, like, I usually take time to think about things, and that's how I can get good analysis, right? When I think about things. But if I wasn't really taking time to think about things. Craig always takes his clothes off when he does push-ups, just saying. You forgot, here's the thing though, I'm not Craig. Apparently Windows can't install updates, and I'm okay with that because I do not want to update right now. Alright. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Whew. I am... but thank you, Iris, for becoming a new membership. But yeah, I'm not taking my clothes off. And for good reason. I hope you can understand. Okay, I'm gonna try something. Oh. That might be why. Okay, that didn't fix it. Reload this page. Let's just try something like that. I don't know. Play around with the data that we're sending. You know how you have to bend your knees when you do... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, I can check. Can you pull up the Paul McCarthy tree installation? No, I can't. Okay, I can though go to the vertex shader. No, the fragment shader. And I can go. I can. That's because I can't move back too far. Because I don't have much space. I can go GL frag color equals Vic for text chords Vic for text chords 0 0 0 1 in fact. Okay, so we know that data is getting sent to the GPU. Okay, cool. I'm just like fit check. I want to see the. Oh, okay. This is the dress that I'm wearing. The only problem is that it seems like... And we know that it's getting sent to the fragment shader as well. Which is a thing. That is good. Right? So, things are getting sent to the fragment shader. But the image... doesn't seem to be getting sent to the fragment shader. And I'm not sure why. Let me... What? So you're out of picnic blankets now? No, I'm not out. Maybe I needed to add a few more lines of code. Maybe some of the code that I left out was things that were needed. So let's try putting that in and seeing how that works. Also, the plaid the plaid is patterned in a flattering direction around the hips. Seems well thought out. Probably. I do like this dress. I like it. I've had it for like a while, and like recently I decided to try it on, and I thought it was really cute. I also wore it with like a jacket, and you know, kind of going for an Aerith look. I just realized I haven't checked like Discord in ages. Oh. Okay. Anyway. Is it cold where you are these days? It's getting... I mean, I had to put the heater on earlier, but then it gets too hot because I have it set to 25 degrees Celsius. The proper units. You know, the right units. Hey. Now, why isn't this being... I had this earlier. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think I'm just going to copy paste this for the time being to see if it works. Anything above 25 degrees should be illegal. Yeah, I've had sometimes it depends for me. Like sometimes I'll set it to 28 degrees when I plan to turn it off immediately after. That's if I need it to be warm for a long period of time for the weather I'm in. Oh yeah, that's valid. I don't know what the temperature is. What is the temperature? It should tell me. Temperature. Apparently it's 13 degrees. Okay. so not particularly hot. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I've just realized that because of everything that's happened, we are going to reach 4 p.m. Doesn't take a whole lot. From here, it doesn't take a whole lot to get to 6 p.m. So I just noticed Hugh's comment. So you're out of picnic blankets now. I mean, I'm sure I can go on a date to the picnic, for a picnic, and then just wear the dress and be like, yeah, I'm the picnic thing, the picnic blanket. You can sit on me. And I'm sure that would work. Crimson Jelly saying, what a lovely dress, like she hasn't seen it before. Oh, the revenue thing is back to New Zealand dollars. Don't pay attention to my fashion sense, I don't even wear pants. Who says... I was about to say who says I'm wearing pants, but you've probably seen my pants. If you had to sum up the highlights of these last 9 hours of the stream, what would they be? Well, good point. Well, good question. Tired. When someone didn't tell me how to fix something, but their words allowed me to fix something. That would have to be the highlight. Their words kind of gave my brain that push that it needed to fix it. And somehow I fixed it. I don't know how I fixed it. And I don't know how to fix it if it breaks again. So we've got to be careful, chat. Oh yeah, that's how we. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We're going to here. We're going to go load texture. Here we go. And we have to put this here. All right. Because we set the. I'm assuming this sets the parameters of the current texture, like certain parameters. So let's see how this works. Oh, yep. That's I just hadn't put it in like that. All right. We're going to get the liver cube. We will get the liver cube. I'm noticing a thing, but you need that as a meme format. Okay, I am going to. I am going to show you the image that I'm pulling from. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not. Not yet. Because what we are going to do is we're going to go up. We are going to go to this thing here. We are going to switch these back around. So we got 1, 0, 0, 1. And obviously it's a 0 to 1 kind of thing. So now that that's switched around, things should be a little better. Oh, it flips it. Okay, cool. We're going to add another set of vertices. But we are going to put this to 0.5f, 0.5f, -1. We're going to add another set, Control C, Control V, and this one is going to go from we're gonna... Okay, the thing is around the wrong way. Because if I just... In fact, if I just copy this and put it here, that should... No, that didn't work. Why didn't it work? I'm confused. Why didn't it work? It should be point... Should be connect... Oh, I think I know why. Oh, because it... it doesn't connect. 0, 0. Negative 0.5f, negative 0.5f. Still doesn't work. I don't know why it's only sending one triangle to the GPU. Why is it only sending one triangle? Is it sending one triangle to the GPU? I don't know. I know why. Because it doesn't... Because I need to go to here. It only can send one triangle. We send 6 things to the GPU. There we go. The liver square. But we're not done yet. We need the liver cube. Which means switching to a perspective camera. Because we can say M equals GLM perspective FOV. Well, we'll go 45. What the hell? 45 aspect ratio. It should be 1, I think. Z near. We'll go 0.1 F, and the far plane is 0. No, it's 1,000.0 F. I'm just gonna F there, F point. And we need point zeros. This is something I don't actually like when it comes to programming. Then we go times data dot transform. Okay, so that shouldn't do much in terms of stuff. Let's see. Maybe I was wrong. That's the okay. Why doesn't it let me do perspective? What's the problem here? I need to... I need... Here's what we need to do. We need to go to... Also, I'm just going to check the House of Planarwalk. How's people doing? Give me liver, yes. So I haven't been seeing much activity in chat. Maybe you're all just focused on me. Best shot of saving this for later. I mean, you've got a better one. Planarwalk, alternate universe where she's a wizard and this is her editing her spellbook. I mean, yeah, that's probably I am only look, Hugh, I only need your liver. If you gave away your liver, I'm sure we could divide it amongst the people and humanity would thrive. I'm sure. All right, we are down to 28 minutes and 30 seconds. I remember a time when it was at 1 hour. Liver grows back, therefore yeah, that's what I mean. And I'm sure Hugh's liver is, huge. My liver is well preserved by alcohol. What did I say? Alcohol. I am slurring my words. That's what, again, that's what 3 hours of sleep will do to you. 3 hours of sleep plus, how long have I been streaming for? Been streaming for 9.5 hours. Kidneys fetch a decent price on the black market, but unfortunately you need at least one of those. True. But yeah, I will, by the way, chat, I will make it. Don't worry. I plan to make it. Plus, conversing with the madman in your chat, I'd be exhausted too. Yeah, like there's... I'm pretty sure there's some mad men and some mad women. And some mad beans. Mad NBs in chat. Like when I say mad NBs, it just makes it sound like I've made the NBs mad. Just like, girl, fuck you for, I don't know. I haven't done anything to be cancelled recently. Mad humans. Mad humans just sounds like a bunch of humans that are mad. What about mad planetoids? True. But now that I've got that, now I've got texture things working. I don't have the camera working. That's right. Time to consult the good old what did I do in the past? And I can just go UBO because that's, I remember that I did a bunch of things. UBO.model for that one. Active camera build projection matrix. I've forgotten which order you're supposed to multiply things in. I forgot. I totally have forgotten. At least I know where to find it. I think. PEMDAS? It's not PEMDAS. It's matrix multiplication. Matrix multiplication. Next, you'll be telling me that you did stuff as well. I mean, I've done stuff on the stream. I've done people. If you need to know. Active. Okay. Actually, there is. It is a done people. I have not done anyone on a stream. At least not with my consent. Any streams that I have done people on has been without my consent of being filmed. I say that because there might have been one. There is at least one that I know of. I don't know if that counts as a stream. But I do know that I was filmed without my consent in that sort of situation. Not fun. Okay, Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to grab a... Yeah, that's right. We're going to go to the Vulcan things. And, Vulcan. I'm sure this is it. Probably not. Wait, is this Vulcan Guide? Oh, that's the documentation. I know this is a tutorial. I think this is it. Is this the right one? Yes, it is. Uniform buffers. Okay, and we can just multiply all of the things. So let's do that. So if we get the projection mate. Why am I slurring my words? I have not been drinking. God damn. Though, I must say, the stream would be a lot more entertaining if I had been drinking. But the problem is that if I were drinking, I'd crash hard when I crash. Okay, we want to go to the... We want to grab from the game components. Build transform matrix. Get game component.cpp. Vulcan game components.cpp. Vulcan game components.h. Where is that? Vulcan game components.h. Here we go. Okay. What type of... Okay, we're just going to have a look at the game components.h. Build projection matrix. Okay. What is... build transform matrix. Wait, did it build it? Did we build the transform matrix? Yes, we did. Yeah, the view okay, the view matrix is the transform matrix. That is defined in this. Defined in here. So we want the we want to look at times GLM look at I can't remember if this is the right way. I think times GLM look at and we need a vector 3, I assume. What do we need? Oh, we're back down to 18 minutes. Yeah, I have been filmed without consent, and it's not nice. I also like it did go to the police, but that was someone else that went to the police, and I was like, yeah, I just want to be left out of this. It's not. It wasn't really something that I wanted to have to deal with. But yeah. Let me see what's going on here. Okay, because we have to look at, we want to go back to here, and we want a position, and that position will be 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. The center will go 1, 1, 1. X, Y, Z. 1. Oh no. 0, 0, 0, 0, negative 1. And then there is... Oh, the up! Now this is the confusing one. 0, negative 1, 0, I think. I, center, and up. No instance. Oh, I forgot. Vec 3. Oh, okay. I love C++. I love it. Oh my god. Thank you, C++. Let's see if this works. It doesn't. That was fun to try anyway. Let's just play around with this till it does. Nope, that doesn't work. I don't know which one is going. Is it going to be the last thing that I try? Is it going to work at all? Wait, hold on. I should make sure that I'm pointing everything in the right direction. Let me just alter this and then put it back to 0. I think it's negative 1 goes in here. No, that didn't work. Hold on. Let me check that everything default and let me bring up chat again, because projection times view times model times. Okay, yeah, we. I've definitely been there with things that are technically legally actionable, but you just don't want to engage with the entire deal in order to get that justice. For me, it was just it was not something that I just want. Like I knew that whether or not I was involved, it was going to get resolved with by someone else, because it wasn't. The reason why I wasn't getting filmed wasn't because it was me. It was because someone else was in my room. But I'm not going to go into too much detail on what I get up to. But yeah, someone was flying a drone outside my room, and very creepy. Creepy X shit. All right. Why isn't that working? Also, we're down below 15 minutes. I am getting very not concentrate. I should have a lunch break. At some point. I'll definitely eat when it gets to the time. All right, where are we? But yeah. What are we doing? Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to check something on here. What position looking at? Oh, I was also going to check something on here. I was going to check to see where the there we go. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely looking at X, Y. How do we define? How small something is. At the very least, I should. Okay. Let's check now. Let's check over here. So over. Oh yeah, that's. I got a. Did I get a message? I have been. Oh, I did get a message. I got told about a cactuar. I really want. These magic cards from the next set. From the Final Fantasy set. They'll definitely end up there. I'm struggling with maintaining consciousness, but I have a phone appointment in 4-ish hours, so we power through. Yeah, I definitely understand that. But yeah, trample at the beginning of your end step. If this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to the owner's hand. Okay. Huh. That's an interesting kind of thing. And it's a cactuar from Final Fantasy VI, apparently. There's so many different, things that appear. I wonder if they've got tonberries. They included Guy, at least. Maybe not as a creature, but there was a reference. Guy speak beaver. And I was telling Celeste about it. And it was like, Guy speak I was like, they better have my guy. And she was looking and she was like, I don't think so. And it's like, girl. And then she said, I think something like commune with beavers was the card. I'm like, or commune with animals. I'm like, let me see it. Because they're my guy better be on that. And then I showed her the game that it's in reference to. Because guy speak beaver. Game component.cpp. We go to game component.h. Upter is 0 -1 0. I need to play 6 again. All I remember is suplexing a train. Yeah, that's valid. Up to I have it up to 0, -1, 0. That's up to, and if I the up direction is 0, -1, 0. The starting position is 0, 0, 0. The looking at is 0, 0, 1. That's why Z, which should be looking at the thing, and then we have to work out which direction is up. Do we put a 1? What happens if I put a 1? We get nothing. What happens if I put a 0 and we under 10 minutes? Yeah. It might end in 10 minutes and then I get sleep. Like, I do have to respect FTFE for these things, because like it does take a lot of effort, and like I may have technically put in a lot of effort to FTFE streams, but in reality he's had to put in a lot of effort himself just to get the streams, just to get all the stuff, like just to stream and somehow remain conscious. Like, I am struggling to remain awake, probably because like I went to sleep late last night after watching a bit of Doctor Who. Why isn't it? Let's try 60. It's just, okay, I'm just going to try like entering random numbers. Oh, this would be -1. But it's not, apparently. Because why would it be something logical? Why am I not getting 1? Like, let's try that. I don't know. What is... I really appreciated FTFE taking sleep breaks. It makes me worry when people do too long of staying awake. I have a sleep disorder, and it's just bad, so bad for your brain to do that on purpose. It's... Yeah, 2 hours would be 120 euros. That's how much would be needed to get to the special me take a break and you have a special guest on. But we'll see. We will see. What do you think of FTFE stance using AI? Yeah, I am a bit iffy on it. Like, I'm always iffy on people using AI, but then again, like, if it's using it for free, then I'm a little bit more okay with that, because that just burns through the pockets of the people that AI companies. Unless of course that is running locally, then it's still bad. But yeah, I am a bit more iffy on AI. That's not working. Why is it none of it? FTFE is an AI. Did he address it and say anything of his opinion? I don't know. Not a fan of generative AI. Neither am I. I think it... I think if you can get away with commissioning artists, you should. Like, well, if you can pay for commissioning artists, you should, definitely. Which is why you won't see any of my thumbnails use AI, and that's because if I can pay AI to generate an image, I can commission an artist. Sure, it might be a little bit more expensive to commission an artist, but I feel like that's just a lot more ethical. But then again, like there is going to be like a I feel like there is a sort of piss filter of inbreeding that is happening. I did see a thing about AI to waste phone scammers' time, and I'm okay with that. And it's also bad for the environment. Yeah, but that being said, if we do the destruction of AI through making it unprofitable now, then later on, then they'll run out of money quicker, which means that they won't have money to train their models, and yeah, and so need to go to work, have fun, and get some sleep. I will get some sleep eventually. Thank you, Quelky, for the CHF 5. And now I just need to put in 996.20. 996.20. That's because CHF isn't implemented. So let me confirm that, and the timer should go up. Yep. Boom. Sam Altman has already said they're operating a massive loss, but that's because they're getting people to rely on it, in my opinion. Yeah, and that's why I think that you shouldn't rely on it. Like, if you rely on it, then that's bad. But if you are just burning through their server costs and all that kind of stuff, then that could potentially do some good. The problem with AI is appropriation of dead labor. I'm not entirely cognitive to know what that means, but I do get that. Actually, I kind of get what you mean there, I think. Especially when it comes to like deep fakes of certain actors that might be dead, and you get them to act in a thing by basically making someone that looks like them. That's not real. Which makes sense. I would totally agree that that's a problem. Not literally dead, it's an economic term. There are also like literally slave labor involved at certain points in the AI chain, as I understand it. Yeah, AI is just a big, massive shit show, and if we can get it to go under, good. Do not pay for AI. That's my stance. Do not pay for AI. Run it. Do not run it locally. Run it on the servers that it is. That host it. Because if you run it locally, then your power bill is the one that's going to suffer, not the AI companies. And there will be an extent where it will get to a point where you cannot run models locally. Or if you were to run models locally, then it would take too much processing power to be able to process. But yeah. Data.transform. But why am I not being able to focus? What if I'm just gonna like remove this thing here. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. What if I go... Hold on. What if I move the camera back? Oh, hold on. 1 second. I need to check something. I need to check that GL front, GL back. Okay, that's the problem. That was the issue. It's also really tiny, so let's move the camera forward a little bit. What happens if I increase this number? Do things look bigger? No. They just look smaller. Geez, it's really hard to understand sometimes how things work. X, Y, Z. Let's go. 1. Oh, wait, no, that moves it back. Damn. -1. And let's look at -2. Okay. Apparently we got too close. I think we got too close. -1, -0.5 F. Ah. Apparently. Oh, we should also include this. Maybe a little idea. Ah, there, yep, that helps not have everything. How does this affect it? Like if I'm a little bit confused at. Apparently, the near and far planes don't affect it too much. So let's do some stuff. Oh yeah, we're down to 4 minutes. Oh, and I need to change the look up to, you know, actually up. I like my Y up. Yes. Have you tried turning it off and on again? I mean, that's always a good way to fix things, right? But yeah, I'll need to change how the things are rendered. 0.7 F. What if we go 0.9 F? That's at the clipping plane. Imagine, yeah, 3 minutes. Hugh is more on this than me. So yeah, if no one donates within 3 minutes, then the stream ends, and I have been getting some... Can you keep a cheese telly? I can, actually. I can. And you want to know why? Because the donations here... That's 47 euros. That have been donated to the cheese fund. Well, there went the 3 minutes. Yeah, we're at 18 minutes now. Tiles is very much edging this. But I've mentioned this earlier, and this is like one of my things on AI. I think that a lot could, and I should make a video on this, how to fix the AI problem. And essentially, it comes down to the way you fix it is by making it. How do I put it? The way you fix AI is the guy behind Studio Ghibli is very mad. Understandable. Give me cheese for that's a very oddly specific number, Hugh. It's oddly specific, and I worry about that. But thank you anyway. Just as long as you didn't empty your bank account, because as I said, 1757 is an oddly specific number, and I don't know why. But we are 1757, the cheese number? Oh, okay. How? Oh, it's exactly 10 minutes. Smart. Actually, yeah, that would be very smart. Because if I go to exchange rates, and we go to the Australian dollar, right? And we... Close, but not quite. It's close enough. My data may be more in date or more out of date. Probably more out of date because it is anywhere up to a day old. But how do you add 1757? Well, there's an algorithm to add these things on. Because okay, let me tell you a bit about how this works, given that I've got to stream for another 25 minutes, which means that there's only if you add 1.5 hours. By the way, it's not exactly 1.5 hours. It's just like 1.5-ish hours until I get some rest. But like, I would probably want this timer to be like above 20 minutes as well, so that it doesn't like look like I'm like stalling. Because even though I know how much you like edging me. Or edging the timer, I guess. Timer settings. So you'll notice that there is milestones here. Now, I've only got one thing, it's default. And memberships, add 5 minutes. Super chats, add 1 minute. What I can do is I can add a milestone so that once we reach a certain time, that time would be added. Once a certain amount of time has been added to the timer, it would change the amount of time that gets added. But yeah. I should drink water. But yeah, I hope I'm being entertaining. I find it very difficult to yap when I'm tired. It's kind of hard, if that makes sense. No, the page keeps on reloading. I'll just like have to hydrate or dihydrate. True. I should eat more burger rings. The great thing with burger rings is that I don't know how much of a crunchy chip sound. The input should be public, but yeah, as Free Potato said, the input should be public domain and the output should be public domain. And I agree. I think that there should be a law passed to make force AI companies to essentially to force AI companies to make all their things public domain. Well, no, not public domain. All their training data should be published. Is it going to happen? No, because politicians are shit, but Should it happen? Yeah. And that should have been published, should have been a thing that was decided long ago. And hey, it could actually help OpenAI. Especially if that DeepSeek model has been, like, scraping OpenAI stuff. Then you could argue... But then you can argue, is that what counts as copyright? But yeah. I'm sorry if this is ASMR. I can move back over here. I actually just realized. Why wasn't it working before? Well, something to do with 000. Politicians and modern tech don't get along. I still remember the Facebook trials thing. The people ruling it not even understanding how social media worked. The TikTok thing was even worse. I'm eating burger rings. Got a party bag. I need to eat something. Probably have a meal. Not necessarily a decent meal, but a meal when I get the person to take over. I'm having corn chips myself. Corn chips are okay. Not a big fan of them. Not as sustenance. After a while, after eating a bag of corn chips, it's like, well, before eating a bag of corn chips, my body is like, this isn't good. Please don't. But I do like them with nachos. Politicians tend to live in an echo chamber, disconnected. True. I think that's especially true of, like, the Democrats in the US. And the Democrats tend to be like, oh, well, this will be politically... I feel like the Democrats try to pander towards advertisers. And I know that seems odd, like, why would you pander towards advertisers? But they kind of see advertising standards as a kind of standard for what people are okay with. So, for example, if you have an advertiser standard of no swearing, then Democrats will be like, oh, you can't swear. And, you know, you can't be rude. And I think that's what they try to pander towards. And you need people that don't pander towards that. They go for advertisers to get them to give money. Potentially. But yeah, it seems very corporate. It seems very corporate based. I think that that's what the Democrats' messaging seems. Like, there's a lot of fluff. And I think that's why a lot of people like Trump. Like, even though Trump is a dipshit, and should be nowhere near public office, people like him because it's like, well, he says things, he says what he's thinking, he doesn't, like, try to, wrap his words in any... And, like, yeah, he says what he's thinking, and sometimes when he says what he's thinking, to me it comes off as, this guy shouldn't be in office. This Trump guy shouldn't, he says what he's thinking, and he says the truth, and it's like, yeah, he's describing you all as dumb fucks that will still vote for him. You know, he says that, oh, I can shoot someone and people would still vote for me. And it's like, he's describing people that have no moral conscience. He could commit crimes and people, like, he literally committed crimes, and people still voted for him. And I think that, like, I think that's what a lot of people, I guess, miss in a way, is that, like, Trump coming to power is like, he knows what he's doing. He knows that he knows who he's pandering towards. He's not pandering towards the left. He's pandering towards sycophants. And I don't like the fact that Trump has a cult of personality about him. I don't like that one bit, but I'd rather Democrats at least try to do something different to what they've been doing. I'd rather they try something different from a corporate strategy, something that seems like a corporate strategy anyway. You know, that's why I think Tim Walz was probably the most effective candidate. And had Tim Walz had more time, or more, had been given more airtime, I think that it could have actually, or if Tim Walz had have won the primary, you know? Yeah, well, the Epstein stuff, Iris, you know, Trump is connected pretty heavily to Epstein. But does his supporter base care? No. They'll yap about, they'll yap about, Bill Clinton, arrest them now, Joe Biden, arrest them now, and all that kind of stuff. All the, Bill Gates, all that. And I'm like, yeah, if they're connected to Epstein, there should be a trial for them. But Trump is also connected to Epstein. I don't think that Trump wants the files to get out. And have you noticed that the Epstein files thing was really big for a bit and then just died down? The release of the Epstein files. What happened to that? Nobody talks about it anymore. Why is that? Why was it big for a bit and then just went away? There's a very good video by a YouTuber, Chill Goblin, about every connection between Trump and Epstein, and it's extensive. Because all the media went to the island as well. I don't necessarily think so. I think that the... Maybe... I hear, because I hear about it on Twitter. You hear like Tim Pool yelling about it for a bit, and then it just dies down. Out of the public consciousness. And it might be because, there was other things to deal with, like the tariffs. But, like, Trump is good at whipping people up into a frenzy every other week. And like, it's been like a non-stop cavalcade of, oh, here's a thing that Trump said. Oh, here's a thing that RFK Jr. said. Here's a thing that Elon said. And I feel like Trump is treating the presidency more as a TV show rather than a actual thing. Also, we're down to 12 minutes. Because I don't see it as... Maybe Joe Rogan went to the island. That's very possible. But yeah, like, I think a lot of it would involve having to call Trump out on this bullshit. And Trump is corrupt as well. Like, don't forget that. Trump is very corrupt. And I don't think we can ignore that for the sake of convenience. I don't think we can ignore corruption. Because, might hurt someone's feelings or whatever. And I know that people like to point to the Democrats as being corrupt. And no doubt there's corruption within the Democratic Party, but Trump is doing it openly. And I don't like that. Because, like, open corruption kind of has this air of, yeah, what are you going to do about it? You can't get me for this. And I think that's the point. He's trying to show, hey, you can't get me for this because I'm president. Nah. Stream of eating. Of course I have to eat. You want me to shrivel up and die? Canada has a strong policy against letting convicted criminals into their country. Bush had to get a special exemption for a past DUI. Imagine if Trump tries to get in for some political conference. That'd be interesting. I don't think Trump is that deep. I think that there is a thing of what are you going to do about it? Like testing the limits of power. Because, like, and it may not be Trump, it may be, like, people around Trump, because you got to remember, now, I said this about the Biden administration, and I think it's still true for the Trump administration. It's not just Trump running this. It wasn't Biden just running this. Trump is just the figurehead. You've got a bunch of people around Trump that are telling Trump, hey, you should do this. And that's really what I think is guiding a lot of this. It's like, oh, hey, Trump does have a few of his own ideas, of course, and I'm not going to deny that. I think Planet froze. I don't think I froze. You think Trump is turning America into Mordor? Maybe. Send the magical girls after Trump. If only there was like a magic academy that could be sent after Trump. But yeah, like, not all corruption is equal. For anyone who has just joined, Planar does squats for member. I do. 5 squats per membership, and that adds 5 minutes to the timer. But yeah, I do squat for memberships because gotta get these thighs, gotta get these thighs thied up. Yeah, figurehead easily manipulated by giving them a bit of what they want as lots of precedent. Yeah, and I think with Biden was largely a figurehead. And a lot of people yap about the auto pen stuff, and it's like, I don't care. Like, you can yap about the auto pen all you want, but like, Trump's getting handed executive orders and he doesn't know what they mean. You know. Sure. I did not say that I'd do more squats at 4:30. Thank you very much, Maeve. I have made it very clear that you have to give money for squats. So Trump is QB without the contracts. I do not know what that means. Maybe I would know if it... Cheese goes straight to the thighs. Does it? Do I need to... I do have a block of cheese in the fridge. Do I need to go and get that block of cheese? Do I need to, like, just scrape a bit off and nom nom nom? Because I can do that. Well, if there's more time on the timer, I'd do that. But, like, I may have to end the stream in 6 minutes. But, you know. Oh, yeah, I was going to do more stuff on this. That's right. Squats for each cheese donation. I mean, if cheese goes straight to the thighs, then do I need to do squats, really? Do I really need to do that? I don't know. Also, I can just go... Oh, wait, hold on. 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. I don't know how this is going to flip the image. It's going to flip it to the side. At least it's readable. Again. And if you're wondering why there's a smaller one here, that's because it's perspective now. We're using a perspective cam. How do I rotate this? I don't know. What's for $3 dues? Magical Cat Girl says, "What sort of cheese?" I don't actually know. It's probably either Colby or Edam, one of the two. I think Colby. Edam, I find, is very... Edam is weird. Thank you, by the way. I need to pay attention to the timer thing as well. Edam, I find, is very weird because it... hold on. Ooh. I'm just going to check something. Okay, cool. Edam, I find, is, like, weird because... And it's not that I don't like Edam. It does retain taste after a while, which I do like about it. But it doesn't, like, dry out like Colby does. It just kind of, like... No. Colby retains taste after a while. Edam doesn't retain taste after a while. But Colby dries out a lot quicker than Edam. Edam doesn't really dry out. It kind of just loses its taste and then you put it back in the fridge and then it regains its taste. Soft cheeses you can just spread right on directly. Under 5 minutes and I'm out of money. Well, you know, it may end up, the stream may end in less than 5 minutes. But, do you want more thighs or less? I want more thighs. More thighs is good thighs. For me. I want, you know, in reality, I want more ass. I want to, like, have a nice ass. And because... Like, I think a lot of people neglect their ass. Don't neglect your ass. Thigh check. Fine. Or should I say fine? Ugh. These are my thighs. Not very much on them. Well, it may be that the stream ends in 3 minutes. I hope it doesn't. I've been really hoping to get through to 6 p.m. Girl got no thigh, I know. It's such a shame. Should do more squats about it. I can only do so many squats in a day. Are you trying to kill me? But yeah. I'm trying to work out how do I rotate something by 90 degrees. I've forgotten. Certain things need to go. Oh. I need to work out where his negative 0.5f is, and then turn that into like a 1 thing. Because I know that just changing this to 0, 0 and changing the other thing to 1, 1 is just going to flip it, right? At least I can determine if things are roughly in the right place. So 0, 0. We got, yeah, we're at the 2-minute warning. 1 minute and 35 seconds. That time is counting down. But yes, 1, 1 is 1, 1 is here. Yeah, 1, 1 is here and 0, 0 is here. I don't think that's where I want 1, 1 and 0, 0 to be. I think I want 1, 1 to be. I think I want 0, 0 to be at a different point. And I think I want 1, 1 to be at another different point. We are almost at the end of the stream, maybe. You have less than a minute to donate. However, if that number reaches 0, the stream ends. So, let's see how it goes. That's fun. Okay, Crimson Jelly donates $2 New Zealand dollars. That should. Oh, that's an. Oh, because. Because there would have been enough to tick that up. By So yeah, the stream may end in 2 minutes. We'll see. But yeah, how do I? Let me try to rotate this before the stream ends. And for another $2 dues, Hugh Jarsz gives an fuck it. I should also say thank you to this is a stream that never ends. Y'all are going to be edging me, aren't you? But still, thank you. It is very appreciated. That sounds like a tokusatsu monster, the Crimson Jelly. And for another $2 New Zealand dollars. That's Craig's stream that gets edged, not mine, apparently. Edging like a feather duster on. What? 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 Hugh? What? Some people have interesting ways of putting things. I'll just say that. How do I rotate this? Let's try putting 0, 0 here. Putting 0, 1 here. Right? Let's just try that. And 1, 1 can go here. And 0, 0 can go here. Surely there won't be any. Clearly that doesn't work. Oh, because 0, 0 would have to be there, and 1, 1 would have to be there. Someone saved the stream. No, that doesn't work either. Maybe 0. That I think I've been watching Attenborough lately. I think I'm. Okay, so this here on one of them is in the right. This here is in the right place. This here is in the right place. So 1, 1 is in the right place. 1, 0 is in the right place. So this should be 0, 1. No. That should be reversed. 1, 0, 0, 1, right? No, that doesn't make sense. But if we go 0, 0, how does that... That turns it upside down! Ah! And we get to less than a minute again. Oh, I'm gonna be edged. I was about to say I'm gonna be edged so much, but like the stream is more the one that's getting edged. Okay. Okay, so 0. Oh, because 0, 0 is in the right place. Okay, 0, 0 is in the right place. Maeve became a member. Time for squads. That's it. I'm going to clown. Look, don't donate money that you don't have. I appreciate it, but like I do want you all to be able to eat. You know? Okay, so 0, 0 is in the right place. But that's okay, so that has to be 0, 0. Okay, cool. I have a staff discount at the supermarket. Yeah, I suppose that helps. Okay, we're gonna finally rotate this thing. Okay, we're gonna rotate it. We can't have 1, 1. It has to be 0, 1, right? Is that correct? No. But it's close. That means that it should be... One of these is... 1, 0, 1? Probably helps if I reverse the other one. What happens if I put it at 1, 1? Oh, yeah, one of them has to be 1, 1. I've worked out which one is 1. Okay, this one here is 1, 1. This one here is 0, 1. Maybe. Yes! Okay, we have it almost. I was confused. Okay, and the corresponding one to that... So... This one has to be 1, 0, right? This has to be, and this has to be 1, 1. And we have it rotated in the right way. Yes! I'm a genius. I'm a genius. And, fun fact, I can actually do some cool stuff with it now. You see, because I have a camera that has a look at vector, or look at matrix, right? I could just change this by, let's say, 0.1 F. See? That's probably too much. 0.01 F. Perspective! I'm still going. Flat Earthers could never do this. Can you make it dance? I want to see. I can animate it, but that's... Do you expect me to animate it within a... Oh, hold on. Screen, yeah. It's not the liver cube. But stream... You have to... 40 seconds left in the stream, maybe. Unless someone donates within those 30 seconds, then the stream ends in 30 seconds. I can't animate it within 44 seconds. I'm sorry. You're not getting... Oh! $2 New Zealand dollars comes in to save the stream. That should show up before the... There we go. Now you've got a minute. Roughly. And I'm still not going to be able to animate it within a minute. The edging yeah. You've been edging me for 10 minutes. But yeah. Basically, I think what's happening is they're desperately trying to get someone else to donate so that they don't have to keep the stream going. But yeah, like 30 seconds left, and the stream is over. Unless, of course, someone donates within those 30 seconds. If someone donates like with like 10 seconds left, then, you know. Then with less than 10 seconds left, I'd probably give it like a bit, but yeah, we are down to 10 seconds. And it looks like we're going to end. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Time's over. All right, thank you very much for joining me so much. I have had a fun time. I'm going to go get some sleep. Take care, everyone, and I will see you in the next stream or video between you and me. Thank you.